Wind. It seemed even he laughed at him, conveying the voices of happiness and joy that sounded at the stands with the lists of those admitted to the academy. Their day could not be overshadowed by anything except one name that they found on the lists and exclaimed. A whisper went through the crowd, like Naruto Uzumaki, what is the third one thinking about allowing him? God, our children will be near this demon, it's unthinkable. He heard everything. A little boy with bright wheat-colored hair and blue like the sea eyes sat on a swing alone. Melancholy and hopelessness squeezed his chest. He could not even breathe evenly, breaking into sobs. The same blue shorts and a white t-shirt with the sign of a whirlpool. Everyone in the village hidden in the leaves could recognize him from afar. Adults, because they knew the most dangerous demon, a nine-tailed fox, was sitting in him, and everyone felt hatred, contempt and great fear for him. Children, because they repeated after the adults. Only a few shinobi treated him neutrally. He sat and thought, yes, only a few people treated him well. Old man third, that ninja with ash blonde hair and a bandage on half his face and perhaps the Hokage advisor. Naruto heard how third called him Shikaku. A quiet but confident voice with a hint of interest brought me out of my thoughts. Why are you alone? The boy turned around. Next to the swing there were two guys about the same height and age as him. Me. Naruto didn't know what to answer. I just have no one to be with, he said almost in a whisper and sobbed. I don't have parents, relatives or friends, I'm always alone. He looked at the boys carefully. The two guys looked at each other. You know, my father talked about you, said the boy with his hair tied in a ponytail. He said that many people hate you, but he never explained why. He handed everything over to me, saying that it was up to me to decide how to treat you. By the way, I'm Shikamaru Nara and if you want, I can become your friend. And this, he turned his gaze to the second boy who was standing next to him. His hair was dark and he wore blue shorts and a t-shirt with the emblem of the Uchiha clan. His eyes did not express anything, it seemed like he was not there at all. This is. Shikamaru didn't have time to finish. I am Sasuke Uchiha, the last of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke stopped short at these words and his gaze became even more transparent than before. Shikamaru was silent for a moment, and then added, and you? Me. Naruto didn't know what to say. He was overwhelmed with emotions of misunderstanding and distrust. I am Uzumaki Naruto, but everyone calls me a demon, said the blue-eyed man and looked down. You don't look like a demon, Sasuke objected, what's the point of sitting here? We found out that we were accepted. Shikamaru, Naruto, let's go find Cheji. Chapter 1. Part 2. 1 gram C2. Naruto opened his eyes. He didn't believe in what had happened the day before. He was enrolled in the Shinobi Academy. He wanted it so much, to become great, to be recognized, to be taken into account, to stop calling him a demon no matter how badly people treated him in Konoha. He was still loyal to his village, he lived and grew up here, he felt like an heir, and so the first steps were taken. Yesterday, having found Cheji, he was a plump boy in a strange hat and a green, baggy suit and always chewing something. They went to the training ground where they began to play a game of developing themselves. Everything was simple. Who would throw a kunai better? Who would run and do push-ups more? Everything was accompanied by jokes and laughter, so Naruto did not believe in the reality of what was happening. The boys noted by the way that Naru, as they began to call him, was very talented, because the first time he picked up a kunai he was able to hit the target 7 out of 10, and only Sasuke could boast of that. Getting out of bed, Naruto felt dizzy and staggered, falling to the floor. Naruto opened his eyes and couldn't believe it. In front of him stretched a long, empty corridor, ankle-deep in water. It was dark all around, but for some reason he felt that there was someone ahead, someone big and evil, dangerous. Taking a step towards the unknown threat, Naruto realized that he felt no fear. He moved forward, stepping more confidently with each step. The corridor ended in a spacious hall, just as empty, damp and dark, at the other end of which towered a gate made of thick bars. Taking a couple of steps towards Uzumaki, he stopped. There was some movement and at that very moment, two blood-red eyes with dark, vertical pupils opened from the other side of the bars and looked at him menacingly. So Uzumaki Naruto has arrived. What? Who are you? How did I end up here? How do you know my name? Naruto's voice was noticeably shaking. Calm down, child. I called you here myself. I kind of live here and rent a good part of your subconscious. I don't want everything to be like before. Besides, the fourth, damn him, sealed the bright part of me and you. The fourth, sealed? Wait, I don't understand, Naruto shouted in a still very childish, thin voice. Oh, yes, you don't know anything. The fox shook his head. Sit down, we have something to talk about, or rather, I have something to tell you. It happened 6 years ago, started the fox story. Your mother was a Jinchuriki. Like you, I was sealed in her at birth. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. Unlike the previous Jinchuriki, she treated me well, did not try to tie me up with chains or subjugate me. She was a peace-loving, kind and sincere girl. She melted the ice and hatred that was in me. We spent a lot of time together. She, like you, had no friends at all and she decided to be friends with me. I did not even know how to refuse her. She was persistent and in the end everything we began to get along well and easily understood each other. From the fox's chakra, the silhouette of a girl with blood red, long hair in a white kimono and an apron of the same color with a whirlpool sign began to emerge. This is all I can show you. And this the fox also showed a young man with bright wheat-colored hair and blue eyes. He was dressed in a standard Junin uniform, breeches and a vest of the color Huka over which was a robe with the inscription, Will of Fire of the 4th generation, 4th Hokage. This is Naruto, your father is Minato Namikaze. Naruto stood there and couldn't utter a word. They were hiding all this from him. They were hiding such a truth about his parents from him. He was the son of a hero whose name everyone knew. He saw his face on Mount Cage and always dreamed of becoming as strong as the 4th, and then it turns out like this. Little fists involuntarily clenched, and tears ran down his cheeks. Old man. Why was he silent? I am the legacy of the 4th, and they treat me like trash. Rage boiled in him, seethed and went beyond the boundaries. A small whirlwind began to rise around Naruto's body, swirling the water from under his feet. A tornado with red veins and a metallic clang. The fox moved back a little. He immediately realized that these were chains. His fur stood on end, and his eyes became even bigger. Stop, Naruto. Wait, thoughts flashed through the fox's head. He was a complete copy of his parents, Minato's appearance, his character, and most importantly Kushina's red chains, one of the most powerful Uzumaki weapons that could suppress even the power of a tailed beast. He knew that for sure. The hurricane around the boy began to subside. His eyes became two crystals that dug into the fox. His voice stopped trembling and he said, You, fox, I heard legends about you from the vagabonds when I wandered through the neighborhoods. Tell me everything you know. Tell me how they died and why the old man hid it from me. It happened as I said. 6 years ago, Kushina was preparing to give birth and Minato took all precautions because the seal that held me could break. The birth took place in a secret place, which only a few knew about, and that house was guarded by elite shinobi from the Anbu unit. Everything went well. I did not resist and you were born, a small bundle with a tuft of wheat-colored hair. Minato and Kushina were in 7th heaven. Everything was going well. The fox paused. Okay. Until a man in a spiral mask appeared. Using some technique he tore you out of the 4th's hands and put a kunai to your throat. Everyone was in shock. Everyone except Minato. He was fast, the fastest, and in the blink of an eye he returned you to his hands. Having moved you and Kushina to the village with a jerk, I returned to the shelter where the battle was already underway. The masked man did not give even a chance to the experienced Anbu members, killing one after another, and suddenly he disappeared, appearing on Mount Cage. Having folded the summoning seals, he summoned me against my will. Then I thought it was Madara, but before I could do anything, I was imprisoned in the genjutsu of the damned Sharingan. The fox paused again. I began to destroy the village. I could not get rid of the illusions of hatred and destroyed everything in my path. That night many villagers died from my paws. A lot. What happened next I don't remember, and now the main thing is Naruto. The fox took a breath again. Minato sacrificed himself trying to seal me in you. He used the death god technique, but I didn't want this illusion to end and tried to kill you. Minato and Kushina covered you with their bodies and I pierced them through with a claw. The fox stopped, letting the boy absorb the information. I don't know anything else except that the 4th defeated that man and it wasn't Madara. Naru stood and didn't know what to do. He was angry the whole time, but gradually the anger passed. He didn't know how long he stood like that. He didn't know what was going on around him and didn't hear what else the fox was saying. He was just somewhere inside himself, even deeper than now. The quiet whisper seemed to him like a booming echo. Why? Why did he do it? Why did his voice break into a scream? He doomed me to torment by sealing you inside me. Why did they sacrifice themselves? Answer, fox. Were you there? He was always like this. I watched them from Kushina's body. He was always loyal to the legacy of the village and the will of fire that was passed down to him through generations. He wanted to protect what was dear to him. You and the village, you were all he had. He wanted Konoha to love and respect you as the son of heroes, as the child of those who gave their lives for the good of the population, but you were made an outcast. Everyone turned away from you, afraid that the fox would break out again and everything would happen again. They are simply afraid of you. Well, you are not Namikaze for more understandable reasons. Naruto looked up at the fox. Minato was a hero of the Third Shinobi World War, single-handedly stopping an enemy army of several thousand shinobi. He had many enemies and if they found out that the Yellow Lightning of Konoha had a son, you would hardly have lived to see this conversation. I want to take revenge on the bald man in the mask. The fox raised his eyebrows. The masked man. Not me. I was the one who killed them. Naruto looked down. You were controlled. Don't get it wrong. You weren't yourself. You didn't want this yourself, fox. The fox smiled. I will help you with this, and stop calling me fox. My name is Kurama. The name echoed through the corridors and Naruto barely smiled. And I am Naruto. The blue-eyed one smiled. Will we be friends? The fox smiled and nodded at the boy's offer. Now get out of your subconscious and let's go to the academy. I'm already almost late. Chapter 2. The first lesson. Chapter 2. Naruto entered the classroom, greeted the teacher and went to the back desks where his new friends had settled. Cheji was eating chips, Shikamaru was trying to doze off through the chatter of the pink-haired girl and the blonde, and Sasuke, about whom by the way all the chatter was going on, sat with his hands clasped together and his chin propped up with them. As soon as Naruto walked through the rows, all conversations died down, even the teacher silently watched him go. And this is you, Naru. Shikamaru lazily looked at his friend. Sit down, we saved a place for you here. Naruto sat down at his desk and looked around the class. Not interesting, he thought. It was amazing how quickly he changed. Literally in an hour he had experienced a strong shock, learned the truth and set a goal for himself. He himself was a little scared of this change. He himself still did not understand anything, did not understand how one conversation had changed him. Before, yes, as before, just yesterday he would have looked at each of his classmates, but now he did not care. He just sat and looked over their heads, not even listening to the conversations that had started again. Naruto, Choji took him by the shoulder. Your teacher is calling you, huh? What? Naruto perked up. My name is Iruka Umino and I am your teacher. I have already met the whole class. You are the last one left. Tell me about yourself. What is your name? What are your dreams and goals? Naruto looked at his teacher. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. There are no dreams as such, only goals, and the goals are simple, to become stronger, to find many friends, to protect them in the village, and I also need to take revenge. Sasuke turned a puzzled look at him and thought, it's strange that he changed so much overnight, and this goal is revenge. Sasuke recognized himself in him because a few minutes ago he said the same thing. Iruka chuckled, and who do you want to take revenge on? He asked forcefully. I don't know this man, but the last time he was in Konoha, he introduced himself as Madara Uchiha. Umino could barely contain his surprise. How does this kid know his name? Who told him? We need to talk to the third one after class at the first opportunity, and said out loud, do you even know who we're talking about? Who is this Madara? No. But this is the man who attacked Konoha 6 years ago and killed my parents. He is guilty of many things and deserves only death. I know that the real Madara is long dead, and the one who called himself by his name. A vile liar and murderer. I will find him and punish him for what he did. Iruka was even more surprised. No, the third one definitely should know about this. Naruto sat down after the teacher nodded and the lesson began. Interesting stories about the shinobi world, the founders of the village and a little theory. Sasuke was thinking. Choji was listening and Shikamaru was sleeping. Someone was whispering and Uzumaki closed his eyes and tried to enter the subconscious. He did it easily and he headed towards the already familiar cage. Tell me something else, Kurama. Nice to see you Naruto, what do you want to know? And by the way, it's super impudent to not listen to the teacher in the first lesson and chat with me. I think you know more than Iruka, and you can teach me better. I want revenge. I want them to stop considering me a monster. How can I become stronger? Who can help me? Kurama thought, you know, it's better to go to the third one. Tell him what you talked to me. Let him explain everything to you. Ask him for help and scrolls. He has a lot of them and he knows the techniques of the village and your father's techniques, and I'll help you with chakra. That will be the best thing. The lesson ended when Naruto finished speaking. Everyone started to leave. The boys began to invite Naruto to go with them, but he refused, citing an important conversation with the third, and went not to the third, but to his home. When he got home, he made some ramen and after having a snack, he went back to the forest. This is how his first training in mastering chakra began. Commentary on Chapter 2. First lesson. How do you like it? Share your impressions friends, I will be glad for your support or criticism. Chapter 3. Conversation with the Hokage. The knock on the Hokage's office came unexpectedly. The old man was sitting at the table and studying the Anbu scrolls from the last mission. Come in. The door opened with a slight creak and Iruka Umino appeared in the doorway. Mr. Third, this concerns Naruto Uzumaki. The old man looked up at the man who had entered. Tired eyes on a wrinkled face, framed by a white beard. He had been through 2 wars, the loss of a teacher and the betrayal of a student, the loss of a wife and close friends, and now he was living out his days, having once again sat down as Hokage, replacing Namikaze, who had left so early but heroically. Speak. I think Uzumaki knows everything about what happened 6 years ago. Iruka told everything that Uzumaki answered him in class and added that his words were firm, he was confident in what he said. Sarutobi was silent for a long time, lighting his pipe. Keep an eye on him, Iruka, the third addressed. Is this an order from Hokage-sama? No. A request. I don't always have time. Kakashi is always on missions in light of recent events. I understand that it's not easy for you. You lost your father in that battle and were left all alone. You also hate the fox and have every right to do so, but Naruto, he has nothing to do with it, he was just born then. And immediately lost his parents. You know who his father was and what he wanted for the village. You understand how important the sacrifice of Kushina and Minato was. The child was left alone. With a demon inside and everyone hates him undeservedly. Be softer with him. He is the same orphan as you became. You are alike in many ways. Don't let him step on the dark path. The old man's monologue was interrupted by the door suddenly opening, and a 6-year-old boy with sunny-colored hair and sea-colored eyes rushed past the teacher like a hurricane to the table. Old man, how could you keep silent? Seeing the teacher, Naruto froze for a second but then continued, oh, and teacher Iruka is here. Hello. Naruto greeted him and turned back to the Hokage. Old man, Naruto started, I can't demand anything from you, but now I know everything. Give me father's scrolls, I know you have them and I need them to become stronger. Those present, not expecting this, widened their eyes at the young man. The Hokage wrinkled his forehead and took a drag on his pipe. Do you know who your father is? Yes, the fox told me, I became friends with him, he is good, he told me everything about the village and about the Hokage, about that night too and why they hate me. I don't hold a grudge against them, I understand that they were driven by fear of my power that they thought I couldn't hold with the fox. Made friends. From these words Iruka almost flowed down the wall and Hiruzen choked on smoke. Yes, with the fox, and I don't care about the village. If you thought that I would take revenge on them, I need that man in the mask. He took control of the fox with the Sharingan and he is guilty of everything. I need the power to grind him into dust. Naruto took a breath. After such an emotional monologue his throat was dry, and either I get my father's scrolls from you and start training, or I will have to leave the village after a while in search of power. Naruto finished. Hiruzen was in complete shock. He didn't know what to say. A 6-year-old boy had laid out his position so clearly that not all Chunin could. He knew what he wanted and what he needed, and he had also become friends with the fox. It was mind-boggling. He was clearly his father's son. Hiruzen smiled slightly. Minato's genius was felt in every word so that the Hokage believed him, believed that Naruto would kill that man, no matter what it cost him. Chapter 4. Finding Warmth. A year has passed since Naruto's training began. The first year of study at the academy passed, during which Naruto found even more friends, always smiling no matter what and never giving up. He easily won over children who did not repeat after adults, especially when they saw him with clan children. Only a couple of guys from his class treated him badly, pink-haired Haruna Sakura and Kiba Inuzuka, a boy with a dog, and there was another, Hyuga Neji, the proud heir of the Hyuga clan, although he was from a side branch, therefore, he stayed away from all the guys. But all the teachers said that Neji was a genius that is born once in a generation. Even his sister Hinata, the princess of the Hyuga clan who awakened the third most powerful dojutsu Byakugan at an early age, could not stand on par with him. But unlike all the others, Neji was not biased towards Naruto, he treated all children like that. Iruka stopped looking askance at Uzumaki, and after a private conversation, after Naruto told him about the genjutsu of hatred on the Kyuubi, he stopped getting angry altogether, although he could not completely forgive the nine-tailed. He knew that Naruto was training separately from everyone else and did not burden him with additional tasks. Over the past year, Kurama taught the boy a lot. It all started like everyone else, a chakra center, its distribution throughout the body. Then it was more difficult. Naruto began to learn to walk on the surface of water, the ceiling and trees, mastering Naru's chakra until he studied the scrolls of the third and elemental techniques. He kept them until the time when he could ideally control the chakra. So days and weeks passed, months in persistent training. Despite all the workload, Naruto did not forget about his friends and tried to spend time with them. Shikamaru and Sasuke became the closest to him. He got along with them, with one because he saw in Naruto a ray of light and hope that no one could break. After talking, Shikamaru really wanted to go to exploits, and he would have gone if not for laziness. And Sasuke, they were related by revenge. Uchiha told Naruto everything about that night in the Uchiha quarter. about Itachi who slaughtered the entire clan and killed his parents, and how Shikamaru's family sheltered the last Uchiha and took custody of him. They trained together and Naruto was able to raise his stat in everything that concerned cold weapons. His speed was higher than all his peers. Genius and speed, as the fox sometimes noted while watching the training, were passed on to you by inheritance. You know Naruto, the main thing is to suppress the enemy morally before the fight, to make him understand that he has no chance, and then your chances will grow, the fox once told him. And how do I do that? Should I call you names? Asked the blue-eyed man. Are you completely stupid? Don't go near Inuzuko anymore, his stupidity is airborne. The fox roared. No, now I will teach you, or rather I will tell you the theory and you will practice yourself. Remember, there are two types of chakra in your body, your own and mine, the demonic one. The fox paused. Releasing yours, as I taught you, you gain sensory abilities and feel everything within a certain radius, but if you mix our chakras and release them together, those around you will feel my former thirst for blood, hatred and anger, they will panic and be afraid, many will not be able to move, it all depends on the amount of chakra, on how long you can maintain the demonic aura mode. Not many shinobi use these techniques, mostly renegades with whom you will have to meet in the future, but believe me, no one has a more terrible chakra than mine. The fox finished his lecture. Let's try. Naruto started new trainings, which accelerated the passage of time and it was never enough for him, so he grew and developed, frolicked with the guys on the training ground and still began to listen to Iruka in class. He needed every drop of information, every grain helped him become stronger, so the years passed. Chapter 5. Teams. Days and weeks passed in sweaty training, theory faded into the background, months changed. And then the time came for graduation. Naruto's class finished training and everyone was going to become genin. Everyone grew up and learned something new, found their goals and chose their path. The four close friends sat at the back of the class and went about their business, once again ignoring the teacher. Choji was reading scrolls with Akamichi clan techniques and, as always, destroying chips. Shikamaru was pretending to listen to the teacher but was developing a strategy in shogi that he wanted to use in the game against his father. Sasuke and Naruto were talking. Sasuke, do you remember our conversation? Do you still want to leave the village and look for your brother? Yes, it's not up for discussion, his life is all I need, don't be silly, bangs man. Shikamaru raised his head. I forgot to ask you, I need his life and for that I need strength, and who in the village will teach me? Let them assign us to teams first, then you can think about it. If you hurry, you'll make people laugh, Choji spoke up. I'm not saying that I'm going to leave now, and who will let me? It's not in my plans to become an apostate, and don't make me regret that I told you everything, you are the only ones I have. Okay, let's hush it up. Said Naruto. What about the exams? Clones? Seriously, this isn't even funny. Is Iruka underestimating us to such an extent? The blonde's indignation knew no bounds until he was interrupted. Hey you, haven't you forgotten that not everyone is as brilliant as the people at the back of the class? The pink-haired girl spoke up, but when she saw Sasuke, she hit Yamanaka for some reason and started drooling. And now you will go out and create a clone, whoever succeeds will receive a bandage and go out, distribution into teams tomorrow at 9 a.m. Iruka reported. Calling everyone on the list, he quickly sifted the children into different corners. Those who passed by making 1 or 2 shadow clones left, those who couldn't stayed. Everything went smoothly for the 4 from the back row, even Shikamaru didn't bother to talk about the hemorrhoids and the mistake of his choice, but completed the task and disappeared from the class. 2 hours later the office was empty and the boys went home. The next morning they entered Iruka-sensei's office for the last time. After greeting everyone, he invited the third Hokage into the class, who began to tell the children about the will of fire and the heritage of the village, all the while glancing at the back desks, which were not paying attention to him. Then the distribution began. Everything was as in the canon. Team 7 said Iruka. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruna, Naruto Uzumaki Mentor. Iruka did not believe what he read and his voice trembled, which did not escape Uzumaki's eyes. Mentor Kakashi Hatake, Team 8 Choji Akamike, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka Mentor Sarutobi Asuma, Team 9 Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, 10-10 Mentor Might Guy, Team 10, Hinata Hyuga, Aburame Shino Kiba Inuzuka Mentor Yuhi Kurenai. Finished Iruka. Your Junins will come for you and it's time for me to go, guys. You were good. And with these words he disappeared into a white haze with a characteristic pop. As in canon, all the teams dispersed quickly, only the 7th sat in their places. Sakura, unlike canon, did not treat Naruto so badly. She knew that he was strong, especially since in school sparring he often defeated the one with the bangs, which of course hit her nervous system because she was in love with the brunette. A few hours later, a ninja entered the office. Naruto recognized him right away. It was the same one who treated him well when he was still completely alone, ash blonde hair, a mask that hid half his face and his left eye, the standard Jonin uniform, and with his whole appearance he showed that he was bored and had no desire to be here. After listening to a good portion of curses from Sakura, he smiled with his eyes only he could and said that he would wait for everyone on the roof and disappeared, just like Iruka had done a few hours ago. The roof, a light wind stirred the hair of the flaxen-haired man, and he looked at his new charges. I am your mentor from now on, let's get acquainted, introduce yourself and tell us about yourself, who you are, what you dream about and what goals you pursue, who will start. Let me. Sakura stood up. My name is Haruna Sakura, what do I love? Well, I think everyone knows that I'm in love with Sasuke, and I only like him, and my goal and dream is that I want to become the strongest kunoichi, that's why I train a lot and study medical techniques. Haruna finished. The guys didn't even pay attention to her words but paid attention to how she had changed over the years, grown up, became more serious and clearly became stronger than before. Then Sasuke took over the baton. What do I love? Probably my friends in the village. I love training and maybe someday I will reciprocate my love to Sakura. She almost lost consciousness and her nose started bleeding, but right now it is not a priority. Right now it is only revenge. I want to take revenge on one person and for this all my goals are to become stronger, the rest does not matter for now, that's all. Uchiha sat down on the concrete block where he had been sitting before. Well, I guess I'll finish. Naruto didn't get up from his seat, staring at Hitaki. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. All my goals are to take revenge on the man in the mask who is guilty of the attack on Konoha 12 years ago, the death of my parents and the murder of civilians. What I will do after revenge I don't know. I don't really like anything except training and ramen, and I don't like people who treat others with arrogance and prejudice. The blonde finished. Hitaki whistled. Well, what a company I got. Well, okay, it will be interesting, I'll tell you a little about myself. I am Hitaki Kakashi, an elite Junin with 1,000 plus completed missions. I don't know why but the Hokage recalled me from the mission to make me your mentor. I have many minuses and not many pluses. I have few friends. Kakashi swallowed and I love to read. You will learn the rest somehow later, but now I suggest you go home and rest. Tomorrow at 6 a.m. I will be waiting for you at testing ground number 7. There will be your last test, and I advise you not to eat anything in the morning, otherwise you might suddenly feel sick. On that note, the ash-haired man used the movement technique again and disappeared into a white haze. Chapter 6. Bells. Polygon number 7 was not much different from the others. Pillars, fallen trees in places and grass scorched by fire techniques. It told many shinobi, battles of enemies and friends, in places in the grass wet with dew, forgotten or lost metal of cold weapons, scraps of chains and fishing line glittered. In the era of incessant wars, the polygon was teeming with young people preparing for battles. This morning there were significantly fewer people. 3 teenagers of 12 years old were sitting under a tree and discussing something, or rather 2 were talking, a brunette with bangs covering the left side of his face and a pink-haired girl. They were actively arguing about something while gesturing with their hands. The third, a boy in an orange suit with a Konoha protector on his forehead, was leaning against a tree and openly snoring. Drool was running down his chin and his legs were twitching sometimes. It seemed he was running in his sleep, running away or trying to catch up with someone. Hi guys, sorry for being late, I got lost on the road of life, couldn't find my way back. In the light of the first rays stood an ash-haired shinobi, and it seemed that under the mask that hid most of his face he was smiling. You forgot to clarify, senpai, that your main hobby is being late. The blonde said, wiping away the drool with his sleeve and rising to his feet. After greeting his team, Hitaki began to explain what the exam consisted of. I have 2 bells on my belt, take them and you're through. If you don't take them, consider yourself back at the academy. You have until lunch. There are 2 bells, and there are 3 of us, not many add up. He was interrupted by a girl in a pink kimono that matched her hair. You must know who is the weak link in your team and eliminate him, but this is on the condition that you take the bells. Attack like this, because if you are going to kill me, I will not hold back in turn. After these words, Hitaki disappeared and appeared 10 meters from team number 7. So, here we go. Naruto was the first to rush from the spot just like that, right in the forehead. Kakashi grinned. Shadow clone technique. Uzumaki's voice echoed across the clearing. 2 claps and already 3 Narutos were running towards the teacher. One of them had a chain in his hands, which the second one intercepted. The third one jumped up and threw several shurikens at the teacher with both hands, folding the seal again, and another clone appeared in the air, vacuum gust releasing chakra from his feet. Naruto used the new clone as a fulcrum and dispersed it like a bullet, rushing towards Kakashi with a kunai at the ready. Clever. Attack straight and from above, that's interesting. Kakashi thought. The clones were approaching from both sides, the only option was to retreat. A large fireball, the brunette folded the seals and, taking a deep breath, exhaled the technique at his teacher and friend who was blocking the way. What? Hitaki stood in bewilderment. He did this knowing that his equipment would harm his comrade. Why? He didn't have time to react as all of Naruto's clones disappeared in 3 claps, and there were only a few meters left before Kakashi. A wall of mud. The Junin folded his seals and a wall several meters high appeared in front of him, dispersing the fireball. Not a bad combination. Not everyone would understand that the real Uzumaki is not in the clearing. Wait, where is Sakura? I don't like this. Hitaki smirked and reached for the bandage. I see you guys are not simple, I'll be serious. He lifted the bandage and showed the last Uchiha standing in the clearing his Sharingan. Sasuke froze, not understanding what was happening. Where did he get this eye from? Who the hell is he? Sasuke took out a scroll and opened it. Fumo Shuriken. Kakashi smirked. Show me what brother Itachi can do, come on. He tried to throw Sasuke off balance, and he did a pretty good job. Uchiha rushed towards him. Not reaching a few meters, he threw a shuriken and made a concentration seal. Kakashi watched him without missing a single move, ready to counterattack as soon as he intercepted the weapon. Mass cloning of shuriken. The voice came from above, with a grin, still quite childish. Hitaki raised his head. Fought. The eyes widened. Naruto was in the air. It was he who used the technique. Hitaki's entire plan was going down the drain. He was not even allowed to retreat from the clearing. The shurikens were inexorably approaching their target, ready to tear her to pieces. Fire destruction. The genin master breathed out a wall of fire that engulfed the shurikens. Varutrian gust. Uzumaki's technique pushed Hitaki's technique back, directing it towards the creator, who did several backflips, avoiding his own attack. Smart. Dangerous and very smart. The thought flashed through the mentor's mind for the umpteenth time. The technique dissipated. The rising wind scattered the remains of the ashes in different directions. Naruto and Sasuke were standing in the clearing. Uzumaki was smiling, but in such a way that Hitaki felt a shiver run down his spine. Where is Sakura? He thought. Suddenly, with a characteristic pop, Sasuke disappeared in a cloud of white smoke, and Naruto rushed at the teacher with new speed, forcing him to retreat even more, approaching the forest that began behind the training ground. Not having reached a few meters, Uzumaki dissolved in the gray smoke, just like Sasuke had done earlier. Hitaki stopped in confusion, having made a major mistake. Hands appeared from under the ground, grabbing him by the ankles. Fought. The eyes became even bigger. A girl's scream echoed across the clearing like thunder. Kakashi tried to turn around. His hands holding his feet did not allow him to complete the turn. Sakura's fist was inexorably approaching his chest. 2 chains flew out from the nearby bushes, wrapped around his wrists and pulled him in different directions, not allowing him to connect his hands in a seal. Poof. A log appeared in the place of the mentor. The chains fell to the ground with a clang. Sakura flew further by energy and hit the ground. The shock wave spread across the clearing, throwing stones into the air. Kakashi stood in the center of the clearing, breathing heavily. Now I understand why the third one called me. You passed. All 3 of you. The genins were surprised. Until the very end I couldn't understand where Sakura was. I thought she had run away and was hiding, but she was your trump card. The main goal of the exam is to find out how well you can work as a team. You surprised me a lot, I admit it. You know, one of my friends said so. Hitaki swallowed. The main thing is friends. Teammates are the most important thing. They will always cover and support, because in the world of shinobi, in the world of eternal wars, those who fail missions are considered scum. But those who betray their friends. Hitaki remembered Obito, that fight with the stone shinobi and the death of a friend, Rin's death at his hands. His voice trembled. Those who betray their friends are worse than any scum. Congratulations again. Tomorrow at 10 at the Hokage's residence, we will have our first mission. After these words, the ash-haired one simply left, without techniques or disappearances, towards the horizon until he disappeared behind the trees. The 3 genin silently followed him with their eyes, each with their own thoughts. They were glad that they had passed, but did not show their emotions. Chapter 7. Mission. Chapter 7. As Kakashi said, they gathered near the residence but waited for him an extra hour. Hello people, I met a black cat there. But who cares, let's go get the task. Three genin and a mentor went up to the missions, weeding the garden, walking the elder's dog, searching for missing things and animals. Everything as in canon. Almost a month they did all sorts of nonsense on the go, training and studying techniques. Kakashi saw potential in his charges and tried to give them everything he could. Conversations and support, and most importantly teaching techniques. It was not for nothing that he was a copy ninja Konohi, thousands of techniques that he could give to his students and they greedily absorbed them like a hungry dog and studied them. Naruto gradually began to study his father's scrolls. Several techniques interested him very much, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, Spatial technique, Rasengan and several Uzumaki clan techniques that included chakra chains. And then came the turning point, the blood in the veins of the genin Kepela. They were tired of everyday missions within the village and one day Naruto could not stand it. Having burst into the Hokage's office, he simply roared. "Old man, are we training to weed the gardens or look for the elder's dogs? In my opinion, this is nonsense. I'm not trying to bury potential for this. Give us a more difficult mission. I think our whole team wouldn't mind at least somehow showing ourselves." Naruto exhaled and stared at the Hokage with a brick face. Sasuke and Sakura didn't say anything but showed with all their appearance that they supported their comrade. Kakashi just stood to the side as if he wasn't there at all. "Okay, you'll have a more difficult mission, C rank, escort mission. Your customer will be arriving soon, wait for him in the reception area." The third one didn't have time to finish speaking before a half-drunk elderly man burst into the office. "Hokage-sama, I think I paid for the escort, where is my security? And by the way, here is your employer, this is Tazuna, a bridge builder from the land of waves, you must take him there. He has a special assignment to build a bridge between two villages." Tazuna looked at the genin. "And these children will protect me. From whom? From mosquitoes and flies. It's just funny. Don't be arrogant, uncle, you're not such an important person." Naruto snapped back. "And who needs to give a shit about an old drunkard, me too. Supported my friend Sasuke. Excuse them, they are worried, they are going outside the village for the first time. I am Hitaki Kakashi, the teacher of these blockheads and the captain of the team." Tazuna's face changed. "Hitaki Kakashi? That one. You are the son of the White Fang, Hitaki Sakuma. I knew him. Ironic, because he once saved my life." Tazuna's lips curled into a drunken smile. Hiruzen noticed how Hitaki's face changed under the mask. For him the topic of his father was painful. After committing suicide due to a failed mission, in which the White Fang of Konoha sacrificed the assigned task for the benefit of his friends, Kakashi despised him for a long time, could not come to terms with it and even tried to change his name and rejected the blade of white chakra left to him. Having lost his best friend on one mission, and then his childhood friend, he reconsidered his views, accepted his father's point of view, but only went on solo missions. Seeing how he suffered, seeing that it was hard for him to bear such a burden, the Hokage gave him 3 genin to support him. 2 of the most unusual guys and an unremarkable girl. He knew that they would help him, bring him back on track, and he would not allow them to plunge into darkness. He recalled him from an A-rank mission, from which he might not return. That's why Iruka was so surprised at the distribution. But Tazuna, he touched on the strings that shouldn't have been touched. Oh well. He's not alone now. They'll handle it. It is an honor for me. The bridge builder began, but Kakashi interrupted him with a gesture. In an hour at the central gate of the village. In full readiness. Disperse. 3 genin and a junin disappeared from the Hokage's office as if by a click. We should find out about Kakashi-sensei's father. A thought flashed through Naruto's head. Chapter 8. The Trap. Chapter 8. An hour later, Team 7 in full force stood at the village gates. Kakashi was talking to the Junin guards while the 3 genin were milling around nearby and whispering. I asked the fox about Kakashi's father. For what? Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise. I became interested. And you will too. He said that he didn't really know anything. But rumors were that because of his chakra blade, which Kakashi-senpai now wears, he was nicknamed the White Fang. He was greatly feared and respected in the shinobi world, although his merits were not recognized, but he was put in power on par with the 3 Sannin. Kurama also said that he sacrificed the mission for the sake of saving the team, for which he was despised even by those he saved that day, and then he killed himself. Naruto fell silent when he saw his sensei approaching. What are you chatting about? Asked Kakashi. We talked about your father, sensei, tell us about him. Sakura already asked this. How could it not be next time? The teacher waved it off. We have to go, Tazuna is already here. The path was easy. The team and the bridge builder, who had already sobered up, were talking about trifles. Everything was going peacefully. There were a few hours left to the border with the land of waves. Did you notice? Sasuke glanced at Naruto, then at his mentor. Yeah, there's a puddle ahead, and this is despite the fact that there hasn't been any rain for several weeks. The blonde responded and looked at the teacher in the same way. Sakura, if anything happens, you protect Tazuna, do not engage in battle, hold the defense and cover with shurikens, Kakashi responded. A couple of meters later, white smoke appeared above the puddles and the characteristic pops scared the birds from the neighboring trees. Two silhouettes rushed at the Junin, throwing kunai and senbons that reached their target time after time. Kakashi's body fell onto the grass, slightly off the path. Two Chunin stood opposite three genin and an architect, smiling sarcastically and clutching cold weapons in their hands. How shallow has Konoha become, if it sends snotty children with milk on their lips and some loser ninja on missions? Yeah, you're completely stupid, I'll send you here. The two apostates grinned and threw offensive phrases at the children. Sakura, covering Tazuna with her body, moved towards the trees and took a kunai in her hands. Sakura, are you on defense? Yes, Naruto, I'm ready. Now listen here. Sasuke turned to the enemy shinobi, raising his voice and picking up a kunai. We may be genins, we may be children, but you shouldn't insult us and our teacher, and you certainly shouldn't underestimate us. Don't think that because you were able to disguise yourself as a puddle, you're stronger and smarter. Most likely, you will drown in this puddle. Naruto finished for him and took out chains from his pouch, soaking them with chakra. Sweat ran down the backs of the chunts, and the genins were already passing chakra through their weapons. They didn't have time to finish the thought. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, two more blondes appeared on the clearing. Sasuke, I'm ready. Yeah. Two clones rushed towards the renegades at high speed, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Sasuke began throwing shurikens at them. Before he could reach them, his teammate's weapon caught up with the clones and they disappeared. Sasuke. Naruto roared. Don't interfere, this is my fight. Naruto's roar drowned out the Chunin's laughter. Silly kids, you only get in each other's way. With these words, they ran towards Naruto and Sasuke, ready to attack them head-on. There were only a few steps left before the genin duo, when suddenly Sasuke dissolved into a white haze and Naruto jumped several meters into the air. Distract yourself. At that moment, Sakura was already above the two Chunins instead of Naruto, dispelling the henge reincarnation technique and making a concentration seal, conducting chakra into her hands. Large-scale earthquake. The girl screamed and hit the ground with all her might with her chakra-soaked hand. Stone waves spread out for tens of meters, uprooting trees and raising columns of dust. Two apostates were buried under a layer of earth, leaving only their heads on top. I'm done. The rest came down from the trees and approached the buried ones. Clones, henge, and chakra style from Sakura, minimum costs, maximum results. Naruto stated the fact and Kakashi appeared next to him in a white haze. Bravo guys, I watched and didn't fully understand what was happening, well. He sat down next to the captives. 3 stupid genins fooled you like suckers, and you still kept talking about them. He chuckled and pulled out a kunai. Interrogation with diligence, or will you tell me everything yourself? A sword whistled over Kakashi's head, almost giving him a new haircut, and stuck into a tree a few meters away from the team. At the same moment a tall ninja with a bandaged face in a dark sleeveless t-shirt and pants of the same color landed on the sword. Under the tree was a young girl, about the same age as Sasuke and Naruto, both had bandanas of the bloody mist. Crossed out, scum, you can't be trusted with anything. It was a shame that Gato sent you to support me. The renegade on the sword asked for a contemptuous look at the two Chunin and snorted. Haku finished them off. And at that moment, senbons with pieces of brain and blood pollen flew out of the eyes of two captives and fell onto the grass. Chapter 9. Heroes. Chapter 9 Heroes. Kakashi stood in front of the students and the bridge builder. Haku snorted contemptuously as she watched one Junin block the crowd of people. Do you think you can defend yourself from us? These two blanks were able to suddenly attack you, and if it weren't for the clone substitution they would have killed you, so step aside and let us finish the mission. Haku, don't interfere in the affairs of adults. You're still too young and don't know who's in front of you. The apostate said, catching the gaze of his ward. And who? Another leaf shinobi. He won't be the first on your list, senpai. I said don't interfere. The shinobi on the sword raised his voice and, grabbing the sword by the handle, deftly jumped to the ground. In front of you, Haku. The legend of the hidden leaf, the son of a great shinobi and the disciple of an equally great one. Copy Ninja Kakashi. Having him on the hit list would be great. So the demon of the hidden mist Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi spoke up. It's an honor for me to fight with you. It's absolutely mutual. Zabuza said and pointed the decapitator at his opponent. Kakashi lifted the bandage over his eye and activated the Sharingan. Unlike Kanon, he could deactivate it, but still preferred the mask to hide the scar that reminded him of the day he got his eye. Sasuke, I need a fighting area. The blonde man turned to his friend right now. Fire element, lesser fire destruction. An area of several tens of meters was covered by a dense wall of fire, destroying everything in its path. Kakashi rushed towards the renegade, leaving Haku to his students. He knew that together they could handle her. He himself entered into hand-to-hand combat, parrying the decapitator's blows with his chakra blade. Suddenly Zabuza stepped back, made several seals and said, "Not today, Kakashi. Our fight will take place, but not today." The forest was covered with a thick fog from which Senbons flew. Sasuke and Kakashi saw the attacks with their eyes and protected themselves and their friends, not noticing how the two renegades disappeared. "And what was that?" Naruto said as the fog cleared. "Where's the fight? I was ready." "It looks like something went wrong and they retreated. But it's temporary," Kakashi answered. "We have to go, and on the way Tazuna will explain to us why the hell we were attacked on a C rank mission by one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, a master of stealth assassination and an S+ rank criminal. Tazuna didn't hide it and laid it out as it is. I am a bridge builder from the land of waves and I must build a bridge that will connect several villages, thus I will improve communication between them. But Gato, whom the swordsman mentioned, is against it. He is a monopolist in these villages. It is not in his interests for them to be connected by a road. This is not the first attempt on my life, but apparently he decided to finish me off once and for all. And I would not have enough money for a more serious mission for Konoha, since I am building this bridge for free, because my family lives in that village, to whom we are heading. I would not be able to pay more, but without your help I would not be able to survive and Gato and his gang would continue to commit atrocities. Everything is in his power there, resources, prices, people. My son died at the hands of his thugs, leaving behind a family and a small son. He tried to stop him. The builder fell silent. What do you think? Kakashi turned to his students. Let's move on. The 3 genins answered in chorus. They were amazed that such a drunkard and a boor like Tazuna does something for free for people, from the bottom of his heart. The team continued on their way. They arrived the next day and settled in the builder's house. They were greeted by the builder's daughter-in-law and grandson, a sad boy who had recently experienced the loss of his father. At dinner, everyone gathered and talked about guarding the bridge and when they would be attacked. They were developing a battle strategy until the builder's grandson got involved in the conversation. And what are you going to do next? Gato will kill you all. He has dozens of mercenaries. You are nothing against him. Will you play heroes like your father? And die? Heroes do not exist. The boy broke into a sob. Father tried to stop them and died very stupidly. All heroes die stupidly because they are fools. Instead of sitting quietly they themselves go under the knife, forgetting about those who need them. The boy wanted to say something else in the silence that hung over the table, but he didn't have time. Naruto's hand fell on the table with a noise and he began to speak after a few seconds. Shut your mouth, brat. What do you know about heroes? What can you know about their fates? Next to you are people who lost more than just a father in battle. Kakashi lost everyone, both parents and friends. His father and friends sacrificed themselves for his good and the good of his loved ones. But he grew up and became stronger than his enemies. He is already a hero and a legend and the son of the same hero. Sasuke lost his entire clan in one night, remaining the last representative of the Uchiha. But he did not give up. He continues to move forward. I myself am the son of heroes. A son who has never seen his parents. They died on the night of my birth, protecting me and the heritage of the village. I will never give up so as not to disgrace my father and mother. Tears rolled down Naruto's cheeks. I will always move forward. What do you, a puppy who despaired after his first loss and hid under the bench, know about heroes? You talk about your father as if he were trash, scum. Although he sacrificed himself for the village, for the good of the people. He sacrificed himself for you. And you, like the last bastard, sit and talk nasty things about him. I would think about which of you is a fool. If it comes to that, continue to despair. Hide in a corner and whine and don't dare call the hero of this village your father anymore. Don't dare. Got it? You are not worthy of being called his son. I really regret shaking your hand when you entered. Naruto stood up and walked out of the kitchen, leaving behind an oppressive silence and thoughts that swarmed in the heads of each of those present. Commentary on Chapter 9, Heroes. How do you like it, guys? Tell me your impressions of this part. I tried very hard on this part. Chapter 10. Part 1. The Battle. Chapter 10. Every day that began in this village, Kakashi gathered his students in the kitchen and gave them a task. Their stay here was almost over. And there was a little over a month left until the Chunin exam. No matter how difficult the mission was, Kakashi could not allow his genin to sit idle. Every day they trained. Despite her amazing chakra control, Sakura was unable to walk on water or vertical surfaces. Kakashi was even surprised. So Haruna, you can pour chakra into your fists and destroy the earth for tens of meters around, but you can't stand on water. No, sensei, I learned to pour chakra into my hands myself, studying Tobarama Senju's scrolls in the library. And I just didn't train my legs. Well, that means your task is to master walking, and helping you with this will be. Can I, Kakashi-senpai? Uchiha stood up from his seat and looked at the teacher. Yes, Sasuke and Sakura will train, Naruto and I will defend the bridge from both sides. The bridge is almost ready, expect an imminent attack on this and you do not go far. In case of an attack, do not engage in battle with Zabuza, Sakura is on you Tazuna, Naruto and Sasuke in a pair eat. The genins answered in chorus and everyone went about their business. The midday sun was blinding, reflecting off the water. Hitaki was reading a book. Naruto was studying the scrolls and kunai he had pulled out of his pouch. A thick fog began to descend over the area several dozen meters away. The air around became unbearably dense, not allowing one to breathe easily. Kakashi jumped from his place and threw a kunai with an explosive seal into the air explosion. A deafening clap was heard over the bridge. This was a signal for Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto, until the others join, Tazuna is on you, I'll take care of the enemies. Element of wind, gust. Having folded the seals and exhaled streams of wind, the blonde cleared the bridge of fog. At the other end stood Zabuza, Haku, and 5 of Gato's henchmen. Having imbued his tant with chakra, Kakashi rushed at the enemies. 7-1 is not a very good situation, but he hoped for the best. The first to fall to the ground was a long-haired guy who decided that he was the smartest, or the bravest. A simple katana made of crappy metal did not protect him and the chakra blade separated his head from his chin, pulling a scarlet trail of blood slightly at an angle upwards. He did not even have time to feel pain as his body hit the ground. On the move to the next target, a bald guy with 2 swords, Kakashi pulled off the bandage from his eye, revealing to the world the great Uchiha Dojutsu with 3 tomoe and approaching closely to the enemy, he looked into his eyes. The bandit's world spun in an endless kaleidoscope of sparks, birds, bushes, pieces of sky, sun glare. Everything was mixed up. It lasted an infinitely long time, as it seemed to the almost dead man. But it lasted exactly as long as it took Hitaki to draw an even strip just below the chin. The blood splashed on the ninja, painting the tips of his hair dark red and leaving a mark on his face and clothes. Kakashi rushed between the remaining 3, making seemingly chaotic swings. But each of his blows was precise, set and reached the target. The grass around, as well as Hitaki himself, were already completely covered in blood. The last bandit remained on his feet, to whom the copyist rushed, swing, second, third. The renegade dodged the attacks of Kakashi, who in turn took a few turns back and threw a tant at the enemy. Not a single, even the most serious armor could protect against a throw from an experienced shinobi, and even with a blade soaked in chakra. The bandit's body was pierced through, his heart was almost torn to pieces, he fell with his eyes wide open and gasping for such unscented air. Kakashi was excited. He hadn't had a fight like this for a long time. He stood there and even breathed heavily. After taking a few steps and approaching the last corpse, he stopped. Pulling the tante out of the corpse, he was heading towards Zabuza, but Haku stood in his way. Step back, or you'll die. The ash-haired one said. Although now his hair was more red from the blood of his enemies. It was impressive, I admit. You Kakashi are a master of your craft. The perfect killer. Zabuza entered the conversation and raised the decapitator on Hitaki. Forgive me Haku, I don't like to hit girls. But I can't stop Sakura from doing this, and while the mentors are fighting, I'll take care of you. Said Naruto standing with Sasuke and Sakura who had just arrived. The glades were covered in blood, many people's stomachs began to turn from such a battle. The smell of death hung over the battlefield. Commentary on Chapter 10, Part 1, The Battle. How do you like the guys? Your feedback is important to me, share your impressions and advice. Chapter 10, Part 2, The Battle. Kakashi ran at Zabuza, making diagonal movements crosswise. quick swings. The Konoha genin were surprised how Zabuza could so easily parry blows with such a huge sword, 1.5 times the height of a man. Haku, in turn, began to form a seal ice element. Corridor. A corridor, if you could call it that, appeared around her and Naruto. Everything around was made of ice. The ceiling, the floor, the walls. Naruto felt a little uncomfortable, but pouring chakra into his feet, he confidently walked towards Haku, beating off the individual Senbons as he went. Until they had a serious fight. Kurama's voice rang out in Naruto's head. Naru, be careful. This is an improved genome, which means the enemy is very dangerous a priori. Such people are extremely rare. And they are highly valued in their villages. Okay, the blonde replied. Improved genome. Kakashi stopped the attack and jumped back a couple of meters and looked at Zabuza. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. Don't look at her appearance, it's deceiving. Haku is very dangerous. So your genin are extremely unlucky with their opponent now. They are still green and Haku already has a bunch of corpses behind him. Don't underestimate them, each of them is a genius, and you can't even imagine what kind. Zabuza jumped towards the river and began to form seals. Kakashi began to repeat the technique after him. Water element Great Water Dragon. Two huge dragons emerged from the water and rushed towards each other, and the users once again clashed in close combat under a barrage of splashes. Meanwhile, in the ice corridor, Haku and Naruto were engaged in a deadly battle. Uzumaki was faster, although his lack of experience was telling. There was approximate parity and a dialogue began. Why are you with Zabuza? You are so young and beautiful, there is no place for you in his company. None of your business. She cut off Haku and attacked with an ice blade. Exactly mine. I have to kill you and I want to know your goals. Zabuza saved me from death and violence when I was little. He taught me everything I know and developed my abilities. I am grateful to him and will do whatever he orders. He replaced my father. And now we are just mercenaries and our goal is the bridge builder. So nothing personal blonde. From the outside, Sasuke tried to break the ice with fire techniques but everything was in vain. Zabuza was luring Kakashi into the water. Suddenly, the swordsman put away his blade and began to fold seals wave attack. Waves several meters high began to approach Kakashi. At first, he avoided them. Then he began to cut the water with his blade. Fatigue and the expense of the Sharingan were already making themselves felt. The fight had been going on for 20 minutes already and Hatake was pretty exhausted. In addition, he was not in his element and the swordsman's huge number of water techniques had weakened him considerably. I'm tired of this ice. Naruto threw a kunai at Haku and began to form a seal. Element of Earth. Dance of the Peaks. Sharp peaks began to appear from the ground, breaking the ice floor, rising up and crushing the walls. The ice fortress fell, but while Naruto was doing the technique, several Senbon hit him in the shoulder, blocking the chakra channels. He retreated a little, leaving Haku to the Uchiha, who, having activated the 2-volume Sharingan, began to simply humiliate Haku in taijutsu. Zabuza meanwhile lured Hatake into the water and continued the fight in taijutsu. It was not easy for him either, there was little chakra left and he saw how Haku was losing. It opened. Kakashi thought and clutched the kunai and hit the missing nin in the chest, his hand passing right through. It was a water clone. The water tightly wrapped around Kakashi's hand, not allowing him to retreat. Got you. Water prison. Kakashi was caught. The water dome blocked his oxygen supply and water spikes pierced his shoulders, preventing him from moving. Zabuza made a seal with one hand and the clone ran at Naruto, while he stayed behind to hold off the copycat. Sasuke meanwhile attacked with many fire techniques that burned everything around. Haku parried with ice, retreating to a distance so as not to take the fight in taijutsu. Ice element mirror prison. Now Uchiha was also caught in the technique. An ice prison of mirrors. Haku's reflection was everywhere. He threw kunai and shurikens that had no effect and in response received ice needles and senbons that he tried to parry. Meanwhile, Naruto fought with the clone of the renegade and, due to his speed, even held on well, pinning him down a little. From the icy prison came the cry of the Uchiha and the technique fell asleep. Sasuke was on his knees, his entire body pierced by needles, all chakra flows blocked. I told Kakashi, they can't handle it. Zabuza smirked. Can't handle it? Naruto roared in rage. It's all just begun, bitch. Kurama, I need help. Naruto's chakra changed, his speed and strength increased. The blonde rushed at the clone and suddenly found himself behind him. 2 blows and he disappeared. Naruto, in turn, found himself behind Sakura's back. Ready. He growled and, seeing an affirmative nod, took a kunai out of his pouch. Haku couldn't understand what was going on. Did he want to throw kunai? And why did he hide behind that girl? The blonde had changed. Wild eyes with vertical pupils. Saliva dripping down his chin and a huge amount of terrible chakra. In an instant, the kunai flew towards Zabuza, the sword was behind his back and he caught it with his free hand, grinning. And this is all, baby. You are ridiculous and pathetic. You are a disgrace to your parents. What are you talking about, bitch? Naruto was furious. I am my father's son and now you will understand everything. Having made one seal, and the renegade suddenly found himself in front of Sakura, on whose shoulder Naruto's hand was already lying. Get it, scum. A girl's voice echoed across the clearing and a hand, still quite fragile but imbued with two types of chakra, struck the renegade's chest. Having flown about 15 meters and crashed into a tree, the Nukenin fell. Now it's you. Naruto looked at Haku and threw a kunai towards her. Haku didn't understand what he was doing because the kunai was flying past 10 centimeters from the girl's face. The kunai barely flew past her. Naruto was nearby holding it in his hands. Die, he whispered and hit the brunette in the throat with a kunai. Blood splattered in all directions. Haku stood there, unable to move, standing behind the powerful back of one of the mist swordsmen. Because of the difference in height, the kunai pierced his right shoulder, but the apostate could no longer stand on his feet. Naruto, calm down. It was Kurama's voice. Enough. Sasuke needs help. Naruto stepped back and looked at the scene around him. A pile of iron. The scorched earth was covered in blood. And Sakura was already healing the Uchiha. Zabuza Momochi was kneeling in front of the blonde and, out of sheer willpower so as not to lose consciousness, looked at him. Haku couldn't even move. That was the Konoha yellow lightning technique, right? The apostate asked. How do you know her, kid? Kakashi came up from behind and stood next to Naruto. Yes, you're right. This is the flying thunder god technique. It was used by Minato Namikaze. My father. A hint of understanding appeared in the apostate's eyes. So you're his son. Well, now it's all clear. It's clear why you were able to do all this. You're as brilliant as he is. When we met on the battlefield. Remember that day, Kakashi? I wasn't a renegade yet. In a few seconds, he almost killed me, but he took pity on me and gave me life. For a long time, I couldn't understand who you were like, kid, but now I clearly see his features in you. Consider us surrendering. I don't see the point in continuing this fight any longer. I don't want Haku to die. After these words, the renegade fell to the ground and barely breathed. He was at the limit of his abilities and was holding on by sheer willpower so as not to lose consciousness. You can finish me off, Minato's son. But please don't kill Haku. She's all I have. I'm willing to trade my sword and my life for mercy for her. By that time, the Uchiha's blood had stopped flowing due to the cold that Haku had enveloped his body. Sakura treated him and his breathing returned to normal. Enemies became almost friends. I knew you wouldn't succeed, mercenary. A squeaky voice echoed over the bridge. Everyone turned towards it. And you called yourself a demon but lost to the kids. It's good that you wore them out. Now I'll kill everyone and won't even have to pay you. At the other end of the bridge stood Gato. Small in stature, with curly hair. In dark glasses and a smart suit. In his hands was a cane with the head of a bizarre animal on the handle. Gato continued. Demons, demons. Everyone calls themselves demons and then loses. Scum. He threw a stone at the barely alive Zabuza, who was deftly intercepted by Naruto. It's you, Gato. You want to see the demon? Then look at it. Feel it. Naruto slowly walked towards the bandits. Now you will find out, bitch, who is truly a demon, Kurama. Double chakra technique. An aura spread over the bridge. Extreme malice. Bloodlust that was tens of times stronger than Zabuza's. Hatred. Contempt. Anger. Naruto released a colossal amount of chakra. Gato fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the Kyuubi's chakra. Blood came out of his nose, ears and eyes. He began to cough it up. He couldn't even cry. Pain pierced his entire body, combined with wild fear. Goto fell unconscious. His heart was torn apart by fear. A rotting silence hung over the bridge. Naruto fell to his knees. Gato's thugs wanted to kill him. The blonde couldn't even move. A fight lasting several hours was critical for him. Stop, creatures. Sakura appeared in front of the blonde and, picking him up like a feather, found herself on her side of the bridge. All the shinobi were exhausted and the bandits ran at them, preparing deadly weapons. Tazuna, forgive me. Sakura screamed and hit the bridge with all her might, which collapsed into the abyss at the same second, dragging a crowd of criminals along with it. Commentary on Chapter 10, Part 2. The Battle. Dear readers, your feedback is important to me. Chapter 11. Kakashi's Memories. After resting for several days, the team of Genin and the mentor set off on their return journey. The farewell was warm. Zabuza promised to oversee the construction of the bridge, although no one was supposed to interfere with Tazuna after Gato's death. And in general, the swordsman decided to stay in the village. After all, it had no protector left after the death of Tazuna's son. And one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist was clearly more serious than a simple chunin. However, Momochi changed after the defeat. Naruto made a special impression on him and the power that was contained in this child simply amazed him. The bridge, as in canon, was called the Great Naruto Bridge. When they were already at the exit from the village, a boy with a kunai in his hands blocked their way. Naruto immediately recognized both the kunai and the child. It was the bridge builder's grandson with the Thunder God's kunai that Naruto had been unable to find after the battle, and he had no particular desire to move to the mark. Hey, this is my kunai. How did you get it? I picked him up near the tree that the renegade crashed into. Were you there? Kakashi asked. Yes, I ran away from home that day. I saw everything. Naruto, forgive me, I was wrong then. I saw how you sacrificed yourself, how your friend and sensei almost died for the sake of complete strangers. I realized that you were protecting us. All the residents and even me who insulted you. Although you could have just left. Oh, don't talk nonsense, Goldfinch. We couldn't leave. We are heroes. It's our duty. By the way, you can keep the kunai, maybe it will come in handy. Naruto ruffled the boy's hair and on a pleasant note they set off on their way. I will become a hero. Like you, Naruto Uzumaki. We will meet again. Definitely. The child whispered under his breath and went to meet Zabuza, whom he wanted to ask for training. The return journey by tire to her village took significantly less time because Sakura learned to pour chakra into her legs and could now move through the trees at high speed along with everyone else. When they crossed the border between countries, Naruto asked Kakashi-senpai, on the bridge when everything ended, Zabuza asked, do you remember the day he fought with my father? Sakura looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, who is your father? You never told me about him. I think Sasuke and Kakashi know who he is and it turns out I'm the only one who doesn't know. Naruto's father. Hitaki entered the dialogue. Was Sakura, the 4th Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Sakura's eyes slowly crawled up her forehead and she choked on her water. Why didn't anyone know about this? Everyone treated him like an orphan with no family, but it turns out his father was a war hero and the one who saved the village many years ago. Haruna asked a reasonable question. As you noted, his father was a war hero. He was known and feared by the entire shinobi world, from the weakest genin to the strongest junin. In the villages, elders ordered their shinobi to flee. If they suddenly encountered Konoha's yellow lightning. If they could, of course. When he was dying, he himself asked to give his son his mother's surname. The surname of the vanished Uzumaki clan. After all, his enemies could kill Naruto if they found out whose son he was. I was there myself and heard these words and it was I who carried the still very small, barely born Naruto to the third's house during that attack. I was your father's student. The last student of whom remained alive. Silence hung over the clearing. And regarding that fight when we encountered Momochi. We had a joint mission with Might Guy's team. We got into a trap and Minato accepted the fight. The first one was just a very young, slightly older than me Zabuza. We did not have time to understand how, but Sensen neutralized him. But the problem was different. There was not only Zabuza, but all 7. The best generation of mist swordsmen. There were legends that 7 of them could capture the country and we understood that the fight would not be easy. In addition, we had already fought with the mist Anbu and were pretty exhausted. Rin and Guy and Obito were wounded. Minato wanted to retreat. He could have left taking me and Obito, but his conscience would not allow it and he decided to accept the fight in which it was already unknown who would survive, because reinforcements arrived for the swordsmen. At that moment, I said goodbye to life, deciding to accept the last battle and take with me as many shinobi as I could. Suddenly, Guy's father appeared in the clearing. The eternal genin might die. Everyone in Konoha laughed at him. But no one knew his true strength. Since birth, Dai could not wield chakra, but he mastered taijutsu to perfection. He mastered the forbidden technique that does not require chakra, the 8 inner gates. He gave us a chance to escape by taking all the enemies on ourselves. He opened the forbidden inner gate, the gate of death. That day, my friend Guy lost his father, but found the meaning of life, to continue his work. That day I saw for the first time a real hero who, for the sake of his son, for the sake of his friend and the village, gave his life in an unequal fight. He killed 6 of the 7 swordsmen. But he himself could no longer return to his son. At about the same age as Guy, we became orphans and chose the path of the shinobi. To protect what is dear to us. At any cost. Even at the cost of our own lives. Hitaki stood up and brushed himself off. It's time for us to move out. I think we'll make it home before dark. Chapter 12. I will become Hokage. In the last rays of the setting sun, 4 people appeared on the horizon. They slowly approached the gates of the village hidden in the leaves. 2 guards stood up, and when the 4 were already a few meters away, one of them said, "Hello, Kakashi-senpai. How are you? You're a bit late." The Hokage is starting to get worried. "Oh, hi Izuna," greeted the Junin Kakashi. The mission turned out to be a little more difficult than we imagined, but let's not do it now. We still need to get to Hiruzen with a report. They parted ways and team number 7 went to the residence. Standing in front of the Hokage's desk, Hitaki gave his report. And thus we defeated Momochi and his assistant. All of Gato's henchmen were destroyed with Sakura's help. Tazuna remained unharmed. I consider the mission accomplished. Wow guys. Hiruzen took a drag on his pipe and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. The first mission and such a result, well, you deserve a day off. I'll order that you get extra payment for the difficulty. You'll pick up the money in the accounting department tomorrow morning. The old man had barely finished speaking when the door opened noisily and a boy of about 6 flew into the office like a small hurricane. He had a fancy cap on his head and a blue scarf was wrapped around his neck, which he tripped over with enviable regularity. He was dressed in gray overalls. Grandpa, you promised to show me the equipment today. I'm waiting for you and you're still working. The boy started chattering. Fuck, what an ignoramus. Naruto thought and stared at the boy. Hey little one, haven't they taught you that you can't interrupt your elders? Naruto shouted and stood in a strange pose and pointed his finger at him. Who's the little one? Me. I'll give you a good beating right now. The boy shouted and rushed at Naruto, but tripped over the scarf and spread out on the floor. Me. Oh, you made me laugh. My stomach's going to burst. You could barely kill a fly. Naruto burst into loud laughter throughout the entire office. The boy jumped to his feet. Yes, I am Sarutobi Konohamaru. Remember my name. I will become Hokage no matter what and I will beat you up. By the way, what is your name? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. And if it comes down to it, I'll become Hokage before you. You'll never be able to defeat me. Naruto shouted. From now on, you are my main rival. Konohamaru shouted and burst into childish laughter. And don't even think about dying on a mission until you fight me. Enough. Hiruzen intervened in the dialogue. And by the way Naruto, you were the same, always interrupting me and preventing me from working. The old man said with a grin and everyone around laughed. Hokage, when did you come up with this joke, Naru? You were driven by revenge and nothing else. Sasuke and Naruto sat on the Hokage mountain and munched on sandwiches. You know Sasuke, after talking to Zabuza and Kakashi I learned that the world is mired in wars that never end. They all continue to go on, people are dying. Despite the fact that the world does not stand still, there are few heroes in the world. True ones, in whom people believe. Then I met Konohamaru. I saw pride in his grandfather in his eyes, and with what words he, Sasuke, spoke about the title of Hokage. His grandfather, the old man, is the third true hero for him. The one who will stop all wars and protect him from any evil. At that moment, I realized that I will do everything to stop the wars. And first, I need to become the strongest and most respected in my village, the one who children will want to look up to and who adults will follow. From now on and forever this is my ninja path. And the man in the mask, I will kill him and this will be the first step to bringing, as stupid as it may sound, the world to peace. Naruto finished and began to finish his sandwich. Sasuke wanted to ask something else, but he left the question in his head and followed his friend's example. Commentary on Chapter 12. I will become Hokage. Dear readers, please tell me what you are missing. File, love or just dialogues. Philosophy or some thoughts. I will try to make it so that you like it. Chapter 13. Guests. Naruto, don't you think that you've started swearing a lot? Haruna stared at her teammate. It had been 2 days since they had returned from the Land of Waves and were now heading towards the Hokage's residence on their mentor's orders. Well, what can you do, Sakura? I'm on the same team as you, and there's no other way. Sasuke smiled and Naru had to dodge Sakura's jab. The 3 genin were a couple of blocks away from the residence when a strange picture opened up before their eyes. The guy with the Sand Village projector, dressed in a completely black jumpsuit, held Konohamaru by the collar. You little brat, I'm going to send you to the next world now so that you learn how to look around and not count crows. The sandboy wanted to hit the third grandson, but he was interrupted by a voice. What are you picking on the kid for, big guy? Find rivals to match your own. Like me, for example. I'll put you in your place in no time. Head down. Having said this, Naruto moved towards them. Konohamaru twisted and got out of Sandman's hands and hid behind Sakura. Kankuro, calm down. In a strange village, behave like a guest. And don't touch the scum that stands in front of you. The quiet voice of the guy who said this made both the Sandman and Sakura tremble. And who are you? And who did you call scum? Come on, repeat it. You can still talk. Naruto took out a kunai from his pouch. Kankuro was surprised, because he had seen such kunai in textbooks, but he didn't remember what they were for. What are you staring at, red-haired one? I'm talking to you, Naruto repeated and took a step back from Kankuro. I, Gaara of the Sand. Die. At that very moment, sand spikes flew at Naruto, ready to tear his body apart. Gaara smirked and jumped down to the ground from the tree he was standing on upside down. When Naruto was a few centimeters away, two things happened. Kankuro remembered what these kunai were. Individual kunai of the fourth Hokage, the legend of the leaf. Yellow lightning, and secondly, Naruto threw a kunai at Gaara. More precisely, next to him, and before the sand touched his body, he disappeared and appeared next to Sandy, grabbing him by the throat. You're a piece of shit and not a guest of the village. Tell me what the hell you want here, or I'll definitely gut you right in the middle of the street. Gaara wheezed something and released a large amount of chakra. The chakra of the one-tailed one. Oh, so you're a Jinchuriki too. Naruto smirked and added without releasing his hand. Continuing to strangle Gaara. Look how it should be. The aura around the blonde thickened, the ground beneath his feet broke from the chakra that came out of his body, the stones in a radius of several meters began to tremble and rise into the air, and Kankuro, clutching his head, fell to his knees. 3, 2, 1. Naruto unclenched his hand. So you're Shukaku's Jinchuriki. That's what we should have started with. Whose? I didn't understand. Gaara looked at Naruto. Well, that tailed one that sits inside you. The one-tailed raccoon named Shukaku. I take it you're not familiar with him, but you're just forcibly using his power. That's not right. Tailed ones aren't toys or killing machines. They're like people, only bigger and stronger. Naruto finished. Everyone looked at him with incomprehension. Especially Gaara, and the Kyuubi smiled in his subconscious. I raised a good kid, Minato. Kushina. He is a worthy heir. Sasuke stood with his Sharingan already activated. He was ready for battle. He knew perfectly well that his friend had everything under control, but he still did not deactivate the dojutsu. Naruto walked up to his friends and turned to the sand boys. You should thank me, Kankuro. After all, the kid you wanted to kill is inside the third Hokage. Because of your stupidity, an international conflict could have flared up. And you, Gaara, try to make friends with your exchange. The fox says he is as stupid and hot-tempered as you. I hope this is not our last meeting. Let's go. It has become too boring here. And team number 7 with Konohamaru moved to the Hokage's residence. Chapter 14. The Surprise. It's the first time I've ever arrived to a meeting with someone on time. And you managed to be half an hour late. Kakashi was angry. He was pacing the roof of the residence from side to side and throwing nervous glances at the students. Why did they gather us at all? The Uchiha spoke up. By the way, yes. We were planning to go for a walk with Sasuke, sensei, but instead we're sitting here with you. Sakura supported her love, but she was dissatisfied. Wow, what have you become? Hatake was indignant. You've been a coach for several months and you're getting more and more impudent every day. Naruto can't even say a sentence without swearing. And what about me right away? It's all Kurama. If you heard Kakashi-senpai how he curses during training, your ears would fall off. And I can't be with him less because he's kind of here. Naruto tapped his head with his middle finger. Kakashi waved his hand and continued. Now to the point. The Chunin exam starts tomorrow. I have recommended all of you without exception. The three froze. It seemed as if you could hear the gears working in Naruto's head. Sasuke just smiled and Haruna squeezed his hand so hard that he squeaked. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the academy. Try not to be late. Kaden and Kakashi disappeared into the Shunshin from their sight. Everyone went about their business. More precisely, Naruto went to Shikamaru, and Sasuke and Sakura went for a walk. Walking down the block, Naruto thought about his own revenge, father, wars, the masked man, the title of Hokage, Konohamaru. Everything was mixed up in his head. A powerful embrace brought him out of his thoughts. He shuddered and did not understand what had happened. He was torn from the ground and pressed to himself and lifted up. Here he is, dear ladies. I told you so. I was just looking for my nephew. He is so inattentive, absent-minded with me. And you thought something nasty. How could you even think that I am one of the legendary 3 Sanins? The toad sage from Mount Maiboku. The great hermit Jiraiya. I will be spying on you. What a strange stupidity. I was just looking for my nephew. Listen, old man. Now let me go before I make another hole in your body with my kunai. Naruto was indignant, trying to break free. And you were looking for a guy in a women's bathhouse? Old pervert. From all sides, the voices of enraged girls running out of the baths in towels could be heard. Yes, it's that Jiraiya. The author of the books Come Come Paradise and Flirting Tactics, he's definitely looking. A girl's scream flew over the crowd, accompanied by squeals, and a crowd of half-naked, furious girls rushed towards the old man and Naruto. Jiraiya threw Naruto and screamed. Run, kid, run. They think you're with me. Naruto didn't take his words seriously and watched him go with a smirk. Until a basin flew at his head. Oh my gosh. Naruto turned around in anger, but seeing a crowd of angry girls with heavy and hot objects, he remembered what Sakura did to enemies and decided to follow this guy's example. The chase did not last long. The girls fell behind and Naruto caught up with the old man. Listen, you old cunt. What the fuck was that? Why did you set me up like that? My head will hurt for a week now. Naruto rushed at the old man with a kunai in a fighting position. One stroke of air, a second, a third. It was all in vain. It seemed the old man could see right through him. Well then, let's do it differently. Naruto began to fold the seal's wind. He didn't have time to finish. Jiraiya was there in an instant and pressed his hand to his mouth. Strong technique, kid, but if you finish, with half my hand the explosion will destroy a good half of your face. Naruto froze. Then he slowly exhaled through clenched teeth. And blinked in a sign of resignation and truce. Jiraiya retreated. Powerful technique. How do you know it, boy? It was obvious that the old man was surprised. I learned it. Where? This is a unique technique. Few people know about it. It's stupid that you decided to use it in such a frivolous fight. Apparently, it was hit pretty hard by a basin. I learned it from my father's scrolls. The rest doesn't bother you, old man. Naruto was about to leave. So you're Naruto. How long have I waited for our meeting? Naruto stopped abruptly and turned around. The old man leaned against the tree and looked closely at the blonde. How do you know my name? Uzumaki asked the obvious question. You seem to have heard my introduction. But you don't know who I am. Well, no wonder, the elders forbade you to know everything. And I was forbidden to come to the village for 12 years. Otherwise, I would have ended up before the tribunal. Naruto listened attentively. The fox didn't tell him that someone was forbidden to come to the village. A new secret. How much more can this be? You said that you learned it from your father's scrolls. Do you know who he is? Tell me his name. Naru tensed up. He didn't feel any hostility from the old man. Quite the opposite. The moment he said his name, some warmth wafted through him. Something pleasant and kind. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. The old man slid down the trunk of the tree and sat on his butt. As you know, my name is Jiraiya. Jiraiya Namikaze. I am your father's uncle and teacher. I am your grandfather, Naruto. GGG. The blonde's voice was cold. But one could feel the childish resentment. Listen, I was forbidden to come to Konoha. The elders were against you knowing me until you turn 13. And the day after tomorrow, as you remember, is October 10th. Your 13th birthday. I missed so much. But I couldn't miss this day. Naruto approached the old man sitting on the grass. He sat down next to him and buried his face in his shoulder. Tears were pouring down from the eyes of the young Uzumaki. Tears of joy. This was the first person he had met who was close to him. And he had many questions that he wanted to get answers to. Chapter 15. Naruto and Jiraiya sat at Ichiraku Ramen until midnight. The conversation was one-sided. Naruto was asking. Jiraiya answered. Naruto told about Zabuza and the Sannin was extremely surprised. There were many memories from the old man. There are many stories about Minato and Kushina. How they met. How they fell in love. Minato's parents died on a mission when the boy was 5 years old and Jiraiya took over his ninja. They traveled a lot. Minato was an exceptional genius. Such shinobi are born once in a generation. Sannin told how Minato and Kushina were happy when they found out that they would have a child. How they loved the unborn Naruto. Uzumaki also learned that Jiraiya himself gave him his name, or rather Naruto was the name of the main character of his very first book. At about 1 o'clock in the morning they returned home and went to bed. Tomorrow was a difficult day. Exam. Uzumaki woke up in a good mood, which was rare. Jiraiya was no longer there, but there was a fresh breakfast on the table. After eating, the blonde went to the academy. At the entrance he met Sakura and Sasuke. Naru, you're just radiating joy. What happened? The brunette asked. Everything later. Let's go so as not to be late. On the second floor of the academy there were 2 Chunin-ranked shinobi who wouldn't let anyone through. In front of them stood Guy's team, Lee, Neji, 10-10. They were arguing about something. Neji wanted to go further but they wouldn't let him. We are your first stage. Pass and consider yourself almost done. But you will not pass. At least one will pass and we will let everyone in. Naruto pulled out a Thunder God kunai from his pouch and threw it at the Chunin. He was taken aback by the surprise, but seeing the kunai flying past, he grinned. Club-faced loser. Watch your language, you scum. Naruto's voice behind the shinobi made him squeal and jump, causing a storm of laughter from everyone present. An answer for your words, I passed. Let everyone. Sasuke stood and forced a satisfied smile. Still, I'm lucky with my best friend, he thought, and hugging Sakura, from which sometimes she almost fainted, moved towards the blonde. Everything was as in canon. Kabuto, Marina Ibaka, and the 10th question. If you refuse to answer it, you can leave and try again next year. But if you stay and fail the question, that's it. You'll never get rid of the genin title. Naruto looked around. The audience was a bit noisy, many were afraid to take the question. There, Ino, is shaking all over. Kiba, is looking around nervously. There is Hinata, the most beautiful girl of his graduating class, as he thought. And she is also shaking all over. Naruto looked around at everyone. In the months that he had not seen his friends, no one had really changed. That's enough already. Naruto couldn't take it anymore. Give me your question and let's finish. I still have a lot of things to do, I don't want to hang around here all night and what are we, complete idiots or something? And anyway, what difference does it make? Nothing depends on one question. One question won't stop me from becoming Hokage, no matter how difficult it is. Ibiki smiled at the blonde's reaction. The audience perked up and their spirits rose. But still, several teams left early. Ibiki explained the essence of the exam, saying that everyone passed because the 10th question was nothing more than a test of endurance. At that moment, the window in the auditorium broke and a girl flew in very effectively. She was wearing a gray raincoat with a t-shirt and shorts under a miniskirt. Most of the guys' jaws dropped to the floor and Shino's nose started bleeding. She was a very effective girl with a bun of blue hair and all tight-fitting clothes. I'm Mitarashi Anko and I'm your examiner for the second stage. Get ready, it's going to be so hard. The girl said and licked her lips so that Shino completely lost consciousness and Naruto thought that he had fallen in love. Only Shikamaru didn't care. He was completely asleep. Tomorrow, everyone at the 12th training ground. More precisely, the Forest of Death. Prepare for the worst. And the 2 examiners disappeared into the Shunshin. Chapter 16. Uzumaki. Exactly at 10 in the morning Anka announced the start of the second stage. The task is as in canon. Bring 2 different scrolls, considering that there is one random one per team. It's simple. We find the scroll, we take it and go to the tower. Naru stated. In principle, no one argued. Having signed papers stating that no one was responsible for what happened during the exam, everyone went to the start. At 10:30, the gates opened from 6 different sides and led in 13 teams. The teams were 2 from Hidden Cloud, 2 from Hidden Mist, 4 of Konohi, 2 from Hidden Stone, 2 from the Village of Sound, 1 from Sand. The exam has begun. As Naruto planned, to meet, to take, only everything went a little differently. And in the first few hours they met only Shikamaru's team. After talking for a while they went their separate ways. Naruto finally asked his friends to be careful. Going deeper into the forest, Team 7 encountered an interesting sight on the way. Their old sand friends were making a massacre of Team Sound. Gaara was about to finish off the red-haired girl when Naruto's scream interrupted him. You again, grain of sand. And again you offend those who are weaker than you. It makes no difference, they are all enemies. And they will die anyway. Blonde. Naruto took out a kunai. Let her go. If the scroll suits you, take it and leave. Don't give the girl 3, otherwise you'll get it. You can't tell me what to do. And she's an enemy. Despite the fact that Sand and Sound were in an alliance, as in canon, Gaara was greedy for murder and he simply did not care about such an alliance. The sand suddenly let go of the girl. So be it, Uzumaki. I give in. But if this happens again, I'll kill everyone, including you. You're taking on too much again, Gaara. Don't. Naruto looked menacingly at the sand one, and at that moment it disintegrated, turned into dust and disappeared with a gust of wind. Naruto approached the girl and offered her his hand. What is your name? I. The girl didn't understand what was happening, she was shivering and you could see how scared she was. She handed the blonde a scroll of heaven. TT, take it. The scroll fell to the ground and the girl covered herself with her hands and began to cry, expecting death. Naruto came up and sat down next to her, hugged the girl, letting her know that she was not in any danger, and began to stroke her hair, calming her down. Sasuke found a clearing not far away and made a fire there to make tea. War is war, as they say, but lunch is on schedule. And it wouldn't hurt to calm the red-haired one down. As soon as she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the serious face of a boy of about 12 to 14 years old with bright blue eyes and chestnut-colored hair. Naruto, we saved you. You have nothing to fear. What is your name? My name is Uzumaki Karen. I am from the Sound Village. Thank you, Uzumaki, you say. The blonde said and looked at her. Then I should also introduce myself fully. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Silence hung over the clearing, but no one broke it, because in this silence one could hear the sliding of something large across the grass. A hissing sound was heard and a snake of gigantic size crawled out from behind the trees into the clearing. Commentary on Chapter 16, Uzumaki. Guys, the next chapter will be very interesting. A fierce fight over which I will sweat like hell. I expect feedback from all readers. Chapter 17, Sannin. Having made a full circle around the edge of the clearing, like a victory lap of honor, she stopped near the passage between two trees. So that the tip of her tail was at her head. She surrounded the genin without a chance to retreat. The red-haired girl felt fear again and began to lose consciousness. Sasuke stood in front of Sakura, pushing her towards the trees. Naruto arrived in complete shock and thought. What is this, Sasuke? Haruna asked with a voice trembling with fear. This is someone's call. You can feel the chakra in it and its size is simply amazing. I've read about such animals. But which of the participants could have called it? The brunette answered. Naruto, how are you? He asked in turn. Me. I'm just in shock, guys. What's going on here? First this sand maniac, now this beast. What next? Will the cages come out to fight against us? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl landed softly on the snake's head. Sharp features. A dark yellow kimono tied with a thick rope. Underneath, a tracksuit was clearly visible. Her forehead was covered by a sound protector. How do you like my girlfriend? She inspires fear, doesn't she? The girl spoke in a hissing voice, licking her lips with a tongue that resembled a snake's tongue. An aura of horror emanated from her. A thirst for blood that exceeded the thirst of Zabuza and Gaara combined. Naruto stood and did not understand what was happening. Sasuke fell into a stupor. Sakura froze and could not move. What obedient children. The snake began to move towards the center of the clearing. The girl began to take slow steps on its head. And easily, without experiencing the slightest burden, she jumped to the ground a couple of meters from Naruto. So, Konoha Genins. Just in time. I was just waiting for you. We're finished if this continues. We need to think of something, but what if I can't even move from fear? Naruto tried to come up with a plan. Death was close. She stood at arm's length and smiled. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a familiar, rough voice was heard. I don't like to be in debt, kid. And the girl was cut in half by a huge sword. Decapitator. Are you just going to stand there, little one? Zabuza bowed his head and looked at Naruto with one eye closed. The snake rushed towards them, but its body began to be covered with an icy crust. Haku stood behind Sakura and with his hand outstretched he controlled the ice. Die. Haku squeezed her hand and spikes burst out from the ice crust, piercing the snake's body in several places. What people? Zabuza Momochi himself. What brings you to our region? A hissing voice was heard. Orochimaru. Old friend. Not happy to see you, so I'll gladly dismember your body and send your soul to the next world. Ha, your minions didn't succeed. I'll note that you've never succeeded either. Why are you so confident now? You will find out soon. Naruto came out of his stupor. Swordsman, what are you doing here? It's a long story. I'll explain later. A man who looked to be about 25 to 30 years old emerged from behind the tree trunks, wearing the same clothes as the girl before. Who is this, Zabuza? Naruto asked. It's strange that you don't know. This is Orochimaru, and I have no idea what he wants here. It's unlikely that he's going to take the exam. You need to go, Naruto. Take your friends and go, we'll cover you. He's got something else in mind. I won't back down. He wants something from us and he won't leave us alone. Naruto stood next to Zabuza and pulled out a normal kunai. He decided to save the Thunder God technique for a better moment. Sakura, take Karen and retreat, Haku will cover you. Sasuke, let's check what we've learned over all these years. Yeah, Uchiha has already come out of his stupor and joined his friend, activating the 2-volume Sharingan. Uchiha, Uzumaki, and the Demon of the Hidden Mist. You have gathered an interesting company. Let's see what you can. Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye how the girls retreated into the thicket of the forest and prepared for battle. Hiding in the fog technique. The swordsman folded his seals and a thick fog descended on the clearing. He knew that Naruto was a censor and Sasuke had a Sharingan, and he himself was a master of this type of combat. It won't help. Writhing like a snake, Orochimaru appeared in front of him and rising from the ground with a blow to the jaw, sending the swordsman flying. Wind element, defense breakthrough. Orochi waved his arms and a gust of wind dispersed the fog. At that moment, he saw a dozen kunai thrown at him by the genin. Having dodged each of them, the snake rushed towards them and began a fight in taijutsu. Naruto's speed plus Sasuke's Sharingan were completely inferior to the experience of one of the 3 Sannin. He humiliated them as best he could without even straining himself. Blow after blow, to the legs, arms and head in a chaotic order but with jewelry precision. Each swing of the Sannin reached its target. With a powerful kick to the chest, he sent Sasuke flying behind the trees, but he managed to repeat Naruto's move. Having created a clone, he used it as a fulcrum and poured chakra into his legs and flew even higher, making hand seals in flight. Watch out Naruto. Fire release, big fireball. A ball several meters in diameter burst out of his mouth and flew towards the clearing. Wind technique. Back kick. Orochimaru turned towards the ball and kicked Naruto in the head, made several seals, put his hands forward and released the wind element, returning the fire technique to its user. Zabuza threw his sword at Sasuke, who grabbed the blade's guard and changed its trajectory, landing on a tree trunk. Naruto had been holding back the Sannin's blows the entire time, direct hits painfully reflected on his body. How can you push us all? Who are you anyway? The blonde screamed as he received another blow to the stomach. And what do they teach you in Konoha? I am Orochimaru, the snake scientist from Mount Ryachido. One of the 3 Sannin and the student of the 3rd Hokage, little Uzumaki. Then you can call me Namikaze. Since you are one of the 3 Sannin, this surname is closer to you. The blonde answered and took out a few more kunai. We attack him from 3 sides. Sasuke screamed and, having soaked his kunai with lightning, rushed at the Sannin. 3 shinobi ran at one, who stood motionless in the center of the clearing. They changed places, crossing each other's lines to confuse and attack from an unexpected side, each intended to deliver one blow. Zabuza was the closest and with a chopping motion from top to bottom delivered a crushing blow. The 3 stopped. Orochimaru stood in the same place and held the decapitator between his clasped palms. The ground beneath his feet cracked, but he himself did not move even a centimeter. Sharply moving the position of his palms, he moved the sword to a horizontal position and, jumping with both feet, struck the demon of the mist in the chest. He himself jumped several meters up and, folding the seals, said element of earth. Burial. The ground under his feet softened and the shinobi's feet began to sink into the swamp. Naruto took out a chain and threw one end onto a tree, climbed out and handed it to Sasuke. He repeated. Zabuza was already on the ground. We need to finish. The swordsman said and put the blade behind his back. Making hand seals, he jumped up. Water element. Wave squall. Water element. Rupture waves. Water element. Death flow. His hands instantly formed seals. A gigantic amount of water flooded a good part of the forest and spread out. Orochimaru stood in a clearing. The water had hurt him. His clothes were torn and blood was oozing from his many wounds. So you are Jiraiya's grandson and Minato's son. Then I understand why your face seemed familiar to me. How is my old friend? Have you met him yet? Young Jinchuriki. The snake smiled and licked his lips. Suddenly a kunai was stuck at his feet. Element of lightning. Conductor. Sasuke made seals and sparks of lightning flew from the kunai to the sides. Strengthened by water, they caused significant damage to the Sannin and he fell to one knee. Shortness of breath appeared. The genins were also pretty exhausted and Zabuza had also been on a long journey. Okay, I'll let you finish. Sannin stood up and straightened the torn sleeve of his kimono. Don't worry, we'll finish. Naruto took out the Thunder God's kunai and threw it near the Sannin. In the same instant, He was there, intercepting the kunai to attack. Kid, I taught Minato this technique. But I'm surprised that you mastered it at such a young age. General, just like his father. Orochimaru stood and clutched Naruto's throat in his hands. Everyone was in complete shock. Sasuke rushed to help his friend but was also grabbed by the extended arm. Zabuza looked at this with incomprehension. To go all the way to lose. He stuck his sword into the ground and began making seals. Don't rush, swordsman, I'm leaving now. There will be an Anbu squad here soon and I don't want to see them. But before I leave, here is my parting gift to you. Sanin's neck stretched out towards Sasuke and he bit him. This is young Uchiha, and after what he did he threw the boy at the swordsman. He had to stop making seals to catch him. Sasuke screamed in pain. Naruto's eyes changed color and he screamed in an inhuman voice. Then Orochi bit him too. Calm down, there's something for you too. This is for you. And he bit Naru on the shoulder. Say hello to my old friend. He unclenched his hand and an exhausted Naruto fell to the ground with a scream. Sanin dissolved into Shunshin and Konoha Anbu burst into the clearing. Commentary on Chapter 17, Sanin. Dear friends, I sweated a lot over this part and I expect maximum feedback. Do everything in your power and the next parts will be even more epic. Chapter 18, The Death of the Sound Team. The Anbu wearing a wolf mask looked around. Wow guys, you had fun here. Seeing Zabuza, he assumed a combat position and the squad surrounded the swordsman. No need to jump to conclusions, they weren't fighting me. I was helping them. Tell your tale somewhere else, apostate. Take him. The ring of Anbu began to close in. Naruto was barely conscious. Sasuke was unconscious at the swordsman's feet. Wait. 3 girls ran out into the clearing. The swordsman does not lie. He protected us. The enemy escaped. We have 2 scrolls and we can continue the exam. Zabuza will go to the Hokage with you in the meantime. The pink-haired girl stood over Sasuke's body and said all this to the Leaf Anbu. Okay, we'll see him off. Yes, but I will go to the Hokage myself and Haku with me. They set off and Sakura and Karen dragged the boys into a nearby cave and lit a fire. The evening was getting darker and in order not to be caught off guard, Sakura set up several dozen traps all around the area. The night passed peacefully. By morning Sasuke woke up and asked for a drink. Sakura was not sleeping, she held his head on her lap and immediately handed him a flask. Naruto did not come to his senses. How's the neck? Sakura pointed to the bite. It hurts. But it's bearable. At first I lost consciousness from the pain. But it's better already. Uchiha was sitting by the fire and drinking tea. Sakura was sitting next to him. Karen was next to Naruto, not taking her eyes off him. Explosion. Sasuke jumped to his feet. What is this? One of the traps on the north side. Someone is approaching, said Karen, and seeing the bewilderment in the eyes of her new comrades, she added, I'm a censor. Sasuke and Sakura left. Uzumaki stayed with Naruto. At the edge of the forest in front of the entrance to the cave stood 3 sound ninjas. Again the sound. How much more can you do? Sasuke stood in a stance with a kunai at the ready. His head was still spinning and his legs were barely holding him up, but he couldn't give up without a fight. Sakura stood next to him, even though she was weaker in taijutsu, but the power of her blow. If she hit any of the trio of sound once, he wouldn't be able to get up anymore. If a fight can't be avoided, hit first. And Sasuke threw a kunai at the one on the far left. The throw was weak. And that's all. Dosu deflected the kunai with the back of his hand. It won't even be interesting to kill such weaklings. Sakura jumped out of her seat. Kin rushed to cut her off. My pink-haired one. I'll kill her. Sakura smiled and poured chakra into her hands and hit her in the chest with all her might. The effect was impressive. Blood spurted out of Kin's mouth. Her ribs were broken and her lung was torn. The girl fell to the ground, already lifeless. Sakura got down on one knee after such a blow. She hadn't slept for a day. And running around was no fun. Besides, she was worried about her friends. Sasuke was breathing heavily. It was still very difficult for him to stand. He hadn't recovered from the fight with Orochimaru yet and the mark was starting to hurt more. Dosu rushed towards Haruno but didn't have time to hit her. A young man in a green tracksuit, with a bowl cut and thick eyebrows, landed on one knee in front of him. Attack those who are weaker at the moment. Where is the honor in that? How low your spirit has fallen. I, Rock Lee, and I will not allow you to hurt them. Get out or you will suffer. Are you an idiot? There are still 2 of us and we are much stronger than Kin. The banged one and the pink-haired one are beyond competition. Zack answered him. So you won't leave. It's worse for you. Neji, please don't interfere, I'll do it myself. Lee looked at the tree. Tenten and Hyuga were standing on a thick branch. Neji nodded. 8 inner gates. The first. The gate of beginning. The aura around Lee changed, acquiring a greenish tint. The wave of energy that came out of his body lifted the leaves into the air and swirled them into a small tornado. The two of the sound didn't have a chance. Now Lee's power was beyond their comprehension. It was the end of the team. Lee didn't fight for a long time, unlike Kanon. A few blows and Zaku crashed into a tree. Another blow and Dosu's arms were broken the moment he blocked. The fight was over. Lee deactivated the gate. We need to help them. Ten pointed at her exhausted classmates. Neji picked up Sakura and Lee picked up Sasuke. Where's Naruto? I don't think he would run away from a fight. Hugo asked. He's been out for 13 hours already. We hid not far from here. Haruna answered. What do you have on the scrolls? Can you go to the tower? Yes. We have both scrolls. Then let's go. We're done too. Neji's team picked up Naruto and they headed to the tower. Karen went with them. Chapter 19. When Team Guy and Kakashi arrived at the tower, they were already awaited. Team 7 was immediately sent to the Hokage personally, while Team 9 remained to wait for further events. In the presence of Kakashi, Sakura told the Hokage everything she saw. Sasuke told about the fight with Orochimaru. A few hours before, the swordsman of the mist met with the Hokage. Hokage-sama, I have many friends and spies in the criminal world. Zabuza began. Someone said that one of the 3 Sannin wanted to appear at the exam in Konoha. I thought it was not interesting. This was Orochi's business and we were not friends. But remembering that Naruto would be participating there, I could not stay away. After all, what purpose could such a strong shinobi have in such a place, if not the 9 tails? We were on the road with Haku for a whole day. We didn't really eat and didn't rest even once. That's why I arrived to the battle already pretty exhausted. I was wrong. Naruto wasn't interested in Orochimaru, he needed Uchiha. He beat Naruto but tried to minimize the damage to Sasuke. Most likely it is because of the mark that he left him. But having learned who Naruto really is, whose son he is, he also put this mark on him. Momochi finished his report. Hitaki stood nearby and the Anbu were ready. Orochimaru then. Hiruzen took a drag on the smoke. A lost soul. A lost student. Jiraiya will be glad to know that his best friend is alive. But he won't be glad that he attacked his grandson. He wouldn't do anything stupid. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office opened noisily. Jiraiya flew in, almost tearing it off its hinges. Sensei, where is Naruto? The Anbu reported that they were attacked by someone who was not a genin. How did this happen? Seeing the swordsman, Jiraiya stopped mid-sentence. Swordsman, what brings you here? You don't perceive me as a criminal. Zabuza was surprised. No, Naruto told me everything about what happened in the Land of Waves. Jiraiya, someone showed up, and I ask you to be calm. A little content. Naruto's team was attacked by Orochimaru. Bitch. What did he want? Is Naruto okay? Where are they? What about the rest of the team? They're not even close to him in strength. Everything seems to be in order, the swordsman responded. When I left, all 3 were alive. I helped them, but still the 3 of us couldn't defeat him. No wonder. The Sannin responded and looked at Hiruzen. You know, I've been looking for him for a long time. Any information? He was my best friend until he crossed the line. I followed in my spy network. All I could find out was that Orochimaru somehow got to Mount Ryachido and became a snake hermit. He was able to master natural chakra. He's become much stronger than when we last met. I'm glad he let you go. An Anbu came into the office and said that Naruto's team had arrived at the tower in full force, accompanied by Team 9. And with 2 scrolls. Chapter 20. The Mark. The second stage of the exam has passed. The genin gathered in a tower in the center of the Forest of Death. Dear participants of the Chunin exam, I am glad to inform you that those who are here have passed the selection and in a month will participate in the final round. One-on-one fight. The Hokage announced this and looked around at everyone. But this year, many teams and many participants reached the end of the 3rd stage. That's why we decided to reduce the number of participants with qualifying battles. Now you are all tired after several days of playing, which means you have equal chances. The scoreboard started spinning and a murmur passed through the ranks of genin. 4 genin did not participate. They were in the infirmary. Naruto, Kiba, Sasuke and Hinata. It was decided to make their passage automatic. Team Kurenai encountered Gaara. The Sand One didn't spare them. It wasn't even a fight. He just beat them up, and if it weren't for Shino's bugs that absorbed chakra at high speed and then managed to distract the Sand Genin, they wouldn't have survived. Hinata was badly hurt. Her further participation was in question. Due to the death of the sound team, Shikamaru fought with the no-name from the cloud and carried him out dry. Shoji lost to Gaara. And Sakura completely knocked out Ino in a few blows. Lee fought a genin from the mist. Very strong and with an enhanced steam genome. It was the most spectacular fight. But when Lee opened the third gate, his opponent surrendered. After the fights, the Hokage announced a list of those who passed and that several genin were unable to take the fight due to injury and passed automatically. The month of preparation has begun. Naruto and Sasuke's room was crowded. At some point, Uchiha felt unbearable pain and lost consciousness. And he still hasn't come to his senses. Naruto had been delirious for 2 days already. Jiraiya stood between two beds. Kakashi was by the window. There were Anbu standing near the door. The third one sat in the corner and smoked. Everyone was silent. Only Sakura occasionally sobbed and continued to wipe the sweat from the brunette's forehead. Next to Naruto sat a girl with blood-red hair. Her face showed no emotion. She was tired. Her hands were squeezing Naruto's palm. Suddenly, different chakra began to come out of Uzumaki's body. Karen recoiled but did not let go of the blonde's hands. On the contrary, she squeezed them even harder. She was tired of being afraid. She was unbearably scared that the man who saved her, who protected her, was now dying. There were 3 types of chakra and they were clearly fighting for dominance in the body. Uzumaki began to bend over. You could hear his bones crunching and a scream escaped his throat. Jiraiya prepared a suppression seal and the Anbu covered the Hokage with their backs. Karen was bawling her eyes out. Sakura's voice was no worse than hers. Naruto was lifted slightly above the bed. He was floating in the air. It seemed like a demon had entered him and the windows shook from the aura emanating from his body. The decanter fell from the nightstand. Red chakra began to form around him and transform into chains. Just how strong are the Uzumaki genes in him, thought Jiraiya, and Karen, seeing it, fell into a stupor. Suddenly everything stopped and Naruto fell onto the bed. We won. That was the first thing he whispered. In a completely hoarse voice. Everyone rushed to the bed. The blonde's eyes were open. Kakashi and Sakura were surprised. The eyes dimmed. They were no longer so bright. There was pain and disappointment in them. Powerlessness. He closed his eyes. How can I kill the one who took control of the fox and almost destroyed the village? He fought on equal terms with my father. If even in the company of the strongest swordsman I couldn't defeat Sannin and passed out. How many days have I been in the hospital by the way? What about Sasuke? How was the exam? You've been here for 2 days already. The copyist answered. Hugo's team saved us. Sakura answered. Hyuga, Hinata. The blonde was surprised. No, Hyuga Neji, and Hinata. Sakura paused. Their team clashed with Gaara's team. She was seriously injured. And now, like you, in the Konoha hospital, the doctors have been afraid for her life for several days. Haruna said. Kiba was also hurt by the way. Shino saved them. Sasuke, if you haven't noticed, is next to you in the room. Sandstone. What a condom. I'll tear him apart. Where is Karen? I'm here. A quiet voice rang out. Naruto even shuddered. He didn't notice her presence. Not even that she was holding his hand. That means Sasuke too. The fog gradually cleared from the blonde's eyes. He saw his grandfather. The third old man. Anbu and the bed on which his best friend was lying. His hands clenched and the blonde tried to get up. The pain from the bite spread throughout his body. He screamed. Orochi gave you a cursed mark. Potentially it will make you much stronger. But that's potential. Jiraiya spoke. If only you survive. It's easier with you. You have the chakra of a fox. It will probably merge with the cursed one and everything will go smoothly. Sasuke doesn't have that kind of chakra. And the seal of suppression? The blonde sat up and clenched the sheet into his fists. As soon as he wakes up, I'll put a seal. It's unknown how it will help, but we'll try to do everything possible. Kakashi answered. Naruto. The third old man wheezed. Will you continue to participate in the exam? Uzumaki looked around the room. And looking at Karen, he replied, of course. I have someone to talk to. I just need to train. As soon as you get better, we'll start training. Jiraiya answered him. I'll be ready tomorrow morning. He looked at his grandfather carefully. Tomorrow morning, then tomorrow morning. Everyone left the room except Sakura and Karen. They sat silently. Naruto lay with his eyes closed. There was a difficult month ahead. Chapter 21. Toads. The month of training went off with a bang. On the third day in the hospital, Sasuke woke up. Sakura's delight knew no bounds. Everyone was afraid that she would break something in her joy. As soon as Sasuke was able to stand on his feet, Hitaki put a restraining seal on the cursed mark and offered him training. Naturally, he agreed. The Sharingan did not give him peace. There were already 2 Tomoe, but it seemed that nothing had increased in strength. The defeat from Orochimaru alone finished him off completely. He needed power. He thirsted for it and agreed to train without thinking too much. Naruto has been off the radar for a month now, moving into a house on the edge of the forest that belonged to Jiraiya. After the first day of training, Naruto and Jiraiya were sitting on the porch drinking tea. The Sannin started the conversation. Naru, what happened there? Where is it? Well, in your subconscious. When you passed out, we saw how you were breaking. You screamed so much that the windows shook. And the chakra that came out of your body moved objects. Tell me what happened there. It was very strange. When Orochimaru put a mark on me, at that moment it seemed to me that he sealed me. It was as if I was sealed in my own body. In a cage like Kurama's. I fought, and when I was able to get out I saw how a strange chakra, dark blue in color, was trying to envelop the fighting Kyuubi. I was scared. At first I wanted to hide in a corner and suffer. But I couldn't see how my friend was in pain, how he was rushing around in the cage, and then I went to help him. I tried to pour chakra into him, but it was difficult. At some point, when a new wave of despair swallowed me almost completely, Kurama began to win. He began to absorb this chakra and explained the principle to me. Together we absorbed and divided it. It seems that with this seal Orochimaru changed the very nature of my chakra. Made it darker, but it became many times stronger. And also, it seems to me that I have new elements. Well, that's all. Naruto fell silent. Sannin sat thinking. It's strange. I've seen some Orochi samples. Entire settlements of his experiments. They transformed when the seal was activated, but they couldn't survive after that. The limit was 3 minutes, but their power increased tenfold. After talking for a while, they went to rest. After all, it was the first day of training. They were both tired. Naruto trained hard for several days. More precisely, he learned to control chakra anew. Jiraiya told him a lot about it. And mixing different types was not easy. Naruto, do you know about summons? Jiraiya asked at the end of the first week. Yes, I heard something, but I can't say anything for sure. Summoning is a special technique that requires good concentration. By making certain seals, you can summon a special, intelligent animal that will help you in defense or attack. Summoning can be personal or widespread. It all depends on the user. Some may call to call birds or dogs, but these are more common calls. My friends had personal calls. Animals that signed contracts with few people. Toads, snakes, slugs. My teacher, the third Hokage, has a special summon. The Monkey King, Enmu. I have never seen anyone else summon like that. Naruto's eyes lit up and his smile stretched from ear to ear. The day was sunny, pleasant, and Jiraiya wanted to teach the kid his favorite technique. He made several hand seals, bit his finger and drew on the palm with blood. He hit the ground with a thud and in the haze appeared a toad, about 2 meters tall. "AAA, Jiraiya-san, how are you? Why did you call?" "Oh, Gamma, I didn't expect to see you. I'm just teaching my granddaughter." Jiraiya smiled and pointed at Naruto, whose jaw was lying on the floor and drooling below his knees. Yes me. Naruto was delighted. Yes, I can easily do it. Naru quickly repeated the seals, bit his finger and hit the ground. Jiraiya and Gamma stood in shock. Yes. Again. He didn't sign the contract. Jiraiya grabbed his head and started running around the clearing in circles. What's going to happen now? He lost his own grandson. Oh, come on, Jiraiya-san. That's how you ended up with us, remember? Gamma smiled. Naruto fell onto the wooden floor. It was light all around. Light was shining through the windows. Fukasaku, what's going on there? Did you drop something? No, dear. Someone took advantage of the call without a contract. And I think I know who did it. Naruto jumped and looked around. Where am I? Ah, a talking frog. What the fuck? A fan flew across his face at the same second. Young man, I would ask you not to use such words in my house. Naruto jumped back and waved his arms. Damn me, who the hell are you? What did you hit me for? Where am I? You are on the sacred mountain Myoboku. In the house of the Toad Sages. We are already elderly toads and ask for respect. Toads? Naruto froze. So it's me here and not you there. What the fuck? The old pervert said that I would be the one summoning you. And I ended up here myself. Young man, I asked you to. And a fan flew into Naruto's face again, which he successfully intercepted. And then he got a slap on the back of the head with a wet rag. Fukasaku stopped this discord. You said old pervert. Isn't that Jiraiya by any chance? He is the one. Old Ing liar. Naruto came to his senses in time. In principle, nothing else could be expected from him. He should have told me about the contract first, and only then shown the seal. Idiot. I am the Toad Sage, Fukasaku, and this is my wife Shima-chan. We are the sages of Toad Mountain. And the old idiot is our student. And who are you, by the way? Shima looked at the blonde. Shima, take a closer look. Doesn't this young man remind you of anyone? Yellow hair, blue eyes, facial features, and what a build. You wouldn't recognize our student in him. The old woman looked closely at Naruto and sat down on a chair with surprised eyes. He's the spitting image of Minato. A real copy of him. Naruto froze. Did you know my father? Was he here? Yes, Jiraiya brought him. Well, how did he bring him? He just showed him the seals. It seems to be in your family. Fukasaku smiled. And what's strange is that he was thrown to us. Only to a meeting in the temple and not like you. Although he could have been thrown to snakes or slugs. And how do I get out? The blonde asked a question. Well, first sign the contract, if you want to, of course. And then use the reverse call technique and go home. Of course I want to. Is it possible to train here? What can I learn here? Can you help me? I want to become stronger. I need it. Naru looked at the toads with the eyes of a cat and they simply melted. You can learn a lot here, it all depends on time. Well, I don't have much time. The Chunin exam is in a month. Although it's already in 3 weeks. This is a short period of time, baby. But you know, we still have your father's scrolls. You can study them. Minato was always reading and studying something. Father's scrolls. Naruto was all fired up. Of course I want them, you ask again. Darling, bring the scrolls to the boy and we'll work on the contract. Naruto signed the contract and received his father's scrolls. Fukasaku explained to him about the reverse summoning and he performed the technique and returned to the same place. Jiraiya was surprised. Gamma was sitting with him the whole time. After throwing a portion of curses at his grandfather, Naruto told him about the toads, Minato's scrolls and the contract. Thus ended his week of training. Chapter 22. The first stage of the battles. Naruto spent another week studying the scrolls. A lot of scrolls. Basically, there were Uzumaki clan techniques. Everything was interesting in Naruto, having created a dozen clones, diligently read and memorize them. Every word was absorbed. Every seal was memorized. Seal techniques of all complexities. From a simple seal of sealing objects, to the seals of the god of death and the suppression of Biju, the release of chakra, the sealing of Onna. There was knowledge about the world of shinobi that was not given at the academy. It turns out that the Naruto clan were historians. Uzumaki had never met so much information. There was also a technique that interested him in the first place. Kongo Fuso chains. Chakra chains that Kurama told him about. One of the strongest techniques of his clan. Studying the scrolls, he was amazed every day. It was not for nothing that Naruto was considered a genius. It was not for nothing that they thought that his potential was not revealed. After reading it several times, he already remembered the principle of the technique and hand seals. It was a matter of practice. In addition, Naruto's assumptions were confirmed regarding the elements. Now he had 6 of them. That is, all the basic ones. Earth, water, wind, fire, lightning, and his own, which Naruto created. Chakra element or will of chakra, as he called it. With the help of chakra and sealing techniques of his clan, he learned to put up barriers, not big yet, but it was a colossal progress. He also attributed suppression to will of chakra. There was also the demonic aura that began to strengthen with an admixture of cursed chakra, as Naruto dubbed the dark blue one that was synthesized in his body from the Orochi mark. The aura became truly merciless. Even Naruto himself felt sick. The clones worked non-stop. Naruto absorbed the information. He slept for several hours a day and while he slept the clones trained. 3 days before the exam he left 20 clones for 2 days to train everything he had learned. And he went to sleep. He slept for almost 20 hours, he dispelled the columns and having received fatigue but most importantly knowledge, he went to rest with a calm soul. He knew that his friend was not sitting idle either. Sasuke, meanwhile, lived with Kakashi. His training was no better. On the very first day, during sparring, Hitaki caught Sasuke. Having locked him in genjutsu, Kakashi showed him the death of Haruna and Uzumaki at the hands of Itachi. The brunette experienced terrible emotions. Pain, despair, fear. When the genjutsu wore off, the Uchiha lay on the ground and sobbed. His nails were broken off, and dirt filled the broken nails. Tears flowed from his eyes and the 3-colored Sharingan burned in his eyes. Sasuke's elements were water, fire, and lightning. During his intense training at the Uchiha Temple, he learned to combine water and lightning attacks. Having received the element of storm, Hitaki said that this element can do a lot in the hands of a skilled user. He also learned Chidori, and he was able to master Genjutsu a little. And most importantly, he persistently learned all this time to conduct lightning discharges through the body, so that at any moment he could use a lightning strike. A discharge that could incinerate without folding seals. So far, he hadn't succeeded. But the progress was obvious. Lightning appeared on his fingertips when he concentrated, which allowed him to cut through objects like butter. He was ready for the exam. But he was afraid that the mark would awaken during the fight and he would be racked with pain. He couldn't control it yet. And he didn't know how. The day of the exam has arrived. There were crowds of people from different villages in the stands. Everyone wanted to watch the fights and rooted for their own. The most cunning ones made bets. The most thoughtful ones sold forecasts. The genin stood in the center of the arena to the roar of the crowd. In the cage box sat the Kazekage Orochimaru and the Hokage, as well as trusted persons from other villages. Naruto stood and thought about his own. He knew that the exam would be difficult. The fights would be serious. The Hokage invited everyone to take their seats and asked the participants to leave the arena and wait their turn. The scoreboard started spinning and the first couples appeared: Naruto Kiba, Sasuke Kankuro Shikamaru no name of the Mist Gara Lee, Ten Neji Sakura Tamari Shino no name from a block Darui no name of the Mist. The stands roared with delight. Naruto and Kiba appeared in the arena. Naruto, I'll tear you apart. We didn't fight at the academy. But here, I'll unleash my power and erase you. You'll see. You're a loser no matter what they say about you. Prepare to be humiliated. If it weren't for your friends, if it weren't for the Uchiha, no one would even notice you. Kiba started throwing insults at Naruto. He wanted everyone to hear it. Slam your yoke, you two-legged dog. Naruto answered him and dropped his hands to his sides. Genma Shiranui appeared next to them. I am your examiner. My words in this arena are everything to you. Genma gave the signal and the fight began. Commentary on Chapter 22. The first stage of the battles. Comments please. Likes. Report to friends. It's not difficult for you, but for me the motivation is fucking awesome. Chapter 22. Fights. Kiba immediately rushed into close combat. Every blow missed. Naruto simply dodged without even attacking back. After a while, Kiba got tired of this dance. He jumped back. He made seals and a second Kiba appeared in Akamaru's place. Taking kunai in their hands, the two Kibas ran synchronously at Naruto, who was standing completely open. What an idiot. He doesn't even cover his head. Kiba and Akamaru will tear him apart. It was Asuma. He didn't treat Naruto badly, considering he was best friends with Shikamaru. But for everyone, it was a super obvious fight. Asuma caught the gaze of the laziest student and smirked. Shikamaru, do you really think that Naru will win? Instead of answering, Shikamaru cupped his hands and shouted, Naruto, tear the dog owner apart. Show the real you. A whisper went through the tribunas. And Naruto shifted sharply, avoiding the blow from both sides and took 2 steps back. Now Kiba, I won't be so kind. Either you give up now or I'll hurt you. Kiba laughed. Naruto went on the offensive himself. First, Kiba couldn't parry his blows. And he was losing dry. Speed was superior, combat experience was the same, and Kurenai couldn't teach him what Naruto had learned from the massacres with very, very strong opponents like Haku, Zabuza and Orochimaru. Kiba tried to somehow reflect, to cover Akamaru with himself, but it was all in vain. The blonde simply mocked him. The stands fell silent. No one expected that this boy, whom everyone had condemned, a rootless orphan, a demon, would be able to so easily push back one of the clans. And even a dog lover. And Naruto continued. He hit lightly and not hard. But after receiving 2 or 3 dozen such blows, Kiba could barely stand on his feet. Naruto jumped away from him. Now what do you say, dog? And I'm not talking to Akamaru yet. Kiba whispered something and fell to his knees. It was spectacular. The stands exploded. Genma declared Naruto the winner and announced the next pair. Sasuke was calm. He already understood that he was up against a puppeteer and how Naruto wasn't playing for show. He realized that his opponent was underground and easily cut it with lightning and smoked him out with fire. Learn, Naru. 49 seconds and he gave up. Uchiha said sarcastically, standing next to his best friend. Next was Shikamaru's fight. He easily pinned his opponent to the wall and pierced his shoulders with shadow needles. It was easy. He smiled at his friends. Very much so. Asuma was in complete shock that such a lazy person as his favorite student won in a few minutes. Rock Lee and Gaara's fight went as per the canon. The crowd roared with delight. It was very spectacular. The Sandman won, also almost killing Lee and barely holding Shukaku back. Tenten refused to fight her teammate and Neji went through automatically. Sakura was unlucky. She knew few techniques and could not compete with Temari's wind techniques. The fight did not last long. Sakura destroyed the entire arena and then gave up. It was not convenient for her to fight with her. Temari still came after the fight. I understand that it was difficult for you with the remote, but I admit that if you had hit me even once, I would not have been able to continue the fight. The Sand Princess smiled and left. Having climbed up to the podium, she approached her friends. Sakura. Naruto started, but she interrupted him. I know Naruto. I had no one to study with. I couldn't really master the elements and techniques. But I'll definitely fix that. Naruto looked at Sasuke reproachfully. What the fuck, couldn't you help her? You know what I was busy with. Sakura, you could have come to me. Oh, come on, I still want to become a doctor. But we'll definitely study. Sasuke-kun and the pink-haired girl smiled. Next was Shino. He easily defeated the guy from the mist, even though he was strong. The bespectacled guy's bugs did their job, ate all the chakra and his opponent fell unconscious. Darui from Hidden a Block also fought with the Fogman. His sword cut through the techniques that were launched at him, and the storm element that Sasuke was carefully watching did not give the enemy a chance. The fights were over. The third one gave a speech and announced a break until the recovery. After that the scoreboard started spinning again and couples appeared on it. The crowd simply went into crisis and screamed. The couples were like this. Aburame Shino, Darui from the Hidden a Block, Sasuke Uchiha, Neji Hyuga Shikamaru Nara, Temari of the Hidden Sand Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara of the Sand. Commentary on Chapter 22. Fights guys. The next chapter will be big and difficult. For me, I ask you for maximum support from you. Comments, likes, tell your friends, I beg you. Disabled. Filler. Naruto glanced quickly at the half-empty rows, not stopping at anyone. Suddenly, his gaze caught on a familiar hair at the end of the observation deck where the genin were waiting for their turn before the fight. The sight that met his eyes made them twitch. In the aisle, in a wheelchair, sat a girl who was painfully familiar to Uzumaki. Dark blue hair with a lilac tint, big eyes and a very sad look. 3 guys from the mist, who did not even participate in the exam, stood nearby. One leaned over the girl and said, Cripple, what do you want here? You forgot that your place is among the disabled. And he pushed the girl. The stroller rolled, and its owner began to cry. That's right, there's no more use in crying from you. And the 3 genin laughed loudly. The stands were still empty, there weren't many people. The second guy came up close and said, What do you need here anyway? You put the wheelchair in such a way that normal people can't get through, you're just in the way, cripple. And he kicked the wheel with all his might. Look around, there are no more like you here. No one will help you. No one likes disabled people. And the guy, who was of average height and fairly stocky build, circled the stands with his arms, making a full turn. A split second and with a gust of wind a guy with yellow hair and blue eyes appeared next to him. The speed with which the blonde approached was colossal for genin. Seeing the picture of how a person dear to him was being mocked, Naruto became furious. He jumped up from his place at the moment when the guy from the fog wanted to make a 360-degree turn but did not have time to complete it. Naruto jerked so hard that the concrete floor cracked and the airflow following him knocked down 2 genin who were standing on either side of the wheelchair. The wheelchair was pushed back. Naruto grabbed the obvious leader of the gang by the chest and said, You say no one likes disabled people. The blonde's voice made even his classmates' blood run cold. Hinata covered her face with her hand. And do you think that when you become disabled, will you be loved? And you will become disabled, I promise you that. Who are you? The dark-haired guy yelled and rushed at Naruto to protect the leader. Me. I am the one who will give you the greatest torment. Uzumaki answered and poured wind chakra into his palm, breaking all of the genin's ribs with a light push. It was quiet in the Hokage's residence where the 2 Kajin advisors from different villages had gathered. Everyone was drinking tea and talking about business. Everything went peacefully. There was a knock on the door and it creaked open. Naruto stood at the threshold and quiet moans could be heard from the corridor. Uzumaki walked in. He was dragging 3 mist genin behind him. The advisor they had arrived with stood up. What do you mean by this, young man? What's going on here? They pestered my classmate when I was around. This trash allowed itself too much. You've probably heard of her. Hinata Hyuga. She suffered at the hands of Gaara. Naruto turned his gaze to the Kazakage. They were making fun of her. They were pushing and peeing on the wheelchair. They thought that since there were 3 of them and they were on their feet, they were stronger. Or maybe they thought that their advisor would cover their asses in a moment of danger. No luck. I was the only one nearby. Their leader said that no one likes disabled people. That there is no place for her among normal people. The ambassador of the mist stood up. Sit down, ambassador. Don't bother yourself. Legs are not something to neglect. Your people made a mistake. You brought to our village, to what I inherited from my father, to the legacy of the 2 greatest shinobi, not people but a bunch of animals. I regret not having encountered them in the arena. There I would have killed them all. Now they are just disabled. Whom no one will love. I crushed their leg bones. They will never stand on them again. Naruto looked at the Kazakage again. It's your son's turn, Rasa-sama. It'll be an interesting fight. Naruto threw the 3 unconscious genin at the ambassador's feet and added the son of the 4th Kazakage, against the son of the 4th Hokage. That would be fun. He turned around and left. Silence fell in the office. No one could utter a word. Chapter 23. Final Exam. Part 1. The stands roared. The noise was unbearable. The scoreboard showed pairs and the crowd was in anticipation of the 4 expected fights. Everything was calm in the cage lodge. People took their seats. The scoreboard started spinning. Aburame Shino vs. Darui of the Hidden Block Genma announced. 2 guys appeared in the arena. Shino was as calm as ever. Black glasses that obscured everything, a baggy jacket that reached below his knees, and a collar that covered the lower part of his face. Darui, on the other hand, was a little nervous. He had never left his village before. This was his first experience. The Raikage's student carried a katana on his back and his light bangs covered part of his face. You know the rules. Here I am both your king and god. Let's start. Darui rushed forward, drawing his sword and channeling lightning chakra through it. Shino parried with a kunai. A split second and the blade of the cloud genin cut the kunai and passed near Shino's face, slightly ripping his collar. The stands roared and Shino did a backflip without even taking his hands out of his pockets. It's dangerous. I should be more careful, otherwise it's the end for me. Shino threw away the piece of kunai and took out a new one. Raising his hand to Darui, he whispered, Roy. At that very moment, hundreds of small insects darted towards the tunicate from the sides of Shino's jacket. The blade swings didn't help. There was no point in swatting away the insects with the blade and Darui missed the discharge. The bugs began to fall. Shino raised his hand again with an unperturbed expression. Roy, life-threatening. At first nothing happened. But after a few seconds, a buzzing sound was heard. After a while, it grew into a roar and thousands of insects rose above the arena and rushed at Darui. The Cloudman retreated. Having folded the seals, he said. Element of water. Storm warning. Waves of water began to rise and swallow the beetles. There was a lot of water, which was surprising because there were no bodies of water around. Having cut a small square out of the ground, Darui stood on it and lowered the blade into a small puddle. Element of water. Waves. Element of lightning. Conductor. A small ripple passed over the water and waves of about 40 centimeters began to rise. The water began to advance on Shino. He did not have time to jump back before a lightning bolt reached his feet. The impact threw him back. He fell to his knees and at that very moment disintegrated into a swarm of beetles. Fought. Darui was surprised. The beetles rose to the water and again rushed at the tunicate. Storm element. Discharge. The water subsided. The lightning stopped flashing. Shino stood in the shadow of the walls. He was absolutely calm. Nothing could disturb him. It seemed he hadn't fought at all. Darui coughed. He got down on one knee and coughed up a clot of blood. You did everything for me yourself. My bugs absorbed your chakra, more than you killed them, they absorbed more chakra. Paradox, and with your last attack you didn't kill them. You've used up your last chakra. Surrender. It's stupid to continue fighting. The stands froze. Genma was shocked. Darui raised his hand and put away his blade. Defeated Aburame Shino. Genma announced and the stands rejoiced. Shino walked up to Darui and helped him up. Throwing his arm over his shoulder, he climbed onto the platform. This fight was good. I'm just not a suitable opponent for you. The scoreboard started spinning again. Sasuke Uchiha, Hugo Neji. The 2 geniuses of their clans entered the arena. The crowd greeted them with noise. Sasuke understood who was against him. The genius of the clan. Neji stood out even at the academy. For a minute the boys stood there just looking at each other. No one tried to make the first move. Suddenly, Hyuga activated his Byakugan and rushed at the Uchiha with quick stamina. Sasuke knew that Neji was a master of taijutsu, and when he approached the surreal distance of the strike, he activated his Sharingan. Everyone froze. In the center of the battlefield stood Uchiha, squeezing Hyuga's hand. 3 takoms were spinning in his eyes. Neji pulled his hand away and turned on one leg, sending the young Uchiha flying. Sasuke flipped in the air and landed on his feet. Taking out 6 kunai, he rushed at Neji, throwing weapons one after another until the last kunai remained. Intercepting it, Sasuke struck from above downwards. Neji blocked the blow with his left hand. Sasuke unclenched his right hand, which was clutching the kunai, and it flew down, but was intercepted halfway by Neji. Sasuke caught the opponent's hand with the kunai near his stomach at the last moment. Pushing off, he flew up a good couple of meters and folded the seal of concentration. Neji understood everything and threw the Uchiha's own weapon at him. There was an explosion. The kunai had a secret, and Sasuke deliberately gave the initiative to the opponent at that moment. Uchiha appeared from a cloud of smoke. He was clutching a new kunai in his hand, from which sparks of lightning flew off. Having poured lightning chakra into his legs, he became much faster, but Hyuga was called a genius for a reason. He was in no way inferior to Uchiha, and when he was a meter away, Neji shifted slightly and knocked out the Uchiha's shoulder with a precise blow. Clap. It was a shadow clone. Everyone was shocked. Another Uchiha and another one appeared from the dust that had not settled from the explosion. 2 clones ran at Nei, but he was calm, although he was breathing heavily. The fight began in taijutsu again. Even though the clone helped, Sasuke couldn't compete with someone for whom close combat was his native style. He broke the distance again. A big fireball. The Uchiha formed a seal and, taking a deep breath, blew out a ball about 3 meters in diameter that rushed towards the Hyuga. The same one, taking the scroll out of his pouch, unfolded it and, stepping into the center, folded the seals, element of water. Wave. Water and fire touched. Steam rose above the arena. Both guys, being at different ends, were already breathing heavily. Everyone looked at them and admired them. Not a single unnecessary movement. Suddenly, a bird's cry was heard over the arena. Asuma looked at Kakashi in surprise. Is this the technique? Kakashi, are you crazy? You taught the boy this technique. It's dangerous for him first and foremost. It's not for you to say this, Guy. Lee opened the 5th gate and this is much more serious. Guy chuckled but had nothing to counter with. Sasuke was running towards Neji, cutting through the fog. He had lightning in his hand, from which came a terrible force. The cries of 1,000 birds, after which the technique was named, can be heard over the arena. Chidori. Neji realized that this technique would kill him. He adopted a new stance. Hiyashi Hyuga, the head of the clan who had been watching his nephew all this time, stood up. That's rotation. How does that youngster know it? He doesn't even have access to that part of the library. Did he really learn it himself? No, that's not new. But what? Hiyashi was seriously surprised. Rotation. Neji's voice rang out just as Sasuke was already hitting his body with Chidori. Ten smiled. This is Neji's secret defense. He took the Hyuga clan's technique and strengthened it. He is a true genius. Sasuke cannot break through this defense, and if he does, it will be worse for him. She said to Sakura. The next second, the smile disappeared from her face. She was in love with Neji, but Sasuke was her friend and the one her friend loved. Silence hung over the arena at that moment. Everyone waited for the outcome. In the complete silence, an unpleasant crunch was heard and the cries of the birds stopped. Uchiha's hand hit the part that Neji himself made. He deliberately left gaps in the technique that could intercept the enemy's weapon and redirect it back at him with increased energy. But Sasuke's arm fell into the gap, and in the turn it was broken at the elbow, and the Uchiha himself was twisted and thrown into the wall. Uchiha sat leaning on it and breathing heavily. His arm hurt terribly and was generally as stiff as a rag. He raised his healthy hand in surrender. No, there was still chakra and strength, and the adrenaline would have killed the pain. But here is the mark. It started to hurt. Sasuke felt his consciousness leaving his body and he fell to the ground. Neji ran up first. Even though they were rivals now, he had no animosity towards Uchiha outside the arena. On the contrary, he understood his pain after losing all his clanmates. After all, Neji himself had lost his father. He was left completely alone. Despite the large number of the clan, he was superfluous there. He was from a side branch and he understood Uchiha's pain. He picked him up in his arms and rushed towards the medics. Neji Hyuga won. Genma announced and the stands exploded. They were interested and amused. Everyone except those who were now crowded around the rape on which Uchiha was writhing in pain. Commentary on Chapter 23. Final Exam. Part 1. It was difficult, and this is only the first part of the fights. Guys, I need your support. Chapter 23. Attack. Temari of Sand vs. Nara. Shikamaru. Genma's penultimate pair announced. Shikamaru didn't even move. He, like everyone else, stood near the rapists on which Uchiha was lying while the doctors tried to do whatever they could. Kakashi appeared and, after making a couple of seals, placed a restraining seal on Orochimaru's mark. It should help, but I don't know for how long. At any moment the mark will absorb my seal and it will only get worse. Shikamaru, they called you there. I don't want to. I'm not in the mood right now. Your friend was brought to the brink of death on Apuaran and you don't want to fight. Someone behind me was indignant. It wasn't the sand girl who did this. And as far as I understand, Neji has nothing to do with it. A broken arm can't have such consequences. And he himself was the first to rush to help. I want to give up, Shikamaru declared, but when he caught Naruto's gaze, he suddenly changed his mind. Okay, but don't expect a show, I'll finish faster than anyone else. Temari stood in the center of the arena, her fan stuck in the ground. Shikamaru slowly approached, the crowd whistling as they urged him on. He didn't care, he was calculating the fight. We've started. The examiner commanded. Temari raised her fan to wave and froze in that pose. The stands fell silent. As Shino would say, I am a difficult and incomprehensible opponent for you. You do not move quickly. You are a strategist and think before you strike, and since my chakra reserves are not large, I learned to use the clan's technique to the fullest. Your fan cast a shadow on you during the swing and I took advantage of this. Shikamaru stood and smiled. Shadow paralysis technique completed. Surrender. It was the fastest fight ever. Temari lost before she even started. Genma announced the results and began to announce the last pair. Before he could finish, a guy in the unchanging orange suit landed on the arena. Everyone in Konoha knew him, and could recognize him in any crowd simply by his clothes and hair color. Naruto Uzumaki, the one who was hated. Behind him, Gaara, the Kazukage's son, descended on the sand platform. Genma stepped back, allowing the guys to approach the center. I won't repeat the rules. Let's begin. He disappeared into the Shunshin and the two genin stared at each other. Sand, I told you. Find rivals that are your equal. See that girl in the wheelchair? Naruto pointed to the stands where Hinata was surrounded by his friends. This is your doing and now, condom, I will break these hands of yours. Naruto approached Gaara at breakneck speed and sent him into the wall with a punch to the chest. He didn't slow down. Having absorbed wind chakra into his legs, he moved slower than Lee, but slower enough to not even let the sand one breathe normally. Each blow reached its target. Naruto hit with new strength each time. He saw Gaara's fight and knew that this was a defense. The sand one tried to cover himself with sand, but he didn't have time. Kunai were flying from one side, Naruto was hitting from the other. Everything was synchronized. Naruto stepped back, catching his breath. Gaara took advantage of the moment. Sand trap. Stakes. Under Naruto's feet, peaks twice the height of a man began to grow. He had to jump up to avoid being impaled. At that moment, sand soaked in chakra flew out from behind the sand gourd. It was faster than usual and rushed at high speed towards Naruto. Uzumaki could not dodge and took the strongest blow with his left side. His hand went numb but Naruto fell straight to his feet. Gaara did not think to stop and shouted again, sand trap. Stakes. He caught Naruto and one pike hooked his leg and turned him around, and the second hit him in the back when he was in a horizontal position. Uzumaki fell. Sand wave. Burial. Waves of sand up to 5 meters high rushed from the ground towards Naruto. The blonde didn't expect this and, after doing an awkward backflip, found himself buried under a thick layer of sand. At that moment the sand began to heat up and turned into a crust that cracked. Naruto flew out from under it and launched a kunai at the sand that hit the defense. Naruto was there in an instant. It was the Thunder God's kunai and it dealt a crushing blow to the Sand God's face. Gaara flew back to the wall. Naruto landed on the wall above his head. Element of water. Flow. Uzumaki formed seals and from his mouth a devastating stream of water gushed out, flooding the entire arena. Earth element. Shackles. In an instant, Gaara was chained hand and foot to the wall with earth and shackles. Element of lightning. Naruto threw the kunai into the water. Conductor. Incinerate. An electric discharge passed through the water and caught up with the sandy one. Gaara's scream echoed across the arena. People froze. Everyone was waiting. Wind element. Wind blades. The blonde didn't let up. Wind blades flew at the sandy one, cutting flesh and clothes in places that the sand couldn't protect. Element of fire. Crushing skulls. The cage were shocked. Even Orochimaru, under the Kazukage's treatment, was very surprised by the blonde's strength. Gaara shielded himself with sand. The fire died down and the arena became silent. A koken began to form around the sand and a shrill scream was heard. Do you want to release the raccoon? Naruto roared with anger and adrenaline. Don't rush, condom. I'm not finished yet. Hellish chakra. Barrier. A dark blue barrier measuring 2 by 2 inches formed around Gaara. Suppression. The blonde one finished. Sandy fell to his knees and grabbed his head. A second later, Gaara passed out. A whisper went through the arena and suddenly a wild laugh was heard that instilled horror. Even Naruto jumped in surprise. It was Shukaku. He took over half of the boy's body and tried to absorb him. The barrier held him back and did not allow him to finish what he started. Naruto, give me control over the body. It was Kurama. Yeah. The blonde's eyes changed, the stripes on his cheeks became brighter and more obvious. Red chakra enveloped his body. The Hokage, seeing this, rushed into the arena but was grabbed by the hand by the fourth Kazekage. Sarutobi-sensei, you don't belong there, said a familiar, painfully hissing voice. We have more important things to do, Orochimaru said and moved to the roof. There was chaos in the stands, but Naruto no longer noticed that the shinobi of sound and sand were attacking the inhabitants of Konoha. He fell into the barrier and the world ceased to exist for him. Commentary on Chapter 23. Attack. I need your support. Conversation with Gaara. Kurama took over Naruto's body and entered the barrier in which Shukaku had already completely taken control of the desert's body but could not get out. Ahahaha, the first victim came by itself. Gaara spoke, covered in red chakra. Now I'll kill you and then I'll get out of the barrier and kill everyone in the area. You're still as noisy as ever, you bald dog. Better shut your mouth, otherwise I won't care that you're my brother and I'll shove things into your mouth that you couldn't even think of. The familiar smell of a mangy fox. So that's how it is. I see you, the red-haired one, have become friends with the Jinchuriki, it's fun. He betrayed his boastful brothers and sisters and began to dance to the tune of this goldfinch. I told you to lock your mug before I lock you, you unfortunate squeaker. Tell me Shukaku, what the fuck is going on outside the barrier? Is this an attack on the village? Is sand mixed in? If so, you'll be in trouble. The first thing you should know is that my Jinchuriko has the magical Kongo Fuso chains. Remember those. And the second thing is that his girlfriend has those chains too. You won't leave alive and no matter how much of an asshole you are, I don't wish death on my little brother. Look how caring we are. What happened to us all of a sudden? This boy, Naruto, he changed me, he wants the best for me and I give him my power. He called me a friend, he shared my pain and suffering as I shared them with him. Try it and you might like it. Kurama, you don't know my Jinchuriki. He's completely different. Come on, raccoon, let them talk and if Gaara doesn't change, I'll admit you and tell everyone, I'll never bully you. If Naruto changes him, will you stop giving the kid only hatred and help him? Is that okay? Let's try. The raccoon chuckled. I'm retreating. Yeah. Kurama and Shukaku were gone. Gaara was kneeling, beaten, and Naruto was standing next to him. He squatted down and looked at the sand one. Let's talk. I'm tired of fighting today. I just want to chat. Naruto sat down on his butt next to the desert. He didn't know what was happening outside the barrier. The walls were dark, not even light reached them. What should I talk to you about? You and I are both Jinchuriki, we have something to discuss. My father tried to kill me 6 times. Once he sent my uncle on this mission. The person dearest to me. During the attack, I was 7 years old then, I could not contain my hatred and accidentally killed him. He was the closest to me. Do you think we are still alike? My parents, at the cost of their lives, sealed a fox inside me who impaled them on his claws like a spring shish kebab. I guess that's not very pleasant. Then the masked man took him into an illusion and forced him to destroy half of Konoha. Kill hundreds of people whose relatives knew that I was the new Jinchuriki. The Steretians forbade anyone to tell that I was the son of the 4th Hokage and they treated me like trash. My only relative was banned from appearing in the village for 13 years under threat of a tribunal. I didn't have the same protection as you and I couldn't kill even the most worthless genin at the age of 6. I was weak and was always beaten. There were times when I didn't have food at home for several days and I hung out with tramps to get at least a piece of bread. If you think that you are the only one so poor and unfortunate, then it's time for you to start wearing skirts and bows. Naruto fell silent, tears rolling down his cheeks. I didn't know. I thought it was only me they treated that way. But you have changed, the tale inside you is not as evil as mine. You have become kind and you have friends. How did this happen, Naruto? How? Gaara screamed, tears pouring from his eyes. No matter what happened to me, I got up and continued my path, entrusted to me by my ancestors. Friends? I didn't even notice. I was always alone, lived alone and walked alone. If I was lucky, I wasn't even beaten during my walks. I was just kind. I didn't get angry at the world because of its injustice. I wanted to fix it. End wars. Unite villages. As stupid as it may sound, I read my grandfather's book and there were these words: if there really is a world where there will never be war, I will seize it and never let it go. It became an incentive for me. Before, I was driven only by revenge. I only wanted the death of the masked man who called himself Madara Uchiha. Now my goals have expanded to the post of Hokage. And you won't believe it, but a 6-year-old boy helped me with this. Remembering Konohamaru, Naruto smiled. Your tailed one suppressed love in you. If you want to change now, it will be difficult, but just stop seeing all people as enemies. Stop being cruel and the world will stop being cruel to you. That girl you crippled. She didn't deserve it, you hurt her for no reason. Until you admit to yourself that these actions are empty and meaningless, you will remain the same, cruel and useless. You will not know love, and in the eyes of people, even your brother and sister, you will only see fear and that they consider you a monster. And the next time we cross paths, I will definitely kill you, grain of sand. They sat in silence for a few minutes, each thinking about his own. Each drawing conclusions. We shouldn't sit here any longer. There's a battle going on outside the walls. Sand and Sound have united against Konohi and things are tough for your friends right now. And also, if in the future you call me a grain of sand even once, I will bury you. Gaara stood up and offered his hand to Naruto. 4 hours had passed since he entered. There were Anbu standing near the barrier. The fight was over. The ruins and smoking stands resembled the ruins, even the corpses had already been collected. Handfuls of people were scattered around, busy cleaning up. After Naruto and Gaara were cleared out, the Anbu approached. Yamato-san, I sense your chakra. What happened here? Where are the attackers? One of the Anbu removed his mask. Lord Hokage is waiting for you. Both of you, Naruto. Hokage. The old Hokage saw out of the corner of his eye how the white-haired guy entered the barrier and disappeared into it. This was the main topic that Hiruzen was thinking about, 2 Jinchuriki in one cell, so that nothing bad would happen. Opposite the old man stood a man smiling maliciously. Why are you looking at me like that, old man? Aren't you glad to see an old student? I think Jiraiya will be very happy to see you. By the way, he's in the village. You can talk to him later. And you're already here. Orochimaru waved his hand and a quartet of sound appeared on the edges of the roof. His best experiments. They began to form the seal as at one moment, Jirobu, one of the 4, coughed and fell to his knees. Blood poured out of his mouth. A tanto was sticking out of his chest, which was held by Kakashi Hatake. Kidomaru, who was standing diagonally from the fat one, simply flew into pieces of meat. Guy, who opened the 5th gate, landed nearby. Orochimaru-sama, what brings you here? Decided to attack Konoha at a time when the strongest Junin gathered together. I heard that you are much smarter, or do you think that an alliance with Sand will help you? Your modified 4 has now become twice as small and my student is now talking to the main weapon. Kakashi said this and pulled the tant from the fat man's chest. Oh, Kakashi, I remember you when you were just a boy. You've grown so much. You're so much like your father. I hope you're just as strong and brilliant. Do you think I'd go to the village unprepared? Orochimaru began to form seals. Hitting the ground he shouted. Summoning. Unholy resurrection. Everyone froze. Seals began to spread across the ground and 3 coffins appeared. Panic began to sweep over the shinobi. Everyone saw the inscriptions on the coffins and everyone became scared. 1st, 2nd, 4th. Unlike Kanon, Hiruzen did not stop the coffin and the previous Hokage appeared in front of the leaf shinobi. Orochimaru controlled them without scrolls. They had a will, but he redirected it to attack. After standing for a few minutes, the previous Hokage rushed into battle. Hiruzen asked Guy to help the civilians, who were being attacked by a combined force of Sand and Sound. Kakashi appeared in front of Minato and they engaged in a taijutsu fight during which Minato began a dialogue. Kakashi, is that you? My dear student, what happened? Why are we fighting? I died at the paws of the fox. Orochimaru resurrected you, sensei. But we will seal you, Send your soul so that no one will disturb it. Orochimaru, then, God is with him. Kakashi, did you fulfill my request? Did you protect Naruto? Did you save him? Yes, Sensen. He is already 13 years old and he is very strong. He made friends with a boy from the Uchiha clan and was able to make friends with the Kyuubi. He wants to kill the man in the mask and I am sure he will succeed. He is a shinobi who is not inferior to you in genius. Naruto is very strong and now he is in the barrier talking to the one-tailed. It so happened that I am the mentor of his team. I keep an eye on him. Minato smiled and attacked the student. The fight was going on but Minato hadn't used any techniques yet, he was simply dominant in the base. How are you, Kakashi? Have you recovered from the loss? Were you able to ease the pain and stop blaming yourself for Rin and Obito's deaths? Minato asked as he delivered a series of blows to the student. A little. I won't be able to get rid of the pain completely, but Naruto and his friends, Sensei, they help me forget, they make me feel better. Naruto reminds me of Obito, he also wants to become Hokage. Now Kakashi smiled and, having activated the Sharingan in his left eye, was able to keep up with his teacher. Hiruzen fought with his teachers. Tsuru, how did this happen? Who resurrected us? Tabarama-sama, I did it, but the technique is yours. Thank you. It's ironic that they resurrected me with my own technique and against my own student. You'll be surprised, second, but I myself am Hiruzen's student. Tsuru, you have a brilliant student, even though he went down the wrong path. My brother's technique is strong and very complex. And he mastered it at such a level. I am flattered that the first Hokage, nicknamed the God of Shinobi, speaks of me like that, but I think there are enough touching conversations. The Hokage's fight began with an exchange of blows in close combat. Although Hiruzen was old, his skills were at a level and he held his own against his teachers. Having formed a series of seals, he summoned the Monkey King Enma and began to push back the two Hokage little by little, wielding a pole. Orikima. A man of about 50 with white hair and a chaotic hairstyle landed on the roof. Long time no see Jiraiya, were you allowed to come back? Aren't you angry at the elders for that ban? I thought we were on the same side of the barricades, you were separated from your last relative simply on the whim of these old men, so that no one would know whose son Naruto is. These pathetic, feeble masters of life decided that it would be better for the boy to live as scum in an orphanage than with a relative. I regret that I gave in to it then and left the village. I regret a lot of things. And the fact that I didn't kill you at this moment is what I regret the most. Jiraiya approached his former friend and tied him up in close combat. Control over the resurrected began to weaken and Hiruzen was already pushing them back quite well. Hiruzen, how did it happen that such a gifted student stood against you? He's not really against me, Tabarama-san, he's against the whole village. He was too gifted, so much so that people didn't understand his talent, which was in his experiments. He's a brilliant doctor, but his experiments required sacrifices, which is why he became a renegade. I understand, Sarah. Suddenly, the first Hokage appeared in front of the third Hokage. The element of wood, impenetrable forest. Bushes began to emerge from the ground, growing larger and growing into huge bushes. Within seconds, the entire roof over the huge arena was covered in a dense forest. The element of wood, the blossoming of the forest. On the branches of the new forest, buds of unknown flowers began to swell. A second later, they began to open, releasing poisonous pollen. Sarutobi jumped up, pushing off with the pole. Element of fire, crushing skulls. Element of wind, mill. A firestorm erupted from the mouth of the third. The firestorm was so powerful that it destroyed most of the forest summoned by the first. Hiruzen landed on the ruins. Shadow cloning technique. Two clones appeared in front of the two resurrected ones and Hiruzen himself retreated. The age was taking its toll, and he needed to catch his breath. One of the clones unsealed a Fumo shuriken from the scroll. The second one took a deep breath and made seals. Fire. Dragon flame. The second threw a shuriken at the two-cage Fumo, which flew through the flames and caught fire. Shadow shuriken technique. Several dozen burning weapons flew at the Hokage. One stuck into the hand of the second, whose body burst into flames at the same moment. Wind element. Air cannon. One of the clones pointed his hands towards the Hokage. A gust of wind scattered and intensified the fire. Tabarama began to burn. Element of water. Flow. The first Hokage summoned water that extinguished his resurrected brother. He created a clone and attacked Hiruzen with elemental techniques. In a second, Tabarama joined in, supporting his older brother's attacks. Hiruzen, on technical grounds, began to retreat. Summoning 4 more clones, he performed a technique of all elements. His strongest techniques rushed at the past Hokage in an instant, separating them, and Sarutobi retreated to the edge. At this time, a battle was developing at the other end. Hitaki fought against Minato while Jiraiya held off Orochimaru's onslaught. At one point the Toad Sannin began to press him. As stupid as it was, Orochi stumbled and lost his balance. He immediately regained it, but the kunai had already slashed his face. The snake jumped back. Jiraiya tried to get him with a needle-like attack of hair, catching his shoulder. Kakashi replaced himself with a log, into which several kunai immediately stuck. Minato moved to his student and began to attack him, but Hiruzen covered him by putting his staff under the blow. The three deceased Kage found themselves facing two of their students. Everyone stood motionless. Jiraiya was pushing Orochimaru back. He was a little faster and at one point he was able to enter a partial hermit mode. At that moment his speed increased. Orochimaru couldn't keep up with him and lost his concentration. Saru, go ahead. The first Hokage shouted and the second at the same moment folded the seals and partially tore the Edo Tensei. The technique dissipated and the third Hokage with the help of Kakashi sealed the mentors. Orochimaru, seeing this, exposed himself to the blade of his former friend and disintegrated into hundreds of small snakes. He retreated, leaving behind his men and the Sand Shinobi who had already been surrounded by the Konoha Shinobi. The attack was stifled. Shimura Danzo. Naruto and Gaara entered the Hokage's office. Several people were sitting in different corners, but only one attracted attention. Naruto had never seen him before, but the man's whole appearance made it clear that he was far from the last one here. The man's head was covered with bandages that tightly covered his right eye like a bandage, his right hand was also wrapped in bandages, and he held a filigree-made cane in his hands. So Naruto is Uzumaki and Gaara is the desert. Interesting, young people. We have something to talk about with you. And on what topic? Naruto glanced around at those present. Seriously. The man in bandages answered. Today, the Sand in alliance with the village of Sound attacked Konoha. There were casualties and destruction, and the main weapon of Konoha did not take part in the massacre for the village, but hid in the barrier. From this day on, Naruto Uzumaki, you will be under my personal control. I am Shimura Danzo, one of the elders of the Leaf Village, now you obey me. The old man hit the floor with his cane to indicate that the conversation was over. What the fuck are you drawing such conclusions from, uncle? Do I look like a dog? You've got something mixed up. I'm not your property. Exactly, you are the property of Konoha. Danzo answered. You were and you will be. Not in either eye. Naruto took a step back. Don't do anything stupid, kid. You won't be able to leave the residence without a seal. Naruto looked at those present. Grandpa, Sarutobi-sama, Kakashi-sensei, you will continue to remain silent. Kakashi looked at Naruto, showing with all his appearance that he couldn't do anything. Jiraiya stood up from his seat. I can't allow my grandson to be treated like this. Jiraiya, have you forgotten yourself? This is not a youth but an elder before you, and as a leaf shinobi you obey me. Danzo, stop it. Hiruzen's hand fell onto the table. You're already taking on too much. If it weren't for Naruto, Gaara would have gotten out of control, and who knows what kind of casualties it would have ended with. The old man didn't have time to finish speaking. Shimura interrupted him. By the way, about Gaara. The Sand attacked us, which means we're taking their Jinchuriki as ransom. We had a non-aggression pact, but they broke it. Gaara was taken aback by these words and clenched his fists. I support Naruto, I am not your thing to treat me like that. Yes, Danzo, you're taking on a lot. Helping Orochimaru with his experiments, binding the actions of the Jinchuriki, capturing one of them. I haven't even recovered from the incident with the Uchiha clan yet, and you've started coming up with new games. Hiruzen stopped short. He realized that he had said too much and Jiraiya immediately seized on this thread. Uchiha, sensei, don't you want to say anything? Don't poke your nose in, Jiraiya. Danzo spoke threateningly. Stop making this circus, Hokage-sama. It was Kakashi. He lifted the headband and activated the Sharingan. I can't keep this inside for so many years. I can't look Sasuke in the eyes with this weight on my shoulders. There was silence in the room. Danzo stood up. Kakashi, if you say anything now, you will become a renegade like your father. Kakashi's tone changed abruptly. Shut your mouth, old man. My father was a hero, known to the whole world from the youngest to the oldest, and only your stupid rules brought him to this. I knew this day would come, I knew all the shit would come out and you gave my father that mission to escort him. He was never a traitor. As well as the fact that you ordered the Uchiha clan to be cut out by the most brilliant Uchiha, Itachi. The room was silent. Hiruzen bowed his head. Jiraiya was in complete shock. Naruto leaned forward and at that moment two bodyguards appeared next to Danzo. He ordered to take Hatake under arrest. One of the bodyguards rushed towards the ash-haired man but suddenly ran into an obstacle in the form of a wall of sand. Seeing the mood of his new friend, Gaara was ready to paint everyone into salad in a split second. So Itachi is not a traitor. Naruto hissed. My best friend lived driven by revenge, to a man who was forced. Starrick, I'll kill you. For the suffering you brought upon my best friend, I'll tear you to shreds. Although no, I won't do it, Sasuke himself will do it, the blood of his parents, his clan is on your hands. You will answer for it. Hiruzen stood up abruptly. Naruto and Gaara, leave the office. Danzo, I find out that you were following them, it will be bad for you, the word of the Hokage. Everyone else, stay. Gaara, you are a guest, we know that you were manipulated by Orochimaru, he killed your father and with the help of a secret technique took his form, you are free to leave the village at any time. Naruto, go home, wait for me there. Said Jiraiya. Us, added Hatake. Jiraiya's decision. The first thing Uzumaki and Sandy did was go to the hospital to see Sasuke, against Jiraiya's orders. On the way they started a conversation. What are you going to do? Run away. Gaara asked the obvious question. Run. What else are you going to think of? You apparently misunderstood me, I am not retreating and I am not giving up. I am the son of the fourth. And that means this village is my legacy. Now I have more incentive to become Hokage than ever. Now I will do anything for this goal. I understand Danzo's actions. Most likely, he is blushing for the village. He, like Hiruzen, is a student of Tabarama and Hashirama. Love for his homeland is in his blood. He is ready to destroy the clan, the main power of the village. So as not to receive even more victims during the coup. I do not want such a life. It is in my power to fix everything. Neji Hyuga, whose sister you maimed and the one who defeated Sasuke, always said 100 fate is not a betrayal. I will prove him wrong. I will become the strongest Kage and change this world. As for Sasuke, I won't tell him anything for now. He needs an incentive to train, not to hate the village. I will try to contact Itachi myself and ask him personally. Itachi. This is Itachi's Sharingan, am I right? What if Kakashi was wrong? And Uchiha is really dangerous. Don't talk nonsense, Sandy. Hatake is not one of those people who doesn't think about what he said. And then? I don't know yet. I need to train and then everything will be decided. Then everything will be clear. Right now I'm still too weak to put myself above this Shimura. In the context of this conversation they reached the hospital. There were many wounded. Prisoners too. Sasuke was out cold, the mark resonated and he was tied to the bed. Karen and Sakura were next to him, and there were also other Konoha genin there. Gaara and Naruto's entrance caused a sensation. Lee jumped up in place and Neji activated the Byakugan. Karen trembled and Hinata moved back a little, causing her wheelchair to bump into the red-haired girl's chair. Naruto, what is he doing here? Hugo asked in a trembling voice. He came to apologize. Isn't that right, Sandy? Gaara nodded and raised his hand. At the same moment, sand roses fell onto the girl's laps. I could say a lot of things, but you'll hardly understand what I mean. The burden of being a Jinchuriki is very heavy. Hinata turned away and started crying. Naruto hugged her and held her close. Karen simply nodded in response to the Sandman's words. After talking about Sasuke and his stable condition, the two Jinchuriki went home. There, a serious talk with Jiraiya and Kakashi awaited them. Kakashi-san, how do you know about Itachi? Naruto asked. It's simple, my Sharingan. I got it from a friend. It was a farewell gift before his death on my birthday. When I felt bad, I would go to him at the cemetery and kind of talk to him. Ask for forgiveness. Just tell him everything that was happening. After all, Obito saved me then. And that's what he told me then. In the shinobi world, those who abandon missions are considered scum. But those who forget their friends are far worse than scum. Then there was Rin's death. The girl whose protection Obito entrusted to me, and she died at my hands. I fell into despair and began to drink heavily. On that fatal night for the Uchiha, I drank too much and fell asleep in the cemetery, next to my friend's grave. Kakashi took a sip of tea and continued. I woke up cold. It was raining and I was wet. The cemetery was at the end of the block and I wandered through the Uchiha district to get home. At one point, Itachi appeared in front of me with a bloody blade. The air was suddenly filled with the smell of blood and I noticed that the streets were empty. Even though I was drunk, I was still a shinobi. I just asked him a question. And he just told it. The Uchiha rebellion, Danzo's order and the fact that he slaughtered the clan. I stood and mentally prepared myself for the fight. I knew that in my current state I would not be able to defeat the one who had single-handedly slaughtered the entire clan. But Itachi didn't attack. He asked me for a favor. The second person trusted me with the life of a child. He asked to keep an eye on Sasuke. In case of a threat from the elders, to destroy Danzo. He also told me that Danzo killed Shisui Uchiha and took one of his eyes. He asked me to keep everything a secret. But today was too hard. One of my students fell into a coma for the second time. They want to take the second one under surveillance. I thought that by threatening Danzo I would force him to soften the conditions. But I only made it worse. Kakashi fell silent. Think about everything that has been said. Jiraiya entered the conversation. We need Tsunade. She can help Sasuke, I'm sure. That's the first thing. It's not clear what kind of mark he has, and it's clearly not just there. She is the best doctor alive and will definitely find a way out. Tomorrow I'm going to look for her. Naruto will come with me. Kakashi, Sasuke is on you. Gaara, you need to go into the sand but be extremely careful. I asked Hiruzen for help. Asuma and Genma will go with you. Danzo is a bad man and you have run into his disfavor. I hope this doesn't end badly. That's what they decided on. Everyone went to bed and in the morning Gaara took the Thunder God's kunai from Naruto and went home accompanied by 2 Junin and the Anbu Hokage. Jiraiya and Uzumaki set out to find the third of the legendary trio, and thus began Uzumaki's first journey. Tsunade. In search of Tsunade, Naruto and Jiraiya went around a sufficient number of villages and several large villages. So far the search was in vain. Naruto did not believe that they would find her, but every morning, for the sake of his friend, he stubbornly got up and walked, peered into faces, and listened to Jiraiya's stories. Walking down the street of another village, they came across a middle-class establishment. A thug stood at the door, selectively letting in visitors. Jiraiya and Naruto entered without any obstacles. Their appearance did not cause any doubts from the guard. The noise and hubbub near one of the gaming tables, which was in the right corner of the large hall, especially attracted the attention of the Sannin. There were gamblers sitting there and apparently some important card game was going on. The Konoha people approached and Jiraiya smiled lightly. A white-haired woman with very curvaceous forms that attracted the attention of all the men in the room was currently playing cards. Her face was tense. It was clear that a fortune was at stake. People crowded around and the Sannin barely squeezed through them, while Naruto walked right behind him. The game ended with cries of joy from that same woman, and her opponent grabbed the guard of the blade. I'll cut you into pieces, bitch. He screamed and bared the blade. Oh, what's going on? Jiraiya stretched out the phrase and at that very moment the table rolled towards the wall, pinning the swordsman who was trying to attack. The woman stood up from her chair and stepped towards him. Her gait was crooked. It was obvious that she had already drunk quite a bit. The sake bottle described an arc and almost hit her head, but was intercepted by a hand with an iron cap on the back. To attack one woman, in a group, and from behind. Where is your honor, young people? Old man, get off the road before you get buried next to it. One of the card players answered. She deceived us and will pay the full price, if you know what I mean. Laughter swept through the room. Apparently these guys were frequent visitors here and even the security guard was on their side. The bottle in her hand burst, the shards flew in all directions, and at that moment the woman turned around. And it's you. I can't say I'm glad to see you, don't count on it. I can't say thank you either, by the way. I could have handled it myself. Hello to you too, Suna, I see you're in your element. Grandpa wouldn't be pleased. Don't forget that it was he who taught me how to play cards, Jiraiya. And don't forget that I'm your friend. Even if this blow didn't harm you, I simply couldn't allow it. At that moment, the guy with the sword jumped onto the table and the peaceful people dispersed. A dozen bandits lined up in a ring around the two Sannins and prepared for a fight. Cough cough. A cough came from the ceiling. And everyone looked up. On one of the beams stood a boy, about 13 to 14 years old, head down. He folded his arms across his chest and looked at the entire crowd. Grandpa, we are in a hurry, haven't you forgotten? Tsunade turned to face her friend. Grandpa, is that Minato's son? Looks like. The kid is trying to attack us if you haven't noticed. I would even fall apart over this. But I think you are the last one to worry about. The blonde answered and deftly jumped onto the table and turned to the guy who had attacked with the sword. Before you open your mug, I would advise you to listen and most importantly hear me. We need this woman. My friend is dying and only she can save him. So think about the odds. 12 to 2 is good of course, but they will kill you. They, us. You've guessed correctly. There are 2 of us and 12 of us. The guy with the blade was indignant, accompanied by the friendly hubbub of the gang. Why are you interrupting me? I asked you to. Prajal Uzumaki. 12 to 2 is a good deal, but not when you have 2 of the 3 legendary Sanins in front of you. As for the odds, any one of them will kill you all without breaking a sweat. The crowd fell silent. There was some truth in the boy's words. Most people who survived the war knew about the 3 Sanins. Their strength was legendary. Some of the bandits backed away. The desire to fight diminished. Jiraiya, your grandson knows how to make an impression. I'm telling you right now, I won't be returning to the village. Not even for a short while. Tsunade, we'll talk about this later. You said it yourself, a fight is brewing. Is this really a fight? The blade flashed a centimeter from her Tsunade. She managed to dodge, and while the blade was parallel to her face, she hit it with her fist. Metal particles fell on the floor, and the hand of the granddaughter of the first Hokage grabbed the swordsman by the throat. No one understood how it happened. You see, you didn't listen to me, and now it will hurt you. After these words, Naruto jumped up and stood upside down on the beam on the ceiling again. But the swordsman didn't have time to listen to him. When Uzumaki was finishing his sentence, he was already flying out into the street through the window he had broken. The fight was quick. Several broken chairs, several tables, and several dozen broken bones. Tsunade and Shizuna, her assistant, walked out of the establishment. Naruto and Jiraiya chased us through the broken furniture. Tsunade Senju too. Suna, we need your help. Jiraiya did not calm down and continued his song. They walked along the half-empty streets of the village that was north of the borders of the Land of Fire. The evening was warm. The sun had long since disappeared from the sky, giving way to the moon, which was beginning to gain strength. I said, I won't go back to the village. The boy could die. This mark is from Orochi. It doesn't let him live in peace. Tsunade, you made an oath. We all made an oath that day. Orochimaru doesn't give a damn about our oath. What's stopping me? Orochimaru was not the grandson of the first Hokage. So what? He was the same shinobi as you and me. He was our friend, but he still left Konoha. And he's also a renegade. He killed people for experiments and attacked a village. Have you forgotten? Naruto stopped abruptly. You're fucking annoying. If you don't want to go to Konoha, if you don't want to help Sasuke, I don't see any point in following you. It's boring and unproductive. It's easier to find Orochimaru and make him help Sasuke. It's easier and more effective. And you can stay alone with your grief. I don't dare distract such a pathetic old woman like you. It's useless. If you found yourself in games and drinking, then you are no longer a shinobi and certainly not the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Tsunade appeared in front of the blonde in an instant. Watch your language, little one. You better watch yourself. You look like a tramp and the smell of booze can be smelled from a mile away. Oh, you little one. Tsunade gave Naruto a flick, but he managed to use wind chakra from his hands and, pushing off from her, flew back a couple of meters, and a pretty hefty shock wave spread from Tsunade's finger as a residual effect. If it had hit Naruto, he would have flown a good 10 meters, but that's what he was a genius for. You see, Granny Tsunade, what alcohol has brought you to, you can't even hit the genin. Uzumaki quipped. Let's see how you talk when I use at least some of my power. The woman answered and rushed towards Uzumaki. A fight ensued in which Suna attacked and Naruto tried to avoid the attacks. My friend needs help. I had no one except him and Shikamaru. I can't just leave this to chance. I need your help. Jiraiya said you are the best, so prove it. Prove that it is not for nothing that you are Senju and the granddaughter of the god of shinobi. Kid, a lot has happened in my life. I lost almost all the people. My loved one died in my arms. The war took him and my little brother. Now I'm a bad medic. My hands are shaking and the sight of blood makes me sick. So maybe you shouldn't live in the past. I can. Why are you worse? Yes, people didn't die in my hands. But I lived in an orphanage and I am the Jinchuriki of a fox who destroyed half a village and killed many. No one protected me and I had no friends, parents, a loved one, and now one of the 3 legendary Sanins is complaining to me about life. It doesn't even sound like a funny joke. Naruto kept dodging and Tsunade attacked him with half her strength. She pressed me against the wall at the moment when it was no longer possible to avoid the blow. Naruto took out 2 Thunder God Kunai and threw one at Tsunade while the other bounced off the wall and flew behind her. Familiar Kunai, Jiraiya, did you teach him? No Suna, this boy learned almost everything himself. He is a genius like his father. Tsunade caught the kunai in front of her face and looked at it. What's next, baby? Naruto made 2 seals and at that moment Tsunade was thrown back. the second kunai hitting her against the wall from which the kunai was sticking out. This was already a new technique of the Thunder God, improved. Naruto himself completed it. He could move one object to another. This was the first, premier use of the technique. The effect was amazing. Naruto was immediately there. Granny, you call me a boy and a brat, but unlike you, I have grown in terms of aspiration. I will never retreat from my goal. I will kill the man in the mask, become Hokage, and stop all these fucking wars on Earth. And now I'm ashamed that the granddaughter of Hashirama himself is so pathetic. You are a disgrace to the entire clan. You turned away from the village and your friends. You didn't even try to bring Orochimaru back. You forgot about him and chose the path to the bottom. You didn't go to avenge your loved one. You went to a bar. Jiraiya did everything for the village, but when she turned away from him, he did not abandon her, the teacher, his friends, and he tried to the last to return his lost friend by choosing the difficult path. You chose the easiest and simplest, the path of despair without the desire to change anything. I read that in order to build the village, Hashirama was willing to let Madara kill him. And you just gave up, tripping several times on the great path, sat down on the road and started crying. Lady Tsunade, don't do that. I'm asking you to help one of the most precious people to me. An interesting move, I don't remember Minato doing that. Said Tsunade, sitting on the ground near the wall and twirling a kunai in her hands. This is my modification, Uzumaki said proudly. Tsunade stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes. You know, Jiraiya, I still agree. At 13 years old, to learn and, most importantly, to perfect such a serious A-rank technique, I am ready to follow such a person, and he knows how to speak. Naruto, I will help your friend, but if you ever stray from your path, I will kill you and Sasuke with my own hands. Consider it a deal. Tsunade fell silent and lowered her head so that no one would see her tears. They set out in the morning. The road to Konoha was not close and they should have hurried, but they didn't know about it. The fifth Hokage. Hiruzen, you're old. You just let two Jinchuriki out of the village and let one stay with a Sannin who can do something, and the other, a completely unbalanced teenager from our village's Anbu. Danzo, it is not for you to talk about old age and stupidity. We grew up together, we both saw peace and war. You committed the Uchiha genocide, framed the clan's genius for it, and what about the Uzumaki story? You search for them all over the world and try to get their secrets. Every action of mine is for the benefit of the village. Will stealing the Uchiha's eyes also bring benefits? Are you accusing me of something, Sarah? Danzo, not only are there spies at the root, I also have people. I haven't forgotten, I'm the Hokage. I know about everything that happens in the village. Your help to Orochimaru, the search for Uchiha Shisui. Saru, this is a serious accusation. You can pay dearly for them. Sarutobi rose up in his chair. Are you threatening me, advisor? My threats are more severe. You have softened, Saru, remember the war, how we ran, Konoha blossomed in battles. And now you are throwing away Jinchuriki, letting the Sans assault go. You are not even an authority for your own student. What about the village? Having said these words, Danzo left the office and headed to the root's lair, his abode. The next morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen headed outside of Konoha. The meeting with the spy was to be one-on-one. Using henge, he changed his appearance and easily went beyond the village. He did not know that he was being followed, but after moving a few kilometers, he felt something was wrong. The Hokage's reaction saved him from the first blow, but it did not stop the attack. The masked Anbu people attacked him, time after time. There were about 10 of them and Sarutobi understood that these were Danzo's people. Organization Root, the shadow elite of Konoha that subordinate exclusively to Shimura. The 10 professional killers did not slow down. The attacks rolled in waves. At the moment when the Hokage, having used several elemental techniques, was about to summon Enma, an old friend and comrade appeared before him. Danzo stopped making seals. It's not worth it, Saru. There was no bandage on Danzo's face and Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan was burning in his right eye. An instant and the Hokage's body fell to the ground. Thus ended the era of the third Hokage. At the hands of an old friend, in the forest near his native village, surrounded by those to whom he once gave a parting speech into adulthood. The root Anbu returned to the village. And later, one of the Anbu found the Hokage's body and brought it. The news spread throughout the village. The Hokage was dead. In the forest, no witnesses or any leads. The elders had to call an emergency meeting. The village declared mourning. At the moment when the elders sat down at the table, 2 Sanins with a boy approached the village gates. The guards met them with sad faces. Jiraiya-sama, we have terrible news. Genma started but when he saw Tsunade he stopped. Ms. Tsunade, greetings. Hello Genma, what happened? Your face is covered in horror. What happened? Anxiety began to pound in my chest, and bad thoughts began to creep into my head. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was found dead in the forest. A few kilometers from Konoha there is a meeting now and it seems like they want to choose Shimura Danzo as the fifth Genma finished. He said it quickly, the word stuck in his throat. It's not every day you tell your students that their teacher has died. Tears ran down Tsunade's cheeks. Jiraiya's face was blank, he leaned on the gate doors, thanks to which he did not fall. Danzo, what a bitch. Most likely he attacked the Hokage. We have to stop him from becoming the head of the village. It will be a total mess. Agreements. This Naruto rushed to the residence where elections were now scheduled. Since there are no other candidates, I appoint Danzo as the head of the village. Mitokado Humara spoke. The door swung open, and Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Uzumaki stood on the threshold, their faces distorted with contempt. I hope we're not late. Oh Jiraiya, how nice to see you. Ooh, and Suna is here, a nice surprise. Kaharu Udatane stood up to greet the new faces. She didn't like Danzo and she didn't like his methods. Since the first granddaughter and the Toad Hermit have joined us, I think we can reconsider our decision. We now have 3 candidates for the post of Hokage. She finished. The trio walked through the doors and sat down at the table, except for Naruto, who sat down on the sofa. He understood that he didn't have the right to sit at this table yet. I will become Hokage. As the heir, I have every right. My reputation speaks for itself. Few have done more for this village than me. And maybe I did a lot of stupid things. I decided to fix everything, to lead the world to a bright future. Orochimaru's departure and betrayal broke me. But after rethinking some moments, I understood something. The death of Dan is on my hands, who by the way was your grandson, Homura. He bequeathed to me to look after the village. He always looked after everyone, and then he put this burden on my shoulders. I did not keep my promise, but I intend to fix it now. I have walked this path and it led me again to Konoha, which needs help. It needs a cage. On my neck is the necklace of the first Hokage as a symbol of a precious future. Grandfather herself gave it to Nawaki. You remember my younger brother, he was a sunny person, like that boy. He inspired hope in the hearts of people. He wanted to become Hokage, believed in this dream, wanted to be like grandfather. I took this necklace off my dead brother's body myself. And his dream fell on my shoulders with the return pendant. And now I will not betray her. I will not betray anyone. Yes, I gave up on my way. My grandfather Hashirama Senju, Tsunade emphasized this name with her intonation. Wouldn't forgive me for that. I decided to atone for my guilt. The village needs a leader like me, with a reputation, who has seen the whole world and felt the flavor of other villages. I can lead Konoha to a new world. I will never give up. Tsunade's words gave Naruto goosebumps. He didn't know such details. It even embarrassed him, but the elder's appearance shocked him. Naruto realized that Tsunade had hit the mark, she had caught them and they had caught her. And old lady Kaharu shed a tear. Everything went as it should and Tsunade Senju became the 5th Hokage. 2 years have passed. Attack. 2 years have passed since Tsunade Senju became Hokage. She helped Sasuke. With the help of drugs and an artificial coma, he survived the turning point and the mark did not consume him. For 2 years he learned to manage it. Sakura, Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, Hyuga Neji and Hinata, Karen whom Naruto considered his sister were by his side all this time. They helped him adapt. Hinata gradually learned to walk again. Naruto never left her side. He was falling in love at the speed of light and tried to help her with all his might. He took her with him to trainings and small missions, supported her and was already acquainted with her father. Everything went smoothly. Naruto trained like never before. In 2 years he became incredibly strong. His friends were not inferior to him in the amount of training, but they were behind in strength. Uzumaki studied his father's techniques and Karen helped him with the chains. Sasuke awakened the 3-tiered Sharingan, which raised his stat, and when he first activated the 2nd level seal, under the supervision of doctors and Tsunade, he rose, although not to the level of Naruto in the fox's cloak, then above all the others. Everything went on as usual. Small missions, trainings and concerns. Here Uzumaki is already 16 years old. The blonde grew up, his eyes became even lighter and his hair acquired a yellowish tint. He looked even more like Minato and his Hiraishin was more productive. Teleportation became his thing and Jiraiya taught him Rasengan. And he went on another spy mission for several years. Training in the village of such a technique as the Rasengan, into which Naruto always stirred elemental chakra, was dangerous and the blonde chose a training ground in the forest outside the village. When he came, he did a few circles, then a physics exercise, then elemental techniques. In 2 years, the blonde turned the training ground into ruins. It was the same on this day. There was no strength left. He trained chakra techniques today and was exhausted by the evening. At some point, silence fell over the training ground. At that moment, Naruto turned and blocked the kunai flying at him. An Anbu appeared in the clearing. Then another, and several more. 24, Uzumaki counted. What's going on here? I'm a leaf shinobi. Why are the Anbu attacking me? No one answered him, but the flying kunai spoke for themselves. It's a root. Naruto realized instantly. The fight began. The whole group attacked the tired boy. They hid all day and waited for the moment. He didn't use any technology. He saved his chakra, but in taijutsu, even with his speed, they quickly began to crush him. A few minutes and 2 people from the root on the ground and Uzumaki is already breathing heavily. His body was already covered with several cuts, although the region acted quickly, it did not help much. After all, there is a special squad of assassins in front of him. Who were sent for his head. He couldn't use Hiraishin yet, it was too expensive a technique. And even though at a normal moment she wouldn't take much chakra, now she would have taken the last, and the fox was sleeping for some reason and you couldn't yell at him, and there was no time. Naruto understood that the battle was coming to an end. He managed to kill 3, but he himself suffered quite a bit. And most likely these corpses will be prescribed to him, even though Tsunade is the Hokage, but Danzo's power cannot be disputed. At that moment, everyone from the root stood in a semicircle. A red barrier appeared behind Naruto, cutting off his retreat, and Shimura himself appeared in front of the root shinobi. There was no bandage on his face, a sharingan was burning in his eye socket. Uzumaki had never seen such a pattern, but he understood that it was a manjaku. 2 years, young Uzumaki, I have been waiting for this moment. The sharingan had a cooldown for 2 years. That day I activated it and killed Hiruzen. Although it was worth saving it for you. You are more trouble, but it will all end here. Not far from here, a family of several people was killed. A mad fox tore them apart, going out of control, and then Danzo looked around the clearing, killed 3 Konoha shinobi. Naruto stood there, barely breathing. His arms were hanging like rags along his body, it was hard to breathe, his chakra was running out, one jerk and Danzo was next to the blonde. One look and Uzumaki disappeared in yellow lightning, leaving a kunai mark on the face of the head of Root. It was impossible to go to the village. Even though his friends wouldn't believe that Naruto was a traitor, he couldn't speak for all the people. Everyone knew that he was a fox and would believe this story. He made the only right decision. 2 hours later, the Hokage's office became noisy. A crowd of teenagers, Junin, and Root Anbu led by Shimura. I refuse to believe this, Sasuke shouted. I support Uchiha. The fox couldn't get out of control. Naruto became friends with him, I saw their training and joint techniques. It was Neji. Hinata and Karen were crying in the corner. Sakura looked at Tsunade with hope. As in canon, she became her daughter. Shimura stood up from his seat. Hokage, you must make a decision. I have 15 witnesses to the massacre. I personally declare Uzumaki Naruto a rank S criminal. Whether you want it or not. All the root members and the head disappeared into Shunshin. It was a huge problem. There was a boy of about 10 years old standing on the bridge. He stood on the railing and meditated as he had been taught. Even though it was summer outside, the river was covered with a layer of ice on which children were noisily and happily skating. Everything was wonderful. Only one thing marred the peaceful picture at that moment. The appearance of a stranger on the bridge. Who fell next to the boy who was meditating. He quickly jumped down from the railing and waved to the girl with long black hair. He himself rushed to the stranger. Turning him on his back, the boy shuddered. Not because the stranger's body was covered in wounds, but because in front of him was the man he took as an example. Who set him on the path of shinobi while still a child himself? Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment a girl ran up. Inari. What is Naruto? What is he doing here? Haku quickly froze all the cuts and using the ice technique plunged Naruto into the cold, lifted him up on the ice floe and carried him to the house. Inari ran alongside. He was clutching in his hands the kunai that he had once stolen from the battlefield of Naruto and Zabuza and which, in all likelihood, had now saved Uzumaki's life. Disappearance. Naruto woke up around lunchtime the next day. I looked around and tried to remember what happened. Training, Hiraishin, Rasengan, what's next? That's right, Anbu and Danzo. Although it wasn't Anbu, it was Root, he corrected himself. Looking at himself, Naruto noticed that the cuts had disappeared, the wounds had healed, which meant that someone had deigned to wake up. Kurama, fuck. Why the fuck did you set me up like that yesterday? Naruto flew into the subconscious and immediately attacked the fox with accusations and threats to break his nails. Your training, Dapper, is completely tiring me out. I only woke up last night, so get out of my subconscious and don't bother the uncle while he rests. I'll give you a rest now, bitch, you'll be fucking amazed. If you hadn't started snoring after lunch, I would have killed them all or at least not run away with such shame. If you hadn't been jacking off to elemental techniques until lunch, I wouldn't have had to support you. I wouldn't have had to spend the last few days not sleeping and working with you. And now I said scat. And Kurama threw Naruto out of consciousness. Uzumaki sat up in bed, clenching his fists in anger. What a flea-bitten bitch, I'll shave your head while you're sleeping. I'll paint your nails with varnish, you bald dog. The door swung open, and a boy of about 10 to 11 years old stood on the threshold. He was wearing a thick tracksuit and his hands were covered in bruises from blows and kunai. Naruto, you're awake, finally. Inari. Naruto narrowed his eyes. So that's the kunai I moved to. And you've grown up, kid. Do you still want to become a shinobi? I want to. Yesterday you moved to the bridge where I was training. It's good that Haku was nearby. I wouldn't have managed it myself. Where's Zabuza? I need to talk to him. He's in the forest, on the other side of the bridge. He's catching robbers who are causing trouble on the road. He is the head of the village now. He even went to the mist, talked to the Mizukage. He asked for forgiveness and stopped being a renegade. He trains me. Haku has already sent for him. Since you showed up in such a state, it means something happened. You're right, kid. Something terrible happened. At this point, Inari left and Naruto continued to rest. Zabuza returned in the evening. Hello Uzumaki, what brings you here? Danzo betrayed me. He attacked me at the end of training and tried to kill me. He killed the third old man 2 years ago, he told me himself. He thought I was already a corpse but I fucked him. And now I don't know what to do. Roots people killed someone and they'll most likely blame it on me. I need your help, swordsman. I need information. Yeah, got it. I'll take care of it. And you rest in the meantime. I'll send people to Konoha for whatever purpose. Is there anyone to meet there? Sasuke or Sakura? They know everything for sure. Maybe Karen, but be careful, Danzo might be watching her. He watches everyone, the bitch. That's what we decided on. A few days later, Zabuza's men returned. All of Naruto's theories were confirmed. Danzo had blamed all of the corpses on him, and the men believed it. No one doubted the elder's words except the Hokage and Uzumaki's friends. There was nothing they could do and he was declared a criminal. There were no options except to disappear. To disappear for a long time and then return and fight Danzo, to reveal his identity, his deeds, to justify himself and defend his honor. The swordsman helped with this too. Old connections in the criminal world helped find a new refuge and get money. Naruto's journey began. Haku helped to dye her hair and the swordsman told about the criminal world. Where, what and how. Swordsman, there's another topic. Tell me where to find Itachi. Uchiha, are you out of your mind? Believe me, you are not his opponent. I'm not going to fight him. One friend told me secrets about him and that he also has a feud with Danzo. I can't help with that. He was last seen in the company of my comrade in the swordsman team, Hashigaki Kisame. I don't know anything else. Naruto said goodbye to his friends and left the village at night, crossing the bridge named after him. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki disappeared. Menma was born. Just without a last name or clan, an unknown shinobi traveler with dark hair. Uchiha. A knock on the door interrupted Uzumaki's thoughts. Naruto opened the door until the chain clicked. Behind her stood the owner of the inn where Naru was staying, on the border of the land of lightning and sky. A small inn whose owner was in debt to Uzumaki for ridding the area of a gang of petty bandits. Young master, there is a young man asking for you. Me? Are you sure? I don't know anyone here. Yes, definitely you. He described you exactly, only he mixed up the hair. It's strange, I'm sulking now. The reception hall was quite noisy. Almost all the tables were occupied. At this time of year, crossing the border was a common occurrence. Some were trading, others were simply transporting goods. That's why there were many shinobi in the hall. During his time on the run, Naruto had learned to blend in with the people around him. But even among all the shinobi, including several of the Junin rank no less, one stood out. He sat at the end table. Despite the noise around him, he exuded calm and confidence. His eyes were closed, but Naruto was sure that he controlled every movement in the hall and was ready to repel aggression in case of it. Taking a closer look at it, Naruto shuddered. It was Sasuke. Or not. Not Sasuke for sure, but very similar. Black hair just above the shoulders, sharp features, calm. It was definitely an Uchiha. Itachi. Naruto had been looking for him for a long time, calling his name at every corner and provoking him in different ways, but now, seeing in person the one who had slaughtered an entire clan, Naruto was scared. His legs trembled slightly. He had never been so afraid of one person. The brunette slowly moved towards the table, trying to maintain his composure. His hands were shaking a little. Uzumaki, you were looking for a meeting with me. Why? I'm Sasuke's friend, and I know everything. About what? Itachi's voice became tense. About your mission. Sasuke, I don't like telling you right away. Kakashi told me everything, and I have problems with Danzo too. That's why I became a renegade. I was set up. You won't find help in me. My life has changed. I am now a criminal with the blood of his clan, parents and beloved girl on his hands. But you left Sasuke alive. Even though you protected the village, protected him, he will want to destroy Konoha when he finds out about everything. And I don't know if I can stop him. If I can kill my best friend, I myself might end up on his side. Itachi, I need your help. I need to destroy Danzo and clear his name. You certainly won't clear your name in my company. In general, you'd better stay away from me. And in case of Sasuke, I will help you. From under the Howry and Uchiha's hands appeared a jar, and I was floating in the liquid. What is this? Naruto asked. My best friend's eye, Shisui Uchiha. The second one you could see in Danzo. He stole it and drove Shisui to suicide. You fought him, I heard. Yes, he said that the eye's recharge lasted 2 years. With its help, he killed the third. I heard about that too. Itachi responded. More precisely, I saw. I was supposed to meet Hiruzen, but I was late for that massacre. In reloading. Shisui's eyes were a relic of the clan with the most powerful genjutsu. Koto Amatsukami. Genjutsu capable of erasing memories and implanting new ones, whatever the user of the eyes wants. Thus completely changing the fate of a person, even the techniques of Izanagi and Izanami are unable to prevent this. Because of this, Danzo hunted them, but slightly miscalculated Shisui's strength and was only able to take possession of one eye. If she himself used it, the recharge would be tens of times less. And you, Uzumaki, your clan's blood is the strongest and this eye will suit you. If Sasuke wants to attack Konoha, be there. The eye will activate the technique itself and Sasuke will take my position. He will protect the village and everything that was dear to me. Until then, you can use it and the recharge on Koto Amatsukami will be a month. You are still in Uzumaki. Now it's time for me to go, Naruto. Take care of yourself. Have you heard of the Akatsuki organization? No, Naruto responded. They are hunting for the Jinchuriki. I do not wish you harm, you are my brother's friend and my godfather's son. Yeah kid, our fathers were best friends. If Minato was alive, he wouldn't have allowed the massacre. So, stay away from people in such clothes and Sasuke slightly loosened his Howry, under it was a black cloak with bright red clouds. Itachi, I'm already strong, and with this eye you still won't be able to defeat us all. I'm one of the members of this organization, and take my word for it, I'm not the strongest there. Uzumaki tensed up. What kind of monsters were there if Itachi himself was not confident in his strength? I'm glad that Sasuke has such a friend. Very glad. This is my gift. Leaving the jar on the table, Uchiha left the hotel and disappeared into the fog. Naruto returned to the room and began to think about how to transplant Shisui's eye. He knew that Tsunade could help him, but he could not come to the village. Commentary on Uchiha. Who will Naruto go to for help? Any options? Akatsuki. You can't just come to my shelter and ask me for such an operation. By right of the strong, I can. And Orochimaru-san, you yourself are interested. Danzo betrayed you and now my goal is to kill him. Such an upgrade of my body is to your advantage. Help me. Kid, you've gotten a little cheeky. You almost killed me. You attacked Konoha, I defended what is dear to me. Logical. Okay Naruto-kun, the Sannin said after thinking. I will help you. After all, I have learned from the battles with you. Now I just want to be with you, help and stand aside. I want to see your dawn, I want to know how strong you can become. The operation was successful. Naruto trusted Orochimaru and was not disappointed. He was a truly great scientist and along with the Uchiha's eye, which Naruto learned to deactivate due to his chakra reserves, he also implanted the cells of the first one into him, thereby increasing the characteristics of the Uzumaki. Naruto trained with Orochimaru for another 3 months. The snake's laboratory was very interesting, many scrolls, many different techniques of hundreds of clans, DNA of improved genomes. Training with the snake Sannin was mainly on chakra control, thus Naruto's seal techniques became stronger and better. One day Naruto left the Sannin's shelter. The eye completely took root and Uzumaki felt unreal strength. One day Naruto passed a small village in the land of wind. He heard a strange conversation about people in cloaks with red clouds kidnapped Gaara of the sand. Itachi and the conversation with him immediately came to mind. Rumor has it that they are moving towards the border from the southern side. After dinner, Uzumaki immediately set off despite the night. He felt that his friend needed help, he was overwhelmed like never before. By lunchtime the next day, he had almost caught up with the criminals and began to observe. It was a team of 2 shinobi. They were completely relaxed, but Uzumaki remembered the Uchiha's words. While Naruto watched and rested. After eating a couple of Shinluobi pills, he perked up and decided to attack. Having sent a shadow clone underground, Naruto himself attacked from the air. The cloak with clouds flew up and a doll appeared in front of Naruto, which turned its head 180 degrees and opened its mouth and attacked Uzumaki with needles. He parried each one, but the puppeteer did not see what made him nervous and he retreated. The second one from the enemy team jumped back. Why did you attack us? Did we do something to you? Deidara, calm down. Don't you recognize him? They showed us his portrait at the meeting, he's the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Oh, Sasori-sama, shall we take him? If it works. Nine Tails is not one, he is clearly strong. Then according to the established scheme. A young man with long white hair, who immediately reminded Naruto of his old acquaintance, Ino Yamonoko. He folded the seals and a clay bird appeared next to him, he deftly jumped on it and flew up, small pieces of clay fell from above onto the blonde, a dozen explosions rang out and dust rose. Naruto used the wind and dispersed it. As soon as everything settled, the blonde jumped up, quickly dominating both opponents, finding himself next to the doll, he swung a kunai soaked in chakra and cut it in the center. The shell fell apart and a red-haired young man appeared on the battlefield, barely older than Uzumaki. He had red hair and was naked to the waist, stretching his arms out in front. With one he folded a seal of concentration and with the other he unsealed a scroll, summoning the doll. Few people have seen this doll of mine. Meet the third Kazekage. I personally killed him. Deidara was in the air. The fight had begun. Naruto instantly entered Kurama mode, he mastered it in a few years and could use it well. He was the fastest in this fight, throwing the kunai of the thunder god Uzumaki at Deidara ended up on Deidara's bird. Haration. The kunai cut the air, cutting the long-haired one, who quickly jumped down and blew up the bird. Naruto barely managed to jump down, but the blast wave caught him in the back and threw him to the ground. A rectangle of iron sand was approaching Naruto, it was Sasori and his puppet, using the cloning technique, the brunette rushed towards the puppeteer, 4 clones flew head-on, each used the wind style to accelerate themselves to the maximum, among them was the real one, he created an extension of his hand from the fox's chakra and cut the doll, and heating the chakra ignited it. At that moment, Deidara stabbed a kunai into his leg and drew blood, his eyes suddenly opened and he began to gasp for air like a fish pulled out of water. He noticed the Sharingan in the Jinchuriki's eye. He understood everything and became furious. That damn Sharingan again, how I hate you. The long-haired man tore his cloak open on his chest and ripped the threads, another mouth appeared on his chest. I will die, but you, bitch, will die with me, my art, I will prove its power to everyone, it's a pity Lord Sasori won't see it, he would clearly appreciate and approve, he liked my talent. While Deidara was speaking, Naruto just stood there, his mouth on his chest, starting to chew on something. C0. Atomic explosion. He wanted to say something else but the kunai hit him right in the throat. In front of him stood a clone of Uzumaki who was hiding underground. The fight was over and Naruto was glad that he caught Deidara in Genjutsu at the very beginning of the fight. Gaara was lying not far from the battle site, he was completely blinded and paralyzed by poison. Taking him in his arms, Naruto headed back to the sand where they should help him. At the same time, Konoha Shinobi, sent by the 5th Hokage to help search for Gaara, who had already become Kazekage, were approaching the border of sand. Meeting of friends. A young man with black hair appeared at the southern gate of the hidden sand village. A dark haori, a leaf shinobi bandana, and he held the Kazekage on his shoulder. The guards immediately appeared in front of him, ready for battle. Do not attack. A voice behind the guard commanded. A young man stepped forward, his distinguishing feature being a cocoon behind his back. Kankuro, long time no see. Naruto, is that you? You've been declared a criminal, what are you doing here? I heard that Gaara was kidnapped. I couldn't leave it like that. Where are the kidnappers? I was able to destroy them. And you brought Gaara back. Kankuro couldn't believe it. He was afraid of Naruto's power as a Jinchuriki and didn't trust him. Kankuro, I am not guilty of what I am accused of. I did not commit those crimes. And many shinobi of the leaf believe in me. Your brother believed in me as much as I once believed in him. Okay, let's go, Naruto. A plan was born in Kankuro's head, and they headed to the center of the large village. At this time, on the other side of the village, at the gate, Kazekage Temari's sister was receiving help from Konoha. These were several shinobi of her age that she was familiar with. Shikamaru, Sakura, Sasuke, Neji, Rock Lee and Karen Uzumaki. Kakashi was appointed as the leader of the special forces. Temari also headed to the center of the village where each road led. Naruto. Everyone stopped abruptly. Hey, it turned out unexpectedly somehow. I didn't think that they would send you to help so soon. What are you doing here? Karen rushed towards Uzumaki. Yeah, there is such a question. Shikamaru stood next to Sasuke, leaning against a tree. And I really want to get an answer right now. Sakura added, placing her hands on her hips. There had been no news from Uzumaki for several years, and then there he was, in person. Hello everyone. Am I a criminal to you? Is there any reason to doubt you? Kakashi asked. What are you, Kakashi-senpai? Not a gram. Then everything is clear. No one believed that you got out of control. But public opinion and Danzo's connections, in general, you can't go to the village. So Naruto is not a criminal, Kankuro asked. No, of course not, he was set up. Sasuke answered him. I couldn't go back to the village. It just so happened that it was dangerous for me there. We all understand. Sakura hugged him. Karen couldn't hold back her tears, and she didn't want to. She missed her brother very much. They might not be related by blood, but clan ties are sometimes stronger than any other. Then there was a warm meeting, dinner and conversations. Gaara was in the hospital. He was fine, except for the severe exhaustion and the complete loss of chakra. He had to cover the entire village with sand when Deidara attacked. He was ready to die for it. He gave every grain, even shukaku that remained in him could not restore him so quickly. The old friends talked. Naruto told how he spent this time and what he learned. He still had a serious conversation with Sasuke about Itachi. Come on. Importantly, Kakashi distracted everyone. Who kidnapped Sandy? Akatsuki. This is a squad of very strong renegades, approximately S+ rank. Naruto answered. Where did you get the information? Sasuke asked. One person told me about them. I can't say his name, but rest assured that these words are as if I said them. And I didn't pass on someone else's words. And how strong they are, you can understand knowing that Itachi Uchiha and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist are members of this organization. Not good news. Neji said, and at that moment the door swung open. A man with long, white hair below his shoulders stood on the threshold. A dark green kimono was hidden on top of it by a sleeveless cape with a whirlpool symbol on the back. Naruto stood up abruptly. Grandpa, how did you end up here? Naruto, I'm so glad to see you. I was sure that it was you who saved Gaara. And when you have a vast spy network all over the world, life is a little easier. Naruto hugged Jiraiya. I shouldn't have left without warning. Forgive me. Everything is fine, my boy. You couldn't go back. The people in the village are angry with you. Many want you caught and killed. You did everything right. Hello Jiraiya-san. Glad you're here. Kakashi spoke when everyone had taken their seats. Akatsuki, Grandpa, do you know anything about them? Not many. It's a mercenary squad. Someone gathered a squad of very strong shinobi. Nukenin, traitors to their homeland. They committed terrible acts. For example, the leader of their organization killed the head of the Hidden Rain, Hanzo Salamander. And Itachi Uchiha slaughtered his clan, and that same swordsman of the mist, Kisame, killed the head of the Hidden Mist. And that puppeteer with whom I fought, he said that he killed the 3rd Kazekage and I saw a puppet controlling the iron sand. A cheerful company, Sakura responded. Is this an organization at the country level? I understand. If each of them can cut out an entire clan, then together they can cut out half the world. Shikamaru, I don't like the way you think. Stop thinking too much. You haven't thought much, Naru, and you've been on the run for several years now. Shikamaru parried the attack of the blonde, who is now a brunette. I have something else I should tell you about. Naruto stood up after saying those words. Everyone looked up at Uzumaki, who stood with his eyes closed. When he opened them, everyone just fell out of it. The Sharingan was burning in one eye socket. Sasuke jumped. Neji frowned, and Lee stood up and screamed. Naruto-kun, you've become even stronger, I want to fight you at full strength. Everyone sat and did not know what to say. But it had to be done and Jiraiya spoke. Where did you get this eye? They gave it to me. This eye belonged to one great Uchiha. Before his death, he gave this eye to a friend with the message that he wanted to see a new world, he wanted to see how people would change. This friend believed in me, in my dream, and decided that with my help, this eye would see a new world. And who performed the operation? Sakura intervened. I wouldn't have been able to get to Granny Tsunade, and I don't know any other doctors like her, so I had to turn to. Naruto didn't have time to finish. To Orochimaru. Naruto's grandfather finished instead. Everyone fell silent. Yes, that's right, only he was able to help me, transplant and adapt the eye to me, so I can use it to its full potential. Now I have the power of this eye, which means that my dream is just a little bit away, and the snake itself is alive, it has changed and wants to take my side. I can't trust it completely, but there is no longer that malice in it, I would have felt it. Everyone just sat there in silence. Old friends and teachers who had changed a lot over the years, matured, become stronger. There was still a lot waiting for them in the future, but they didn't even expect that this future would come so soon. The hunt has begun. Events began to develop quickly. Akatsuki was the same as canonically at the time Naruto destroyed Sasori and Deidara, the other four groups captured other tailed beasts. At the time Naruto met his friends in the center of the sand village, all of the Akatsuki met in the hideout with the four Jinchuriki. Pain. Someone destroyed the first squad and took the one-tailed one. Someone. The leader of the Akatsuki froze for a moment and then appeared before the speaker. It was not a person, but a creature, half of whose body was black, the other white. The creature's head was protected by something that looked like an alligator's mouth or a predatory flower with thorns. Dear Zetsu, someone has destroyed two of our allies and you have no information. I'm beginning to doubt your abilities. Okay, it wasn't just anyone, I didn't express myself that way. The Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox killed our allies. That's a clever girl, Aloe, that's where we should have started. We will now begin the extraction. Since two are missing, the process will be long. Pain, the head of the organization, was a young guy with piercings all over his body, his hair was red in his eyes. Everyone who met him, who fought with him, always remembered these eyes, the strongest dojutsu, the eyes of a god, which he considered himself to be, the Rinnegan. Violet eyes, from the small pupil circles diverged like on the surface of water if you throw a stone into it. He folded the seals and summoned the statue of Gedo Mazo, a creature resembling a man who had 9 eyes but all of them were closed. The statue was huge, each finger had an Akatsuki member on it, 2 were empty. For nearly 2 weeks, 8 apostates sealed the 4 Biju by killing their hosts. A lot has happened in the shinobi world in these weeks. Pain dispelled the technique when it was all over. Fuck, 2 weeks, I'm fucking amazed standing here, finally it's all over, glory to Jashin. The first to speak was a guy with a scythe in his hand, white hair, a predatory smile and a medallion on his neck. He stretched and sat down on a chair, his whole body ached, it was difficult to move. So, we need to catch 5 more Jinchuriki and seal them, then our plan will be completed. Kakuzu and Hidan, your target is the 6-tailed beast. Oh, we'll have a blast, huh Kakuzu. Hidan was on edge, killing was both a hobby and an art for him, he often argued with Deidara about it, even to the point of a fight. Hidan's peculiarity was the complete absence of chakra, so he increased the level of taijutsu and the ability to wield cold weapons, and when he took part in the Jashin ritual, selling his soul to some god, he received immortality and a secret technique, the ritual. He'll go after the 7-tailed one. A silhouette unfamiliar to the Akatsuki members appeared from the shadows. Tobi and Zetsu, by the way, this is a new member of the organization, Tobi. Zetsu and the new man nodded. Everyone just looked at the new couple. The new person was strange, a spiral mask covered his face, leaving only one eye, dark hair and a cloak like everyone else. Only Itachi knew who this person was and what he was hiding under the mask. Itachi and Kisame, you take care of the 8-tailed beast. Conan and my 2 bodies will attack the sand again for the 1-tailed one. When you capture the Jinchuriki, just teleport here. I'll catch the 9 tails myself. Everyone is free to go. Commentary on the hunt has begun. Guys, I'm pretty sick and it's hard for me to write now. If suddenly someone is really waiting for a continuation, then there will be one. Everything is still little by little until I fully recover. Returning home. Upon returning to Konoha, the Kazekage rescue team first went to the Hokage. Lady Tsunade, we have returned and are ready to report. Tell me, Kakashi. There's nothing special to tell. Gaara had already been saved when we arrived at the village. And who then? Naruto did it. There was silence. Have you seen him? Asked Senju. Yes, we talked. He's doing well. As we thought, he was set up. He intends to return to the village soon and become Hokage. And also to kill Danzo. Jiraiya was there. He came after us and he's doing well too. Tsunade sighed. She had been thinking about the fate of the blonde and her old friend for several years. Now she was at peace. An Anbu wearing a fox mask appeared at the door. Ms. Unade, people in cloaks with red clouds are attacking the northern side of the village. Akatsuki. Sasuke said. Everyone prepare for battle. They are very strong. Then the battle in Konoha proceeded as per canon. Danzo released a route to defend the village. Pain's attacks were powerful. The leaf defense barely held up while also protecting civilians. The attack was ineffective. There was no Jinchuriki in the village, and the people did not know or did not want to say where he was. At one point, Chief Pain flew into the air and spoke. People, you are of little use, you cannot understand my intentions and therefore you protect one without realizing that his sacrifice will lead tens of millions to a bright future. You do not want to say where the Jinchuriki are. You are of no use. The world must change. The world cannot exist like this. People don't understand anything. Good intentions are alien to them. You think I'm a monster. A monster that brings pain. But only by feeling it can you come to peace. I will give you purification. I, Pain, will lead you to a new world. Pain's voice was loud. Everyone listened to his measurements. He attracted listeners. At one point, Pain spread his arms out to the sides. Know the pain. Heavenly technique. Divine punishment. Shock waves began to spread across Konoha, taking hundreds of lives, turning a flourishing village into ruins, crushing bones and breaking destinies. At the same time, Hidan and Kakuzu's teams captured the Six Tails, Tobi and Zetsu the Seven Tails and were moving towards the hideout. And in the village of sand there was a battle. Konan appeared at the edge of the sand. Behind her stood two of Pain's bodies. One of the bodies that summoned the animals collapsed the wall and Konan flew up on paper wings and began to speak. We can destroy the entire village with one blow, but we can also spare the inhabitants. We don't want any more victims. Just give us the Jinchuriki and we'll leave. Residents began to come out into the street and throw stones at the girl with blue hair, and the two Pains standing behind her also got it. Konan raised her hand up and one of the bodies began to transform. It was the path of Asura. Turning his hands into rockets, he launched several dozen, thinning out the crowd considerably. Screams and panic began. People ran in different directions. Everyone was afraid. The shinobi began to attack. In response, hundreds of sheets of paper folded into shurikens and attacked the ninja. It was difficult to dodge. At that moment the path of the beast began to summon animals, which, without encountering resistance, began to destroy houses and streets. Enough. Stop. Gaara was hovering on a sand plate above the Kazukage's residence. There was another person standing behind him. But seeing Sandy, Konan lowered her hand. The attack has ceased. Kazekage, you will come with me. Otherwise, Suna will fall, and you don't want that. Something suddenly flashed behind Konan. She turned around and saw a handsome young man with bright yellow hair and eyes the color of the sky. The blow landed right in the throat. With an open palm on the larynx, the girl coughed and lost concentration. At that moment the guy picked her up in his arms and ended up on the ground having folded several seals. He said. Uzumaki technique. Chakra suppression seal. When I put my hand to my stomach, symbols began to diverge from my palm. The circulation of chakra in the girl's body stopped, and Pain's two bodies disappeared into the shunshin, leaving the squad leader on the ground and without strength. I think we should talk. There were two guys standing over the girl, two Jinchuriki in person. At the same time, the last squad of Akatsuki, Itachi and Kisame reached the eight-tailed beast. They knew that he had become friends with his beast. They were ready for battle. But unlike the fight with Sasuke in canon, B was serious. He immediately attacked the Akatsuki as soon as he sensed them. The fight was not very long. Itachi's genjutsu didn't help. Yuki constantly poured his chakra into B, thus preventing the Uchiha from taking control of him. Kisame couldn't do nothing. He was clearly the first in Akatsuki in physical strength, but B was also an overgrown muscleman. Having summoned a water dome, he imprisoned the eight-tailed in it and wanted to drown it. He was the center of the sphere, and having merged with Samahade, he took the form of a shark and began to beat up the Jinchuriki. Having caught a break, B read his rap, from which everyone felt sick. Hey, shark mouth. You will lie at my feet. The shark is certainly strong, but the octopus is stronger. Come on, partner. NB took the full form of the tailed beast. Imagine Kisami's surprise when he saw half bull, half octopus. He didn't even know what to say. Killer B began to dominate the water, and by releasing the tailed one's bomb he destroyed the dome. The Akatsuki retreated. They understood that they couldn't defeat him with such a composition. Naruto put Konan into an illusion where he interrogated her. He learned everything about Pain's techniques and Akatsuki. He also learned that the man in the mask is the secret leader and that many Jinchuriki have already been captured. He also learned that Pain is currently attacking Konoha in search of him, Naruto. Having learned this, he dispelled the genjutsu and left the girl with the sand one. Gaara, I need advice from the cage. The Akatsuki are completely out of their minds. And I need to go to Konoha. There's a fight going on and I'm needed there. Take care of the girl, and I'm going home. With these words, Naruto used Hiraishin and appeared in front of Tsunade, who was already being finished off by Pain. I'm back, Granny. Fight with Pain. Oh, so you came yourself. Pain stood a few steps away from Naruto holding a Kuroibu, black rod, in his hands. Today is a good day, my prey came into my hands itself. Pain hit Naruto in the chest with a Kuribo. Uzumaki parried the blow with a kunai and, finding himself next to Tsunade, moved her to Sakura's mark. Naruto, he is very strong, run from the village, hide from them. Tsunade was crying. There was wild horror in her eyes. She saw how this monster destroyed a village with one technique, ruined thousands of lives and didn't even break a sweat. Run, Granny, are you out of your mind? I would run away. I'll quickly break his mug and come back, don't worry about me. All of Naruto's friends were in the hideout where he moved the Hokage. Everyone looked at the grown-up Uzumaki and didn't know what to even say. Even Sasuke understood that Naruto was several times stronger than him and that they wouldn't help him now, they would only get in the way. The shelter was crowded. There were screams and groans of pain. It smelled of blood, death and medicine. There weren't enough hands for everyone. Naruto looked around the crowd and looked at his friends. Sasuke, are these all the survivors? Yes. He wiped Konoha off the face of the earth with one technique. Asshole. Naruto disappeared in Shunshin and appeared on the battlefield. Hinata started crying with her face buried in Neji, and Karen didn't even notice her brother's appearance. She had too many wounded. All 6 of Pain's bodies stood in front of Naruto, their faces expressionless. Why all this, Pain? Naruto started to speak. He needed time to think about the fight. The enemy was the strongest of all that Naruto had ever met. Even Itachi, who the blonde was afraid of this man. Why? You ask me why. The world is mired in wars. When I was still a child I found myself in the epicenter of the war. My friend died in my arms, from my hands. The war led us to this. Pain and hatred led the world to decline, and therefore only pain can lead us out of it. Pain, is war stuck in your head? You're not the only one who suffered. Many have been in worse situations, but you think you were the worst of all. Don't you think you're feeling too sorry for yourself? Perhaps, but it doesn't change the important thing. Only after going through torment will people begin to appreciate peace. Oh, don't bullshit. It's not necessary to kill tens of thousands to stop wars. Killing people for the sake of peace is the same as fucking for the sake of virginity. Don't you think that's some kind of bullshit? You're still too young, Uzumaki. Stop talking. Well, that's enough. Naruto jumped up, covering his body with Fox Chakra. He found himself in front of one of Pain's bodies and began attacking in taijutsu. The body dodged. All the blows passed by. Out of the corner of his eye Naruto noticed that the other 5 were looking at him attentively. So all 6 of them have Rinnegan. Strange, maybe it's one clone pair of eyes. Then they have common vision. We need to deprive them of it. Naruto started to make seals. Technique of concealing fog. A thick blanket fell on the battlefield, blocking his view, but Naruto felt them. He used chakra as a sensor, sensing every movement, moving to the body that summoned the animals. Naruto pierced her chest with one blow. What? Passed right through so easily. And there's no blood. Fuck, it's a puppet, like that red-haired puppeteer. Suddenly the fog disappeared. Naruto stood in the center of the circle formed by the remaining 5 bodies. Jumping up, Uzumaki folded seals and exhaled a ball of fire, the simplest technique, but it bore fruit. The man with the hedgehog hairstyle on his head stretched his arms up and the blonde's technique began to attract. And why did it disappear? Absorbs technology. It's clear. We need to knock it out, but how if they have common vision, although? Cloning technique. 4 more Narutos appeared and each one tied up one of the bodies in combat, while the Jinchuriki himself fought with the main one. Suddenly all the bodies except the main one fell. It seemed that they were disconnected from the power supply and the main one jumped back. Naruto froze and then smiled. So you're a doll, funny. But now you want to fight seriously? Well, I'll break you and then I'll find the puppeteer and break him. And since you've become serious, I'll also show you all my power. Kurama. At that moment Naruto took the form of a Jinchuriki. His entire body was covered in a golden shroud, and black inserts appeared on his arms and legs, a gold-colored cloak fluttered in the wind, and in the center of his stomach was a whirlpool symbol. Uzumaki took out the Thunder God's kunai, scattered them, activated the Sharingan in one eye and smiled. At this point, Pain began to have doubts. Attack after attack, Naruto released a huge amount of chakra and attacked, elemental techniques, mixing elements, Naruto burned everything around with fire and flooded everything in water. Pain dodged and tried to keep his distance, with each blow it was more and more difficult. Suddenly the Akatsuki member stopped. Finally. He put his hand forward. Attraction. Naruto was lifted off the ground and flew towards Pain who had prepared a kuroibo. A third hand appeared from his body and transformed into a cannon with which he attacked. Naruto could not dodge and was pretty battered by the shots. Suddenly he disappeared. Chains. A voice came from behind the Diva path and a metallic clang echoed throughout Konoha as golden chakra chains began to attack Pain. Shinro Tensei. The shock wave reflected all the attacks and Naruto was thrown back. You are just a man. Even with such power. I am God. Close your mitten, God. And Naruto attacked the enemy with renewed vigor. He was able to get close and every attack hit its target. Akatsuki couldn't do anything. He raised his hands up again. Chibaku Tensei. Naruto was torn off the ground. All objects began to be attracted to him. Naruto tried to seal them or destroy them but there were too many of them. Uzumaki received significant damage and became the center of a huge stone. Naruto, let's switch. This guy has my father's eyes, let me talk to him myself. Yeah. Suddenly, a roar of such force spread across the battlefield that the people in the bunker heard it and were frightened. In the center, in front of Pain, stood a fox, huge, almost 100 meters tall, golden, covered in green Susanoo armor. And the Sharingan doesn't help much. Despite his size, Kurama was fast. He grabbed Pain with his paw and hit the ground several times with such force that cracks appeared on it. He brought him to his face. Kurama said, pulling one of the kuroibo from Pain's body, this is your end, Pain. Fear me, I'm coming for my father's eyes. After these words, Kurama squeezed his paw and, turning Pain into a pile of rubble, dispersed. On the battlefield, a young man was kneeling, his body covered in many bruises and abrasions that were steaming from regeneration. He was very tired, he was shaking and could not move from exhaustion. The wind ruffled his wheat-colored hair and his eyes were closed, he was breathing slowly, his whole body ached. The fight lasted for several hours and there was almost no chakra, only Kurama helped him not letting him fall. Sasuke appeared next to him and picked him up. Wait Sasuke, I still need to go somewhere. You're resting for an hour and then stomping around, buddy, shake hands. Fine. Naruto couldn't even argue. An hour later, the blonde came to his senses and stood up. There were ruins all around, and people were suffering as well. After talking with his friends, he left the village again and headed to Pain's hideout. He knew where to go, Kuroibo was transmitting chakra and Uzumaki tracked her path. He left the village again, but promised to return soon. Cage meeting. It took Naruto several hours to get to the shelter, unfortunately there was no one left there. Obito moved Nagato to another location, but with the help of Kurama's abilities, he was still able to track Pain's chakra path, but did not risk going there alone. Naruto was undoubtedly strong, but fighting all of the Akatsuki was stupid even for him. He returned to the village under cover of night. Uzumaki entered the ruins of what was once the village hidden in the leaves. By the order of the Hokage, Yamato worked all day. His wood element was useful in construction. By nightfall the elite ninja, now an Anbu, was squeezed like a lemon. But he built several dozen large houses where he placed the wounded. The destruction was colossal. Thousands of people died. The population of Konoha was reduced by almost half. Most of the Hyuga and Akamichi clans died because they and their technicians were at the epicenter of the explosion and helped those who were there. Tsunade declared this day a day of mourning. She justified Naruto. After he appeared out of nowhere and stood up for Konoha, most of the inhabitants sided with him. Everyone knew that this time the fox demon protected them. Having gathered in the tent where the Hokage was located, everyone began to discuss what had happened. Tsunade was tired. She called Katsuyu and divided her into all the wounded Konoha, and she herself helped Sakura in the operation on Kakashi. Everyone was tired, no one was sitting idle, and now there was also a discussion. The Hokage decided to go to the Cage Council, because the Akatsuki destroyed the village. She took Sasuke and Naruto with her as guards. Just like in the canon, a council was held in the land of the samurai. By the time it began, everyone had gathered, started by Tsuchikage Unoki. I didn't even think that I would live to see this moment. You should keep quiet, Tsuchikage, you are the only one who used the services of Akatsuki. The Raikage answered him. Young man, I would ask you not to address me like that, I am twice your age. When I used their services, they did not engage in such things. It doesn't matter anymore. Akatsuki attacked my brother. It was Uchiha Itachi, and I can't talk when another Uchiha is looming behind the Hokage. What a boy, he's so handsome. Mizukage said thoughtfully. So see me, since you don't like me. Sasuke snapped. Don't be cheeky with me, puppy, I eat people like you for breakfast. Tsunade waved her hand. Sasuke wanted to protest but was cut off by a pull speak. Raikage, this is my bodyguard, I trust him completely. I don't trust Uchiha, let him go. Raikage-san, you're going too far. I know Sasuke personally and I can't say anything bad. He's my friend, I've talked to him. And I trust him and Naruto completely. Gaara said. And Naruto is a Jinchuriki, did I understand correctly? In the middle of the conversation, a portal spun above the table. As per canon, Obito declared war and offered to give him 3 Jinchuriki in exchange for a truce. He did not attack Naruto and Gaara, he could have stolen them in Kamui, but he did not take the risk. After he left, the Raikage jumped up and pointed at the Jinchuriki and said, since they want them, we need to hide the Jinchuriki, the further the better. I suggest taking them into custody. The bodyguards tensed up. The cage began to raise their voices. If we hide, people will start dying. Naruto started. But we definitely won't go to him. We need to stand in the ranks of the troops, we need an alliance, I will not hide because it is necessary, I am not a coward and I will not let anyone fight in my place. Hokage. Hei was indignant. Your puppy needs a leash, not an alliance. I heard he's a Nukenin and a fugitive. Naruto was completely acquitted, the case was closed, the culprits were punished. Hey, uncle, I think you talk too much, close your garbage can, it stinks terribly. After Naruto said these words, Hei became indignant and stood up. A wave of chakra spread out from him, and lightning sparkled in the air. Snotty boy, I'll show you your place. Hey, he didn't even have time to move, how Naruto ended up behind him. I heard Raikage, I only lost once. Naruto began to speak, pressing a kunai to the Raikage's throat. And he lost to Yellow Lightning Kanohi, the 4th Hokage or Minato Namikaze. As it suits you. So what makes you think, Mr. Hei, that I am worse than my father? Naruto finished and everyone fell silent. So you're Minato's son, and I was wondering who you look like. The Raikage calmed down and sat down, the tension eased, the war was on the agenda. And something had to be done about it. Is it true? Nagato stood in the center of the Akatsuki organization's hideout. So, without consulting us, you, Obito, declared a world war. There are 8 of us, how do you propose that we fight? Uzumaki Nagato was furious. After the fight with the boy he reconsidered his existence. For several days he accumulated chakra and gradually moved the technique from the clones into his body. When he finished with this, he also absorbed the demonic statue of the outer path to which he was chained for many years. It was a kind of chakra vessel. Having absorbed all of this, Nagato stood up again. He was able to move. He had a huge amount of chakra, reserves comparable to a tailed beast. The statue had been storing chakra to support his life, and after absorbing it, it continued to do so, but now all of the chakra was fully available to the Rinneganestum. A thin man in a cloak with red clouds stood in the center of the hall. Stone slabs were arranged in an even circle, members of the organization sat on them. Don't worry, Nagato. Zetsu said that he has a huge amount of material for the attack, we won't have to do anything. Why didn't you consult me first? Once upon a time I put together this organization, and for some reason you decided that it was yours. Nagato put his hand forward and Obito began to be pulled towards him. Kamui spun in the air but immediately began to be absorbed by Nagato's other hand. Such tricks won't work on me. I can absorb technique, and thanks to the demonic statue, I can absorb chakra from technique and disperse it. Nagato stopped. Obito stopped being attracted to him and he looked at him. So it's war. Oh well. His mood changed dramatically. It was obvious that he was nervous, and besides, the Sand Shinobi had Konan, his last, loyal friend. I hope this way we can get 3 Biju and turn our plan into reality. Everyone sit and keep your head down, and I have some thoughts. At that moment, Zetsu appeared from underground. Gentlemen, we have guests. But relax, it's not that critical. There's one of Orochimaru's henchmen there, and he wants to come to us for a talk. A few minutes later, Kisame brought Kabuto, who absorbed the Sannin and his knowledge and, as in canon, offered to help. Preparations for war began on all sides. In the United Army of Shinobi everything was as in canon with one exception. Sasuke was able to summon Orochimaru from his mark at Naruto's request. He was reborn as a snake and took his usual form. Oh, Naruto-kun, unexpectedly again, this ghoul Kabuto absorbed my power and knowledge. He wants to resurrect a lot of dead shinobi. This will be bad and somehow I didn't notice. Orochimaru, how you became kind. Everyone has the ability to change. Naruto decided not to spread the word about his ally. He decided to talk to Sasuke. They were standing at the end of the tent camp under the open sky. Thousands of shinobi were making noise behind them. It was simply impossible to be quiet and calm in such a crowded place. Two friends were seeing off the sun. It was the last evening before the war. Orochimaru was preparing for the resurrection technique. Tsunade and the returned Jiraiya were helping him with this. Shikamaru and the heads of the villages were discussing tactics. All the Junin were divided into groups and listened to the orders of the commanders-in-chief. Sasuke, I wanted to talk to you about something. More precisely, about someone. At some point in time I met your brother. Itachi. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It was he who gave me the eye. Uzumaki continued as if he hadn't heard his friend's question. This is the eye of his friend, Shisui Uchiha. Sasuke, listen to me, everything you heard about Itachi is not true. He did not want to kill the clan, it was necessary. At that time, the Uchiha clan was preparing a coup d'etat. Only Itachi could prevent it. Danzo Shimura ordered him to do it, the third supported him, although he didn't really want to. Itachi carried out Danzo's order but told about what happened to one person, who told me about it. It was Kakashi. Itachi asked him to look after you, that's why Hatake became our captain. Don't blame your brother and don't hold a grudge against the village. After the clan massacre, he became a renegade and joined the Akatsuki to gather information. The day Old Man 3 was killed, he was supposed to meet Itachi to pass on information to the village. Then Danzo intervened and killed the Hokage. Itachi did everything to protect the legacy of his ancestors and raise you to be a strong shinobi. He agreed to all this, with one condition, you will stay alive and live in the village. He promised Danzo that he would kill him if something happened to you. If you were harmed, he would most likely destroy Konoha. Sasuke stood there stunned, he didn't know what to answer his friend. He didn't even know what to do at that moment. He simply disappeared into the Shunshin. He thought for several hours and when he made up his mind he appeared in front of his best cargo, who was sitting in the company of Shikamaru and talking. Having collected his thoughts, he said. So you're talking about Danzo? The one who wanted to put you and Gaara on a chain? Naruto, I'll kill him, and don't you dare stop me. I wouldn't dare. You have the right. Lynching is very bad, but I also have a score to settle with this old man. Are you planning to kill one of the elders, a student of the second Hokage and the head of a huge spy organization? Shikamaru asked. I'm with you. The next moment, Sasuke headed towards the Korgyan's lair. Shikamaru knew where it was and was the guide. Naru followed them. A few kilometers from the camp they found what they were looking for, a cave in which the head center of the root organization was located. Having broken through the ranks of guards, the friends reached Danzo's office. Sasuke knocked down the door and flew into the room behind it. In the center stood a table. In front of the table stood Obito and held Danzo's body in his hands. Oops, that didn't work out well. He said and disappeared into a spiral portal, leaving Shimura's body on the floor in front of the three friends who had come for revenge. Itachi Uchiha. Once again, the Akatsuki gathered in the large hall of the shelter. Altogether, this was already starting to become a habit. The war was supposed to start in the morning and everyone was in anticipation. Hidan was waiting for new victims. Kakuzu understood that in his position he wouldn't earn much in the war. He would have to wait until the pawns and the bargaining chips were dead, and only then hunt the elite shinobi. Kisame sat with a bored look. He didn't care if it was a war or not, the main thing was to feed Samehada. Nagato came out into the center of the hall. Itachi, is there anything you want to tell us? Itachi tensed up. They couldn't expose him, it was simply impossible. About what? Pain. From this day on, you don't have to call me that, I'm just Nagato. Obito, tell him what he needs to tell. Obito came out to the center. He raised his hand to his face and took off his mask. he was not pretending to be Madara. Unlike Kanon, he was simply hiding his identity. Everyone saw his face. Sharingan was burning in his eyes, and then Itachi shuddered under Genjutsu. Danzo told you who you really are, Itachi Uchiha. Everyone tensed up. Their gazes turned to Itachi. Everyone looked at him with incomprehension. It's simple. Itachi betrayed us. He was never a member of Akatsuki, and was never betrayed. He was on a mission. His whole life is a lie and a mission. He is a traitor. His goals were originally such, and he destroyed the clan for completely different reasons, acting as the most devoted Konoha shinobi. The members stood up from their seats, preparing to attack the Uchiha. Itachi took out his katana and retreated to the wall. Everyone understood what level Itachi was and no one was trying to attack first. Suddenly Kisame, Kakuzu and Hidan fell. Obito felt very dizzy. So that's how strong your genjutsu is. It's not for nothing that you're considered a genius, Itachi. Knocking out 3 people without even looking them in the eye, that's worthy of respect. Flashed through Obito's mind. Obito retreated a little. Despite the 2 manjaku, Itachi with the Sharingan in the base, with 3 Tomoe humiliated him. Nagato watched and did not interfere. He understood that Itachi had no chance of winning in any case. The most he would do would be to kill someone, but that would be a fair exchange. I think it's too cramped here. Shinro Tensai. Pain. Nagato spread his arms out to the sides and the entire room crumbled into dust. Kisame stood up, with the help of Samahata who poured foreign chakra into the shark man's channels. Itachi-san, I respected you. Kisame spoke. My motives are hard to understand, but I wouldn't want to fight you, Kisame. Obito appeared out of nowhere. When Nagato used the technique, he moved into Kamui and waited. Hashigake attacked, waving Samahata like a feather. Itachi smoothly dodged all the blows. His Sharingan and experience made themselves felt. Nagato got tired of standing and rushed at Itachi with furious speed. He had been chained to the statue for half his life, and now he enjoyed every movement. He accelerated, about 4 meters from Itachi, jumped up and moved his body into a horizontal position. He shot himself using the Rinnegan gravity control technique and quickly flew towards the Uchiha who was busy with Kisame. Nagato was clutching a kunai in his hand. Itachi felt it, turned around and managed to stand on the bridge letting the former pain pass over him. When they were level in this position Itachi hit the kunai upward and caught Nagato's shoulder. Having barely gotten to his feet, Uchiha had to fight off attacks from his clansmen. Obito was a completely unsuccessful opponent. All of Itachi's attacks passed through his body. Genjutsu had no effect. Itachi jumped up and released a fireball at his opponents. Obito passed this technique through himself. Nagato absorbed it. At this time Kisame attacked from behind. Uchiha turned around sharply. Kisame froze in place, literally for a few seconds. Samahade quickly brought the user out of Genjutsu, but it was too late. In front of the swordsman stood a breathless partner. In his eyes the manjaku was burning. These seconds were enough for Itachi to utter only one word: Amaterasu. The swordsman was engulfed in flames, pitch black, the most terrible flames. Kisame screamed in pain and Uchiha in turn attacked the leader. He knew about Nagato's abilities, and he needed to buy time. In taijutsu, Nagato could not put anything against Uchiha. He had not participated in battles for too long. His body did not obey. Kisame dropped his sword and fell face down. His corpse was burning. Several water techniques could not extinguish the eternal flame and Itachi's former partner died. Itachi himself appeared next to his body and, putting his hand on Samahata, began to absorb chakra. His eyes hurt, his body ached. Several blows did not go in vain. Having fed on the sword, Uchiha stood up again. There was a lot of chakra. He had enough time to make good friends with the sword that had intelligence. But the body couldn't take it anymore. Blood was oozing from the eyes, arms and legs were aching. A light breeze was singing around and raising dust. Opposite the already exhausted Itachi stood 2. They were calm and confident. Uchiha had a maximum of 2 aces up his sleeve and they certainly wouldn't help him. The enemies understood that. Itachi stepped back. At that moment, Obito appeared next to him, appeared from the portal and cut Itachi's throat with a kunai. Uchiha's face was distorted by pain. Itachi fell to his knees clutching his throat. Blood was running down his face. Itachi's face suddenly cracked, again and again. And in that same second, it shattered into thousands of pieces. The sound of falling glass echoed in Obito's ears. Clone. No, it's something else. It's an illusion. What nonsense, I have 2 of the same manjaku, Itachi. The whisper seemed distant, like an echo through a maze of drainpipes. Don't compare our eyes, Obito. Having received Shisui's eyes, you didn't understand their power. No matter how strong your eyes are, if you don't know how to use them, they are useless. Whatever your eyes are, You are now in the world of my genjutsu, welcome to Tsukuyomi. Then Itachi destroys Obito as he did with Kakashi in canon. Several weeks have passed in the world of Tsukuyomi. Obito, who was standing next to Nagato, fell, followed by Itachi, who knelt down, coughed up blood, his eyes were closed and he was barely breathing. There was not much chakra left, he could use Susanoo once, and that would be if he had time. Itachi chose the only right decision, he put his hand in his pouch and took out a kunai from there and passed chakra through it. You were able to disable Obito. This is the power of the Uchiha Genius Eyes, amazing Itachi. Said Nagato summoning Kuroibo. A well-aimed throw with great force through it, the rod broke through the concrete wall. Itachi was nowhere to be found. A gift from pain. A black spike pierced Itachi's shoulder and pinned him to the wall, the concrete behind him cracked and the Uchiha himself screamed in pain. Nagato approached Hidan and Kakuzu and began to bring them to their senses, pouring chakra into his allies, he brought them out of the genjutsu. Hidan stood up on his feet holding onto his braid, his head was splitting, it hurt even just to stand. Kakuzu just lay sprawled on the concrete. Approaching Obito, Nagato began to bring him back to his senses, and he, in turn, began to cough up blood and scream in pain. Itachi smiled, blood flowed down his face, he didn't even notice when Obito hit him in the heat of battle, now he felt every scratch on his body, every bruise, his right eye almost went out, Itachi could barely make out silhouettes, he kept his left one closed for now, he still had one move left. Hidan came to his senses, he looked at Uchiha and screamed that he would sacrifice him to Joshin. Scum, I thought it was an eternity, oh you scum, I'll cut you into shreds right now, you son of a bitch, so much so that Orochimaru won't be able to collect his dick. The white-haired man grabbed the scythe for an attack, shook his head and rushed towards the half-dead Uchiha. When he was already about 3 meters away and was ready to inflict at least a small wound, he needed just a drop of blood, Itachi extended his hand to meet. Hidan's stomach was pierced by a huge sword, orange aura was spreading from it, the handle of a large blade was squeezed by a similarly large hand, orange in color. It covered part of the Uchiha's body, this was the last trump card, partial Susanoo, absolute protection but not in Itachi's state, now he could only create a hand and a blade. Do you think this will help you, bitch? Hidan started screaming and waving his arms. It fucking hurts so much, you little asshole, I'll do something like that to you. I'll chop you up into a bastrum right now. Phonetic didn't have time to finish speaking, he started to be pulled into the blade and Uchiha smiled at the end. Nagato was surprised. Itachi, so this is what your Susanoo possesses. The legendary Totsuka sword, one of the treasures of the 6 paths. Interesting, I think Obito will like such additions. Uchiha simply smiled in response. Nagato, you underestimate me. Kakuzu and the red-haired man silently looked at the Uchiha who was taking short breaths, the lung was damaged and blood was flowing from Itachi's mouth, he was taking his last breaths from the wristbands on the Uchiha's wrist, there were needles on his fingers, which he stuck into his eyes. Pain did not have time to do anything and Itachi destroyed the treasured Manjaku. That's all, Nagato. Uchiha raised a kunai and took his own life with a blow to the heart, and then sealed it on the eternally immortal swearer. The Alliance headquarters was bustling with life, the war had already started 2 days ago but there was no sign of the enemy, small groups of white Zetsu were attacking from different sides but these were minor attacks that were immediately stopped. Everyone was tense. Nagato didn't want to attack yet. After all, Uchiha Itachi had beaten them up pretty badly and only Nagato himself, Obito, Kakuzu and Zetsu remained. Kabuto didn't count, he was ready to perform the technique, everything was ready. But Nagato, he wanted to break the spirit of the alliance at least partially. And for this he needed a healthy Obito who was recovering well, thanks to Hashirama's cells and white Zetsu. In the main tent of the alliance, where the Cage and their close associates had gathered, a discussion was in full swing. The Raikage suggested that they themselves take the first step, immediately find the Akatsuki's hideout and attack them. He was just saying that his spies could know where the enemies were when suddenly a portal spun above his head and Obito appeared from it. Hello, people, you've probably forgotten about us already. Don't worry, we'll be there soon, and this is a gift from the leader and something flew out of the portal. Forgiveness. Part 1. Raikage, be calm. The Tsuchikage was already getting on his nerves from this overly stormy man. He wanted war, he wanted to go fight, although Onoki himself, who had survived all 4 wars, was born in the middle of the first and had seen nothing but wars his whole life. Each of the Cage present could have been his children or even grandsons. The old man remembered and understood that war is bad. It only brings pain and death, suffering and tears. Tsuchikage, don't shut me up. We must find the Akatsuki lair ourselves and destroy them. Suddenly, I went silent, a portal spun above his head, and Obito appeared from the portal up to his waist. Hey people, how are you? Waiting for us? Well, we'll be there soon. In the meantime, here's a present from the leader, don't be bored. A body fell from the portal onto the floor at the Hokage's feet. The man was lying face down and it was clear that he had been in a massacre. It was also obvious that he was dead. There was something unnatural in the way he fell, as if he was not a man at all but just a bag filled with something. Hei walked up to the body and grabbed it by the shoulder and turned it over onto its back. Everyone fell silent. Sasuke's head spun, his legs became weak and he momentarily lost consciousness. At that moment, the cursed mark went out of control due to emotions and a terrifying aura spread across the cage's floor, such that even the Raikage himself retreated back. Uchiha took a few steps towards his dead brother's body and knelt down. At the same moment Naruto appeared next to him, putting his hand on his friend's shoulder. Shikamaru stood next to him, making it clear that it was better not to touch them now. Naruto, I didn't even tell him that I forgave him. That I understood him and accepted his position. Sasuke couldn't hold back his tears. Naruto himself became furious. Standing next to his friend he felt how rage was boiling inside him. Sasuke took Itachi's hand, stood on his knees and began to ask for forgiveness. The awakening of the cursed seal affected the circulation of the Uchiha's main chakra. His eyes began to spin when he raised his head again. In his eyes was no longer the 3-volume Sharingan, but another, completely different eye with an intricate pattern, but the same, bright red. Sasuke. Tsunade began. We can't get distracted now, we have to come up with something. They want to break our spirit and we have no right to let them do that. You have to pull yourself together. Uchiha stood up lifting Itachi in his arms. The bandana with the crossed out symbol slipped and fell to the floor. Naruto picked it up and saw symbols on the back. Everyone noticed this and I immediately wondered what these numbers were. Shikamaru quickly came to the conclusion that these were coordinates, but since Sasuke's name was also there, everyone agreed that this was only for the Uchiha's eyes. Even I didn't try to argue. Sasuke, Naruto and Shikamaru after that conversation, having consulted with the Hokage, told the heads of the villages everything about who Uchiha Itachi really was. A few hours later, everyone gathered together again, Tsunade having examined Itachi's body by that time. He pierced his eyes. Most likely, when the masked man killed Danzo, he learned of Itachi's identity and they attacked him. He may have killed one of them, but in the end, he pierced his eyes with needles and judging by the fatal wound, Sasuke, your brother killed himself. He did not want to be killed by strangers, he died a Konoha shinobi. When the war is over I will make all the facts about him public, he will become a national hero. Tsunade finished. Mrs. Hokage, thank you for this. Uchiha started. The numbers on Itachi's bandana are the coordinates of one of the clan's hideouts, can I go there? You won't go alone, Tsunade objected. I can go with Sakura. Okay, but if something happens to my student, you better stay out of my sight. Before dawn, Sasuke and Sakura left the alliance and headed to the outskirts of Konoha. Itachi's forgiveness. Sasuke and Sakura reached the place in a few hours. They walked all night and when the sun earlier illuminated the top of the Hokage mountain, appearing from behind it, two already Junin Konoha entered the village. The village was empty, the wind was blowing through the streets, scattering abandoned garbage, newspapers and dry grass. Tsunade had foreseen all options and the remaining villagers after Pain's attack were transferred to special shelters. Several dozen Anbu remained in the village, called upon to protect what they had managed to rebuild from marauders. After passing most of the village, they came up against a closed gate at the entrance to the Uchiha quarter. Some smart guy in a cloak and hood stood guard and when two shinobi approached he took out a kunai. I'm sorry, but entry is prohibited here. Sasuke reacted instantly, activating his Sharingan he said I forgive you. But don't stand in my way, whoever you are. The man pulled down his hood. So you're the last Uchiha? Sasuke, am I right? How do you know me and what do you need in my neighborhood? Your neighborhood. Ha, how pompous. The interlocutor looked at Sasuke and activated the Sharingan with 3 Tomoe. Sasuke became serious and took a step to cover Sakura with his back. Are you from the Uchiha clan? I've never heard of you. Not really. The stranger threw off his cloak. He was dressed like a common man, only the katana on his belt made it clear that he was a shinobi, and his calloused hands made it clear that the blade was not just for show. I am Danzo's student and Orochimaru's best experiment. I am an artificial clone from the DNA of various members of the Uchiha clan. There was plenty of material after your brother's massacre, so I was created. Now my teacher is dead, and I must fulfill his request. He believed that the Uchihas were a cursed clan, from them only troubles and hatred. I must kill you, and then I will kill Itachi and cleanse this world of Madara's descendants. He drew his blade and prepared to attack. You say Orochimaru's best experiment. Sasuke looked at his opponent and activated his Mangekyo. I think he will be glad then to return you to his laboratory. Sasuke was behind the enemy instantly. At least bring you back fairly. Blade stroke. Uchiha's speed after Sharingan upgrades proved too much for the clone. The head separated from the body and fell at Sakura's feet. Let's go, we can't linger here, I think our friends will need our help soon. Arriving at the shelter, Sasuke could not understand what his older brother wanted from him. He did not understand what to do. He was standing in a concrete room where there was almost nothing. The brunette activated the dojutsu and began to examine everything for the second time. Suddenly, he noticed a niche in the wall and asked Sakura to break part of the wall. The pink-haired girl immediately fulfilled the request. Inside the wall there was a niche in which several scrolls lay. Sasuke unsealed the one with Itachi written on it and poured chakra into it. In the dim light a silhouette began to emerge. Sasuke took a couple of steps back and froze. It was definitely Itachi, the older brother he remembered, slightly sad, as always, but confident. Sasuke, if you came here after my words, then I'm glad that you fell at the hands of your younger brother. It means that you grew up to be a strong and worthy shinobi. If not, I hope that my eyes were destroyed and you forgave me, since you saw the coordinates. Sasuke, you probably already know everything about my mission in Akatsuki and what actually happened on that cancerous night. There is nothing special in this scroll, I just wanted you to remember me exactly like this. My beloved little brother. The second scroll contains gifts for you, use them with all caution and responsibility. I believe that you have chosen the right path, remember, your friends and village are all you have. I killed our parents. I slaughtered the entire clan so that you would survive, to preserve the legacy of our ancestors for your descendants. When I entered my parents' room, they knew why I came. They died proud that their children were geniuses, they died with a smile knowing that I did everything to protect you from Danzo. Forgive me, brother, forgive me if you can. Itachi stretched out his hand into a fist and straightened his index and middle fingers and pointed into the air. At that moment, childhood memories came flooding back to Sasuke and he could no longer stand on his feet. When Itachi's illusion dissipated, Sasuke was on his knees. He could understand everything. He understood his brother's true motives. He forgave him completely. Now, in his soul, Itachi's will was born, the will to protect what his brother had left him, to protect everything he had. Sakura hugged him. He was in a daze and was replaying moments from the past in his head. Games and training with Itachi and Shisui, dinner with his parents, funny moments when he could still laugh sincerely. Having come to his senses, he opened the second scroll. On the floor in front of the two shinobi there were several jars with eyes floating in a special solution. Sakura felt a little sick and Sasuke picked up a note from the floor. Sasuke, our father and mother gave these eyes to you as an inheritance. May they benefit, may they see the world through you, may they experience only happiness. Itachi explained in a note about Mangekyo and that by transplanting the eyes of a relative, one can awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Also attached to everything was a blade, a special Kusanagi blade, a double-edged blade capable of changing shape and cutting any material. Uchiha hung the blade in place of the old one and sealed one of the jars into a scroll and turned to Sakura. How long will an eye transplant take and what is needed for it? Considering that these are your mother's eyes and with the right amount of chakra, you will remain in a semi-coma for several hours. There is a medical center in Konoha, we can go there. 7 hours passed, the twilight was already thickening over the world, clouds were once again covering the sky, and Sakura and several shinobi were pouring chakra into Sasuke. He finally came to his senses. He felt good and an hour later, having visited the ruins of the Uzumaki temple at Orochimaru's request, they set off on their way back. Having activated the cursed seal to its full extent, Sasuke created wings. It was faster through the air, considering that Sakura was weakened by the operation. There were still 10 kilometers to the battlefield, but Sasuke could already hear the echo of war. Columns of dust rose into the sky, they were clearly late for the start of the battle. From the author. Dear readers, those who dropped by for a second and those who constantly read my story, I apologize for the delay, my head is in disarray and my mood is below zero. I finished writing a chapter to another FF with difficulty, I am sitting on sick leave again and my head is already a little dizzy from the 4 walls, I have lost my routine and am sick again, I hope to post a chapter by tomorrow evening. I promise to make a super action movie for your return. The beginning of the war. By the time Sasuke and Sakura arrived, the war had already begun. Zetsu attacked from all sides. Cheap dimensional material. A breathless guy from a block ran into the Hokage's room. Raikage-sama, there are resurrected people attacking. Orochimaru jumped to his feet and stared at the person who came out. Dead. How did he manage to do it all so quickly? Orochi was surprised and furious. Yes, our division was attacked by 7 swordsmen and dead Akashas. Orochimaru, without saying a word and not paying attention to the commotion that had begun, made the seals. Summoning technique. Unholy resurrection. Symbols appeared on the floor, but nothing else happened. Kabuto, son of a bitch. The Sannin cursed. He performed the technique before me. He summoned the souls of the dead first, now I don't know who I can resurrect. Now I wanted to summon the Hokage with whom I attacked Konoha, but I can't. This means that their souls have already been summoned and now somewhere we are being attacked by 4 Kage led by the enemy and oppressive silence hung in the room. Everyone understood what this could lead to. When Kabuto sensed Orochimaru's chakra, he realized that he could be overtaken and got rid of the long preparations. He did not resurrect many shinobi as in canon, but only the strongest, former Kage, swordsman of the mist, Akatsuki and several dozen strongest shinobi whose names brought terror to the world at the time, some from the Uchiha clan, Uzumaki, and other famous clans. About 100 resurrected shinobi who could potentially destroy the alliance. Gaara was also the commander-in-chief. Naruto helped him in everything by creating dozens of clones and fighting in the front lines on all fronts. The council decided to unite all the divisions in one place. It was easier to transport the wounded, their number was increasing, but this required some time to gather everyone in one place. The Zetsu died quickly. 3 Jinchuriki found them and dealt with them at once, and the Zetsu that they did not have time to finish off were finished off by ordinary shinobi. At one point, Sasuke landed next to Naruto, holding Sakura in his arms. Naru, we need to talk urgently. I can't Sasuke, I'm a clone. Naruto himself is now on the Eastern Front, he went to help, the resurrected Kage dominate the shinobi there. Yours too. Sasuke grumbled and handed Sakura, who had already recovered, into Tsunade's hands, activated the completed Susanoo and flew up over the battlefield. Everyone was delighted that they had such power on their side, but the picture from above was terrifying. The resurrected swordsman and Akatsuki dominated, each attack destroyed dozens of lives, the battlefield was littered with corpses and covered in blood. At this moment, 5 Kage entered the battle. Sasuke flew towards the real Uzumaki and, trying not to touch the shinobi, used fire techniques from above, like a huge purple dragon, destroying crowds of white Zetsu. Upon arriving, Uchiha saw Naruto, Kakashi, Guy, and Killer Bee fighting the 4 Kage, the wind and water shinobi holding off the Raikage, and the lightning and fire shinobi fighting the Mizukage and Tsuchikage. Having dispelled the Susanoo, the Uchiha entered the battle, standing up and finding himself next to Naruto. Naru, we need to talk, urgently. Oh, Naruto, is this your friend? One of the resurrected stopped and looked at the Uchiha. It was a man, about 25 to 30 years old, light hair and soft features. A white cloak with flames depicted on the bottom. On the back was the inscription, Will of Fire of the 4th generation. He looked like Naruto. Yes, father. This is Sasuke, my best friend, said the blonde with his signature smile and using Hiraishin attacked the 4th Hokage. Father. Sasuke looked at the Hokage and smiled. I'm glad you were able to meet him, friend, even under such circumstances. Yeah, I'm glad too, we even managed to talk. Uzumaki dodged many of the 4th's attacks and tried to counterattack. Sasuke, what did you want? At the shelter, Itachi left me something. My parents' eyes. Sakura has already given me my mother's eyes, and I want to give my father's eyes to you and Kakashi. They will help you a lot. Naruto thought about it. The idea wasn't bad, all that was left was to implement it. At that moment, first Kakashi flew past Sasuke, followed by a kunai, vaguely resembling Naruto's special kunai. The second Hokage was right there and attacked the Uchiha with a katana. The blow was blocked by Sasuke's sword. Kusanagi. The second one was surprised. A familiar sword, young man, where did you get it? My older brother gave it to me. The brunette answered, holding back the onslaught of the second. I once gave this sword to the most worthy of the Uchiha, Kogami. If your heart is the same as his, I will be glad. Activate the blade seal and you will be able to seal with it like the Totsuka sword. Consider this my help. Sasuke smiled as suddenly Naruto appeared next to him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, moved Uchiha and Hatake to the medical unit, leaving a dozen new clones of the fox's chakra on the battlefield. Literally an hour later, the eyes were transplanted, and Orochimaru implanted a small portion of Hashirama's cells into the bodies of two Jonin. All that was left was to wait. Commentary on the beginning of the war. Friends. I seem to have gotten into shape a bit and will now start pouring everything in. I have a ton of ideas. I am already thinking about coming up with the next plot and a fanfic of a completely different direction. I am really looking forward to your feedback and criticism. Student. Before the war began and Sasuke arrived, the Raikage gathered everyone around him. Jiraiya, we need to talk. And this conversation will be in front of everyone. Well, speak up if you have to. Everyone was waiting with interest to hear what he wanted to tell them. You all know that I am a suspicious person and have spies all over the world. The Akatsuki who are now acting more openly also have a spy. Not like the one Konoha had, of course. He looked at the Hokage. But he's not bad at his job either. By the way, here he is. A young guy entered the room, yellow hair, sharp features. He carried 3 short swords with him, but his main feature was something else. Speak. The Raikage ordered. I am a high-level sensor. By chakra I can not only find but also recreate a person's silhouette and also see the surrounding picture. So here is the leader of Akatsuki, the one who called himself Pain, Nagato Uzumaki. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other and then looked at Tsunade. Nagato. The perverted hermit asked again. Who is this, Grandpa? Asked Naruto a question. Is he also an Uzumaki? It's an old story. When we fought with Hanzo Salamander, and received our title of Sannin from him, on that mission we met 3 children. They were orphans. The war took their home and all their relatives. After the battles in the Rain Village, everyone returned home but I stayed there, and before I began to teach your father, Naruto, I was the teacher of Nagato. As it turned out later, he is Kushina's cousin and your uncle, but when I found out about it it was too late. Yahiko, my other student died, and Nagato and Konan disappeared. So I lost contact with my student. Jiraiya fell silent. Now your student, Jiraiya, wants to destroy the world. What do you say to that? What can I say? I haven't seen him for almost 20 years, I have nothing to add. Konan. Naruto suddenly intervened in the conversation. I think I know who you're talking about. Sumaki folded the seals. In the center of the symbols formed on the floor, a girl with dark blue hair appeared. You. Tsunade immediately approached her and checked her pulse. It was good and the girl was simply unconscious. This is Konan. One of that trinity. I finally remembered them. And Nagato, I understand, is that boy with the Rinnegan. Tsunade said. Rinnegan. This is a joke and a fiction. The Raikage laughed. Yeah, it's fiction, but I saw them as I see you now. Fourth, besides, the shinobi world is too huge and you are too stupid, with all my respect. Orochimaru answered him. So my uncle tried to kill me and started a war. I don't even have anything to say. Naruto sat with his head down. There were many thoughts in his head that were born and confused with one. He wanted to go to the lair of the Akatsuki right now, but he didn't know where it was. And the mark on Pain was no longer effective. Konan was taken to the infirmary. Tsunade attended to her. An hour later, the attack began. Jiraiya, having talked and discussed everything, left. Everyone decided to leave him alone and not interfere. Everyone understood how hard it was for him, because his first student betrayed him. Half an hour later, using Henge, the old Sannin left the shinobi camp. He knew where his student was, in an old shelter in the Land of Fire, not far from the Shinobi Alliance. Jiraiya himself once showed him this place and now wanted to visit him. Taken tried to convince Nagato to change his views. After some time, the war began and then it became known that the resurrected Kage attacked the Alliance in the east, where Naruto immediately moved, because his teacher was there and most importantly, Kurama said that he felt his father's chakra. Comment to the disciple: it has begun. Flashback. Are you going far? Orochimaru stood leaning against a tree. Well, I decided to take a walk. Just take a walk. That's not like you, old friend. Are we old friends again? You wanted to kill me a couple of years ago, hunted my grandson and killed our teacher. Well, a couple of years ago I wanted to join Akatsuki. And now I'm helping your grandson with all my might. So where are you going? You know where, Orochi. It was I who taught Nagato everything. I showed him the world, told him about it. And I made his words the meaning of my first book. Jiraiya, are you completely nuts? The boy had a Rinnegan from birth, his village was destroyed several times, and we took an active part in this. He lived under the manifestation of Hanzo's dictatorship, he saw only pain and disappointment, and you, the man who saved him, who gave him something, are trying to blame only yourself for the fact that Nagato unleashed the war. The Toad Sage thought. There was truth in Orochimaru's words, but he still blamed himself. The weight of the past weighed on his shoulders. Now you have Naruto, Minato's son, and even I am ready to follow him, but you want to die a stupid death. They talked for a long time, reminiscing about the past. Jiraiya even smiled. After thinking for a while, he decided to abandon his plan. Too much was at stake. Naruto woke up a few hours later. His eyes and head hurt terribly. Medics were working on him. Uzumaki got up from the hospital bed and looked around. Kakashi was lying next to him. His eyes were covered with bandages, his breathing was even, it seemed that under the mask, Hatake was smiling in his sleep. The blonde left the medic's tent and met Sakura at the exit, who told him about the progress of the war. The extras fought and died together with the White Zetsu. The Cage and elite shinobi also gave themselves to the battle. No one was left on the sidelines. It seemed that everything would soon be over. The ranks of shinobi thinned out before our eyes. More than half died, and Hashirama's techniques killed several hundred shinobi at a time. Sakura, when will Kakashi come to his senses? Naruto was angry that he had been hanging around for so long, even though it had only been that short of time. It's hard to say. He controlled one Sharingan well. With two, and also the Manjaku, it will be more difficult. But Sayuzusuke allowed Itachi's cells to be transplanted into him and everything should go well. Okay, I'm going, Sakura, I still have many more to seal. Flashback. Hearing that the alliance was being attacked by the resurrected Cage, including the 4 Hokage, Naruto instantly got ready and went to that place. Kakashi's squad was already fighting there, who in canon held back the 7 swordsmen. Kakashi, we're fighting again. Did Orochimaru resurrect us again? No, sensei. Most likely his student did it. I have no control over myself at all, so be serious, Kakashi. Hatake activated the Sharingan and Minato scattered kunai. In moving to each attack the student, with fast techniques, the Manjaku allowed Kakashi to defend himself, but it was more difficult to attack in response. Guy fought simultaneously with the first and second, activating the 6th gate. The speed helped to dominate each, but there was little use from this. The resurrected quickly recovered and Guy with his attacks only held them back. This could not continue forever. At one point, Guy's body began to hurt, his joints could no longer withstand such loads and he began to lose ground. A bright yellow lightning flashed in front of his face, slamming the 2nd Hokage into the ground. Naruto was in full Kurama mode. The chakra coming from him was terrifying. Even the allies were a little scared of such power. The second one was lying at his feet and slowly recovering. The Jinchuriki towered over him, the cloak fluttering in the wind, and many read the inscription, Heritage of the 4th generation of fire. Minato stopped. Uzumaki's aura was dense, it seemed like you could touch it. Bush-browed sensei, you are already tired. I came to help and my clone will heal you. Kakashi's student, Naruto, you are completely unrecognizable. But I am glad to see you. You represent the power of youth. The clone carried Guy and began to heal, while Naruto attacked the 1st and 3rd. Tsuru, who is this young man? Hashirama asked, stopping. The 4th son, Jinchuriki and heir to the Uzumaki clan, a direct descendant of your wife, Mr. First. He is also a student of Kakashi, the son of Sakuma Hatake. I can feel his strength. Was he able to master the power of the 9-tailed fox? Not really. Even when I was alive he was able to become friends with him. Make friends? The first one thought something new, and Naruto meanwhile used a restraining seal through his katana, chaining the second one to the ground. Minato froze. He looked at the guy who was standing 10 meters away from him. He tried to resist Ide Tensei but it was difficult. Suddenly the guy appeared in front of him and with a powerful blow to the stomach sent him into the rock behind. Being next to Naruto again began to beat his father. Minato began to parry the blows. He was still the fastest in his time. Even the Raikage was an order of magnitude inferior to him. Naruto, is that you? You made friends with the fox. That's very good. I feel it in you. I knew you could do it. Yes, father, you understood everything correctly. I had no friends, no one. By sealing the Kyuubi in me, you doomed me to torment. That's what I thought at the beginning of my path. Now he is my friend and I have many friends now. I am grateful to you for the strength. You're so big, I barely saw you. The attack separated us right after you were born. Kushina would have been happy to see you. She would have been proud of our son. Forgive me, Naruto. I didn't see any other way out. An approximate conversation between father and son was like in canon, in the subconscious, just like Minato told about Kushina and Naruto's birth. Kakashi and the already recovered guy, to whom Naruto transferred the fox's chakra, fought with the other cage. At that moment Sasuke arrived and the flashback ended. Okay. I'm going, Sakura, I need to seal someone else. Uzumaki disappeared in a yellow flash. Take care of yourself, Naruto, I believe in you. We believe in you. An unexpected turn. Naruto moved back to the battle site. The scale was astounding. The entire alliance is pulled into one point, dragging a mass of opponents along with it. By the time Uzumaki arrived, there were two armies on the battlefield. The difference in numbers was still large. Despite the huge losses of shinobi, the enemy group was tiny, no more than 100 resurrected, but each one was worth many shinobi. The shinobi army was led by 5 kage. Behind them were 2 Sannin and Anbu from different villages. Then there were the common shinobi, Junin and Chunin. Naruto stood next to the teacher. Jiraiya-sama, what's going on here? Negotiations. Instead of the Toad Hermit, Orochimaru answered. The kage are trying to find a compromise and the enemies have also come to light, now we can see everyone. But there are so few of them, why not attack and destroy them? Naruto-kun, sometimes your optimism amazes and surprises me. You are apparently not very familiar with the world of shinobi, but let's say that person over there. Orochimaru pointed to a man with long white hair and a strange respirator mask. This is, for example, Hanzo Salamander, the former leader of the Rain Village. Once he defeated the 3 of us, the fight was terrible and it was then that we became famous throughout the world. It was he who called us Sannins. The blonde next to him is your teacher's father, Sakuma Hatake. One of the most brilliant shinobi of the first division. Some believe that he was equal in strength to any kage and his name thundered throughout the world, and the man in the green suit is his friend and father. Might Guy the first heard about him, he destroyed a squad of swordsmen of the mist. Exactly. That black-haired one next to the 3rd Hokage, Kagami Uchiha, I transplanted to you, his grandson's Sharingan, guess the power of his eyes yourself. Those 2 shinobi with yellow and gray hair, 2 brothers nicknamed Silver and Gold, Kenkaku and Genkaku, you can ask the Kyuubi who they are, he knows them personally. That huge guy with white hair and a cloud headband, the Raikage's father, he once defeated the 8-tailed one alone and held back a 10,000-strong army. Each of these shinobi, Naruto-kun, is insanely strong, and a head-on attack would cause us huge losses. Naruto thought. Orochimaru was right, to go against such people in mass, this is the last option, something had to be thought of. And he thought of something. Naruto quickly left the ranks of the shinobi and began to search for several people at the same time. The heads of the alliance were negotiating with Nagato and Obito. What do you want? What is the point of this war and unnecessary victims? Tsunade asked. Princess Tsunade, you have hardly changed. I remember you exactly the same. Nagato answered. Why all this? I want to bring the world to the ideal, to create a new one, but this is only possible on the ruins of the old one. Give us the Jinchuriki and we will simply leave, and tomorrow you will wake up in a new, perfect world. Are you laughing? You want to master everything, you want unlimited power. No, I only need the eye of the moon. This is nonsense, a forbidden technique from the realm of legends. It is not a fact, Nagato, that it even exists. You cannot be sure of it. You can destroy all living things. Your idea itself is absurd. Lady Hokage, you sent thousands of shinobi to their deaths, tens of thousands. To protect 3. And you still say something about my stupidity, say that my ideas are absurd. It's funny. A whisper went through the ranks of the shinobi. The exchange of 1,000 to 3 was big and everyone began to doubt the correctness of their actions, but no one really knew what it was, the eye of the moon. And those who had once heard something about it, did not believe in its existence. But until this moment, most did not believe in the existence of the Rinnegan. I will create an ideal world by plunging it into darkness. But through this darkness everyone will see light. The light that he needs. Think about it, people. Whose side are you on? I am ready to sacrifice 3 in exchange for the good of millions, and they, your leaders, are ready to sacrifice millions to protect 3. The crowd whispered. The tension grew. An old Tsuchikage flew up above the crowd and began to speak with his back to the enemy. I lived and fought for many years. I witnessed the first war, lost loved ones and friends in the second, and saw how the 4th Hokage stopped the 3rd. I lived in eternal battles and lived in this world longer than all of you and never believed in an ideal world. I never expected to see him. But now, what is this semblance of an ideal? Look around. On your armbands is not a symbol of your country but a symbol of unification. You share food with each other and are ready to cover with your back the one whom you considered an enemy. All countries, people united into one whole. Yes, the reasons are not the most rosy, but the consequences. The future has already changed, And what this man, this monster, offers is just an illusion, a semblance of peace, a dream. Is it necessary? This is not the material world we always dreamed of, this is a world of lies and deceit. We must not allow him to do this. The Tsuchikage continued to speak for a long time, his loud voice flying over the crowd just as he himself hovered over it. The crowd was silent, the shinobi were afraid to take a breath. He told his story, the history of wars and how they came to a common agreement. When he finished, the joyful roar of the shinobi crowd made the enemies retreat a little. The resurrected shinobi surrounded the summoners with a human shield. The four Hokage stood behind Nagato, Kabuto and Obito, who towered over the crowd on one of the stone columns. Tabarama stepped forward and with a sharp blow pierced Kabuto's chest. In his hand he was clutching the still pulsating, warm heart of one of his main enemies, and while Obito and Nagato were trying to understand what was happening, the second Hokage whispered in Yakushi's ear, "I created this technique and you thought you could hold me back? Puppies. No one can subjugate another and direct him against his own will, the will that my descendants carry within themselves, the will that I inherited from my ancestors." The second one jumped back. The alliance froze. Everyone silently looked up and did not understand what was happening. Hashirama began to approach the two enemies. Nagato extended his hand and pushed all the Hokage away from him. Fools. After killing the user, the technique will not disperse, Nagato spoke. I know, but who do you think will fight with shinobi? Young man, if most of the resurrected fought for peace when they were alive, Kage and the most worthy shinobi of this world, do you think we will go against our people of our own free will? You no longer have control over us. Hashirama answered him, rising to his feet. Do you think you still have allies? You, a child who is angry with yourself, and you, Uchiha, why are you even here? Is Madara's will still miraculous to this day? At breakneck speed, Nagato formed seals and summoned a huge statue of the Gedo Mazo, which opened its mouth. Using the Diva Path, the Rinneganest pulled Kenkaku and Genkaku and threw them into the mouth of the statue, which a second later opened its seventh eye. There are 2 ingredients left. Nagato said, and the statue dispersed, and Obito, Nagato and the resurrected Akatsuki were absorbed by Kamui. They were not visible. The shinobi alliance stood silently, but after a few seconds they burst into loud cries of joy. It seemed that the war was already over. Comment on unexpected turn. Any thoughts on the continuation? Resurrection. When Naruto and company arrived, he was quite shocked. The shinobi of the alliance split into groups and talked with the resurrected. They were discussing something and everyone was clearly happy. There was no limit to the shock. Looking for his teacher with his eyes, Uzumaki noticed him next to the resurrected Hokage and old friends. Grandpa, what's going on here? The blonde was perplexed. Naruto, where have you been? The second Hokage was able to dispel the technique and kill Kabuto. The resurrected ones did not disappear, but now they can be sealed. They no longer obey anyone. Oh, that's cool. I just came up with a new instant sealing technique. Everyone looked at the blonde, wondering how this boy had come up with the technique during the battle. Well, through chains, I own them and can pour in enough chakra thanks to Kurama. If you combine these chains and the technique of simple sealing of objects, then you can pierce the chain of the resurrected one and simply absorb him into a special seal, which I have also already come up with. I wasn't sure that my chains would be enough, and I'm not very good at using them. I asked Karen to help me with this. She's an Uzumaki after all, and she's better at using chains. Together we should be able to handle it. Everyone stood in shock. It looked like such a simple fuinjutsu, but with the Kongo Fuso technique and even with the fox's chakra. Naruto, when did you come up with this? Minato asked. Well, when I was talking to Orochimaru. He said that going head on is stupid, so I thought that we need to seal from afar and that's it. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Kage was the most surprised. Minato stood there smiling. He was proud of his son, and the 3 Sannin were smiling next to him. Well, Naruto, it's time to demonstrate this technique. Some of us will stay here for now, but most of us need to be sealed. The second Hokage said, filled with sympathy for this young man. He saw in him both himself and his older brother, who also believed in miracles. The Hokage, Sakuma, Hanzo and the Raikage remained in the world of the living. The rest were decided to be sealed. After a few hours everyone was ready. Having said goodbye to their friends, the resurrected ones moved away. Naruto and Karen sat in a concentration pose. Naruto shared the fox's chakra with her and having folded about 15 seals, they summoned chains of a bright red color. The ringing spread throughout the battlefield and at the same moment they began to pierce the bodies of the resurrected and absorb them. Everyone left for the afterlife with a smile. Their dreams came true. They saw their descendants and that people had come to peace and harmony. A minute later it was all over, the chains began to be covered with seals and they disappeared. Everyone was happy, even though they were pretty tired. Naruto was lying on his back and looking at the sky. It was already dawn and he was smiling as he greeted the bright, warm sun. Not far from the alliance, the Akatsuki appeared again on the same pillar, but they no longer frightened the alliance. No one cared about the handful of renegades. Hashirama stepped forward and began to speak. You have suffered a defeat. Do you not want to surrender the easy way? You will be tried and sent to prison. I promise you life. If you refuse, you will be hunted and every shinobi will look for you. You will be killed. Nagato came out to meet him, his face expressing complete calm and confidence. The first Hokage will give us life. A nice offer. I would even agree if I were completely desperate, but having the trump cards in my hands, it is stupid to give up. Hashirama looked at Nagato and frowned. He didn't like the tone of this young man. Nagato in turn folded the seals and performed the summoning technique. A coffin appeared from under the ground, but no one attached any importance to this, that one resurrected person could against the alliance, and even more so the resurrected only cage. No one had time to do anything before Uzumaki folded the seals again. The technique of divine resurrection and stuck the kuroibo that appeared in his hand into the coffin. Obito, in turn, used Kamui to release the seven-tailed beast from him, which immediately began to be pulled into the coffin. The situation became tense and the shinobi began to understand that something terrible was happening. Nagato's hair changed color. Half remained red but half turned white. He turned gray in a few seconds, during which the tailed one was sucked into the coffin and it simply shattered into pieces from the force that he was holding. Standing on a hill, Madara Uchiha looked down on all the shinobi. His eyes were glowing red and he was completely resurrected, or rather alive, because Hashirama heard the beating of his heart. Obito stood next to him and took off his mask. Everyone saw his face and some felt uneasy. Obito, Nagato, well done. I'm glad that I'm fully resurrected, but what is this gathering at my feet? This is the united forces of shinobi, the alliance motherfucker. Shinobi, unite. And against whom? Against us. We want to turn the Eye of the Moon plan. They prefer life in a world of injustice and violence. How many tailed ones do you have? I hope you've collected them all. Not exactly. The seven-tailed is sealed in you now, but its chakra is in the statue and that is enough, but the one-tailed and eight-tailed are missing. The nine-tailed is also in the Jinchuriki but we had part of its chakra. So everything is fine. Where are the Jinchuriki of these two? Are they in the crowd? Yes, there they are. Nagato pointed to Gaara and B. Then capture them. We can't fight such an army, there are too many of them. Madara's eyes changed in that instant. They began to spin. In the center there was a dark pupil from which symmetrical circles diverged, like ripples on water. Their color became dark purple. An aura of hatred spread across the battlefield, so much so that many people vomited. Blood came out of people's noses, and Naruto thought that compared to this guy, Orochimaru was just a child, and Zabuza was like a newborn. Nagato, you've spent a lot of chakra, I can feel it. Recover for now, and I'll reduce their number to a minimum. It will be more convenient that way. The power of God. Hey, who is this anyway? Naruto was surprised. He was smart of course, but he couldn't know everything. Uchiha Madara, the second Hokage, answered him, the strongest of the Uchiha. Madara, you're starting your song again. Enough of the war already. In our last battle, I showed you that I'm stronger, and this time will be no exception. This time will be the last, my arrogant old friend. Too much talk before the battle even begins, Uchiha. Tabarama intervened. Where did you get the Rinnegan? What did you do for it? The first Hokage asked a question. For him, what do you know now, Hashirama? I believed in you when I lost and crawled away from the battlefield. I believed that your power would establish peace, but you left it even before me. And I survived that battle, Hashirama, and looked for a way to new power. I learned a lot in the shelter of the first Uchiha, the progenitor of my clan, Indra Utsutsuki. There I found the secret of these eyes. I became stronger. I realized that your power was already a trifle. I realized that my power would lead everyone to peace. The Eye of the Moon technique was there. So meet oblivion, Hashirama, the era of your will has come to an end. I've always been stronger than you, Madara. Enough of this empty talk. And before we start, where did these eyes come from? Uchiha unbuttoned his armor and exposed part of his torso. On the left side his skin was pale and significantly different from the rest of his body. It was clear that it was a transplanted part. I learned how to become stronger, Hashirama, and then I just waited. You know, your student Hiruzen raised worthy and smart shinobi. It's a pity one of them turned out to be a traitor and just like me, he was looking for strength, but he found me. That's when I took advantage of his talent. He grew a clone from your cells when he was still a teenager and then I absorbed him. Before I died, I awakened the Rinnegan and after that, Obito transplanted them into a child from the Uzumaki clan. Thus, after my resurrection, I and Nagato had 2 pairs of eyes. Everyone stood in silence, few had yet recovered from the shock in Madara's aura, some were just rising from their knees. Uchiha raised his hand up. Well, my friend, let's dance for the last time. The bright sun suddenly disappeared from view. A huge stone ball appeared in the sky, it was inexorably approaching the earth, everyone was terrified, everyone felt this power, everyone was struck by horror. Naruto and Minato understood that they were unable to stop such a technique and, looking at Tabarama, each began to rush between the rows, placing the seals of the god of thunder on ordinary shinobi. Hashirama instantly entered sage mode and the Tsuchikage flew up and used the super light rock technique and began to try to hold the stone. Gaara, taking almost all of Shukaku's chakra, lifted the sand from under his feet and made a stand like in canon the element of wood, majestic trees. Hashirama formed seals and put his hands on the ground, huge tree trunks began to break upward and reaching the meteorite to support him. Everything stopped, which bought time for the 3 fastest, almost all the people were marked. Madara chuckled. Explosion of a celestial body. He whispered and a powerful explosion was heard, meteorite fragments began to fall to the ground, people protected themselves as best they could, but nothing could save them from half a ton of pure rock flying from a height of hundreds of meters. The first fragments barely reached the ground when Naruto made a decision, he didn't want to exchange people, but not doing this meant destroying everyone. Having made 1 seal, he suddenly disappeared, and the army of shinobi disappeared with him. Everyone ended up in Konoha. Well, like everyone else, more than 500 people were buried under meteorite debris within a few seconds. Naruto disappeared again and found himself at the scene of the tragedy, screams of pain and horror, the smell of blood. Death walked between the shinobi and took their souls. Uzumaki could not see it but felt its presence, the silence was oppressive, it seemed even nature itself was horrified by such power. Only the strongest and resurrected remained on the battlefield. Suddenly Kakashi appeared. He felt stronger than ever, but what he saw shocked him. But what shocked him most was the completely alive Obito, who stood next to the strongest of his clan. You're a strong guy. Madara smiled. Maybe it will be interesting with you, you moved everyone yourself, I felt a surge of only your chakra, even without the Kyuubi's chakra and you're still alive Uuk. Naruto's voice trembled, tears rolled down his cheeks, he couldn't forgive himself for not being able to save everyone. Why are you doing this? So much life at one moment, Why? This is war. And you are a child, not prepared for it. Take an example from Tabarama, not a single muscle on his face twitched. Madara, your cruelty has increased. This is not cruelty, but forced measures, Tabarama. Naruto appeared behind the Uchiha with a rasengan in his hand, he turned on one leg and grabbed the rasengan with his bare palm, absorbing it. You are still a stupid kid. Madara whispered, releasing the Kuroibo from the same hand. Die. The blow landed in the face, Uchiha's nose crunched and Uzumaki jumped back and disappeared into the horizon again. Everyone was shocked by this action. Blood, kid, you made me bleed, maybe even broke my nose, I commend you. But the blood that has been spilled will have to be paid dearly. It was a demonstration, scum. Now you see for yourself, you have blood, which means death is standing behind you. I will take care of your second meeting. 2 loud words for someone who doesn't know even a tenth of my power. Uchiha laughed and became serious. See the despair, feel it with every cell of your body. The blue Susanoo rose into the sky, it was huge, next to it the Obito seemed tiny, an elongated head, 4 huge hands holding blades, 2 grinning faces and what do you think of this idea, that you will bet against it? The Uchiha roared and folded the seals inside the Susanoo and said element of fire. Crushing skulls. Tabarama, Zabuza, Hiruzen and a dozen more cage-level shinobi released a wall of water, but even that couldn't hold back the fire, the entire forest that Hashirama had created was burned to the ground. Those who survived the meteorite perished in this hellish storm. You think you can do this alone? Naruto roared and activated his Mangekyo. Sasuke and Kakashi followed suit. A second later, 3 Susanoo stood in front of Madara, green gold, blue gold and purple. I like you more and more, Jinchuriki, I'm glad that shinobi like you exist. Don't relax, Madara, Hashirama shouted. The art of the sage, the thousand-armed truth. A titanic-sized statue appeared in a row with Susanoo, and Minato and Tabarama moved everyone away from the battlefield. This was completely out of their league, the gods measured their strength, the earth cried in pain. Absorption of Biju. Enormous suits of armor towered over the battlefield. Obito also decided to join the fight and activated his Susanoo. A green-blue humanoid rose into the sky. In one hand he clutched a green sword, in the other he held black Kamui shurikens. Madara was the first to attack. He threw one of his huge swords at Naruto. There was no point in dodging and the blonde simply caught the blade, which was immediately struck by lightning. Uzumaki flew back and fell. The ground trembled. He was still not comfortable controlling such a giant, but he still got up and ran at Uchiha, hitting him in the stomach with his head. Naruto grabbed the enemy's Susanoo and lifting him up threw him to the ground. Hashirama was the first to attack Obito. He was serious as never before and immediately attacked with thousands of blows at once. He parried and attacked, cut and threw shurikens, but against such power and experience there was little chance, and Kakashi and Sasuke joined in. They split up and Hatake began to help humiliate Obito, and the banged one attacked Madara. The giants fought for a minute, but suddenly Sasuke began to be lifted up by an unknown force. The other participants in the huge brawl also began to be attracted by huge stones, trees, everything that was around. Not far away stood Nagato with one hand raised up. This was his technique, Shibaku Tensai. Sasuke was the center. Madara and Obito spread their armor and were pulled towards each other before they fell. The rest, following the example of the two Uchiha, dispersed and, with the help of Hashirama's trees, descended down. Shinobi immediately began to appear around. Gaara hid them all in a sand dune not very far from the battle site. Nagato, that guy with the sand, is he a Jinchuriki? Yes, Madara-sama. I see. Obito, you know what to do, right? Nagato, be ready. The Uchiha ordered. You are quite interesting, Jinchuriki. But against my strength, my power and the horror that my name inspires, you are simply powerless. I don't give a damn about your name. You're dead, which means you don't belong here. You speak loudly. Kid, why do you need all this? Accept your fate and stand next to me, and I promise that everything will pass quickly and painlessly. Quickly and painlessly. Next to you. Are you a pedophile from the other world? Uncle, don't make me laugh. Laugh, arrogant boy. I will die in the blood of your loved ones. I will make your worst nightmare come true. I will kill everyone who is dear to you. That's why I'm standing here, to protect what's dear to me. This life has broken me more than once, but I'm on my feet and some corpse won't be able to knock me off them. I will protect my friends. I've always trained, I've always prepared for something. I spent every day testing myself, first to kill the man in the mask, then to become Hokage and bring peace to the world. I'm ready for anything, so shut your face, old man. I'm going to kill you now. Nagato at this time summoned the Gedo statue and stood next to it. Madara understood that even though he was a legend of this world, there was not much chakra left now. He absorbed the chakra of the seven-tailed, but it was also not endless. Yes, the reserves were still colossal, more than all shinobi, but the fight could be long and powerful techniques were needed. You won't let your friends die. You'll protect the whole world. What enthusiasm. Tell me you'll become Hokage. First thing I'll do is pee on your grave when I become Hokage, Madara. The blonde laughed and Madara went on the attack. He found himself in the crowd that surrounded Naruto and began to instantly knock out everyone. In taijutsu there were no equals yet and he parried all the attacks, quickly reducing the number of shinobi. Suddenly he retreated and a portal began to spin over the people's heads. A huge Susanoo hand grabbed Gaara and dragged him into it. A second later, Uchiha Madara stood on the other side, clutching the Kazukage's head. The Gedo statue opened its mouth and using the five elements seal, Nagant removed the cage from the Biju that sat in the Jinchuriki. The statue began to absorb Shukaku. No one could interrupt this process. Nagato imposed a barrier with the Shinra Tensai technique. All attacks simply flew back to the users and harmed them. But the barrier had a time limit. Only 3 minutes and 30 seconds had already passed. Uchiha raised his head with a madman's smile. His eyes were burning. He was getting high from the suffering of strangers. His long hair was fluttering from the aura that was coming out of Gaara's body. His armor was jingling from this mad wind. Smiling he said, "Do you know, Uzumaki Naruto, how to speed up this process?" I remembered your words. With a sharp movement he pulled out a kunai and slashed the air. Gaara went limp. His throat was cut and a fountain of blood covered the Uchiha's face. He laughed like a madman while Naruto and his friends were stupefied. From the dead body of the sand, through the already open seal, Shukaku was absorbed in a matter of seconds, because after death, he himself came out through the open gates, otherwise he would have simply died. He was absorbed by this creature. You won't let your friends die. You will still be disappointed in this life, and you will come to me again. Remember these words, Uzumaki, I am your worst nightmare, I am your disappointment incarnate. The statue's eighth eye opened, but one element was missing. Suddenly, a huge horn appeared near Obito's feet. Do you recognize it? The eight-tailed. The third told you under the technique how he cut it down for you and where he hid it. Your era has come to an end. With these words, he threw part of the eight-tailed one into the statue's mouth, and a second later it began to change. Death. During those seconds, while the Gedo statue was changing appearance and transforming into a new being, Madara found himself several meters away from all of his opponents. You see, Naruto, your friend has already retired, changes will soon happen in the world, but for now, enjoy despair. I will prolong it as much as possible. Naruto rushed forward. A new power simply covered him, it seemed he could do anything at the moment. Mangekyo was spinning madly in his eyes, it was not evolving but simply spinning at such a speed that to an ordinary person it would seem that nothing was happening. Madara stopped. He was curious, he had never seen anything like this. Time stood still around Naruto. His pain was excruciating. He remembered everything. Every moment of his life flashed before his eyes, everything that concerned his sand friend. An introduction, a tournament, heart-to-heart talks and, of course, a new friendship that he simply forced me to accept. It took him less than a second to be next to Madara. He was taken aback by such speed, and Naruto, having turned on Kurama mod, entered the hermit mode, created a cover of demonic chakra and, having activated the Manjaku, began to hit the main Uchiha. Each blow reached its target, the two opponents spun in a frantic dance, deadly but mesmerizing. Naruto remembered everything in an instant, every training session, every movement was perfected. Move aside, grandson. Jiraiya suddenly appeared next to the blonde. His hairstyle was somewhat reminiscent of Madara's, only his white hair was gathered into a ponytail. Sannin had already entered the Toad Hermit mode and was ready to move mountains for the sake of his last loved one, he felt his pain no less than Naruto after Gaara's death. Jiraiya's experience was not inferior to Uchiha's and now the parity was clear. Namadera just laughed, it seemed he didn't give a damn about his opponents and was just playing with them. Minato joined in next. Father, son, 2 students and 2 teachers, but only 3 people, they fought synchronously, interchangeably. Jiraiya's speed increased after Naruto transferred the fox's chakra to him. There were now 3 flashes of light, 2 yellow and 1 white, all directed at the black energy clot. Still, an Uchiha will always remain an Uchiha. Madara began to manage to do everything, and parried the blows of 3 shinobi and attacked in response. How is Obito and Kakashi's fight in Kamui according to canon? If you're interested, I'll make a filler. Nagato and Akatsuki whom he summoned were protecting the Gedo statue that was transforming into something, and if you think that it is impossible to protect a giant with such a number, then I will remind you that Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan with a full Rinnegan and a full supply of chakra, who also has a demonic statue that accumulates chakra inside. Also Akatsuki without restrictions, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu and Kisame. At one point during the attack, when Naruto's hand flew past and almost touched the Uchiha's face, he dodged and put his leg out. The simplest technique, but no one expected it. Uzumaki stumbled and lost his balance and flew forward. Uchiha turned sharply 90 degrees and his hands dug into the throats of the other 2 attackers. He held Jiraiya and Minato above the ground and strangled them. I'm not interested in you, 4th Hokage. And when Naruto got to his feet, he threw his father at his son with all his might, so that the Uzumaki Hokage fell on his ass after catching him. Naruto. Look and feel. Madara's hand pierced the Sannin's chest. Blood poured from the hermit's mouth and his legs stopped twitching in convulsions. Everyone froze. Akatsuki stopped attacking at that moment, the echo of the techniques froze in the air and every shinobi on the battlefield and beyond felt this pain. Felt this despair that emanated from Naruto Uzumaki. In a moment of confusion, in complete silence, a deafening roar was heard and a monster with 10 tails and 1 eye in which the Sharingan was burning appeared over the battlefield. The chakra was monstrous. Those who had already returned to the battlefield began to lose consciousness and the sensors in the general headquarters began to bleed from the nose. Everyone felt this hatred, they pressed to the ground and did not even allow them to breathe. Madara and Nagato stood on the head of the Jubi. An unexpected meeting. An instant later Obito was at their feet, breathing heavily. The fight with his former friend had not gone without consequences, his arm had been torn off and the right side of his chest had been pierced. Obito, what kind of grief are you? How can I not see you? Some part of your body is missing, there are permanent holes in your chest. Madara laughed and a part of the Jubi's body separated and absorbed him into a kind of organic cocaine. A little more than a minute passed as the shell peeled off and Obito stood before the shinobi. His eyes were burning, all the wounds were healed, there was a mad smile on his face. Come on, already, he shouted, smiling madly. Nagato, Madara, I have said goodbye to the past and am absolutely free, nothing holds me back in this world anymore. I am ready to create new chapters. Let's create a world where all of us will be happy forever. Uzumaki took the words about saying goodbye to the past out of context and many pictures flashed before his eyes, with the participation of his friend and mentor, the face of Kakashi Hatake, with his signature smile with one eye. After all, he was the past Obito, he is talking about my teacher, and Naruto understood everything. His head was spinning, the ground was gone from under his feet, the world began to spin and Uzumaki began to fall. His friend's hands caught him in the emotions that caused the realization that within 5 minutes he had lost his loved ones. Some of the closest it knocked him off his feet and he just lost consciousness. Dark corridor. Naruto walked forward, he knew this place, the fox's habitat, the same water. It was true that it had become an order of magnitude less, or Naruto had simply grown since his last appearance here. A glow appeared out of nowhere, red chakra spread around. In its halo, in front of the fox's muzzle, a woman with bright green eyes and long red hair was standing, a green shinobi suit, a bandana with a protector was tied on her forehead, but it did not support her hair and now it was fluttering like 9 foxtails. Naruto had already seen this image, his consciousness was torn out and showed him the images of Minato and Kushina that the fox had once shown him. Mom, is it you? But how are you here? You haven't forgotten, Naruto, that I was his Jinchuriki. And I got along well with him. He allowed me to seal my chakra into himself, my last will. When despair overtakes you, when your hands drop, Kurama had to call on it so that I would appear. Gradually the voice became more gentle, in contrast to the stern one at first. Naruto started to cry. He didn't feel the chakra of his friends, many of them, only in different places intermittently, the chakra of the remaining friends. Kushina flew up to him and in an instant the phantom began to take shape, the body began to become material. Naruto touched her shoulder with his head, emotions covered the blonde and he whispered quietly like this mother. And he buried his face in Kushina's shoulder. Mommy, how I missed you, how much pain Mom, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Mom they are dead, I couldn't save them, forgive me, I couldn't save Gaara and the Alliance, many died, Mom, I couldn't do anything Naruto, you are strong, I know you are a copy of Minato. And that means you have the same strength, although no, more. You made friends with the fox. Remember son, you have to move on, this is a trait of our family, we never knew how to give up. We fought for peace until the very end and gave up the best we had to be torn apart, we sacrificed everything for you, everything so that you would become strong, forgive me if we hurt you with this. Kushina's voice broke and she was crying. Yes, you have lost many, I feel your pain, everyone feels it and it scares them, be calm Naruto, they died for a just cause. Showing pity and regret for someone who died in battle for a just cause is not respect for him, not respect for his choice. On our way we often encounter various obstacles, but we need to break through them, overcome them, and then you will become strong, and ultimately you will be able to protect what is dear to you. Kushina fell silent. Naruto thought about her words and Kurama shed a tear and tried to disguise himself as if it wasn't him. By the way, Naruto, Kushina's tone changed to interested. You have a girlfriend? Here even Kurama went a little crazy, there are 3 psychos trying to erase humanity and here she starts talking about women. Although, she will always remain a mother and even at the end of humanity she will be primarily interested in the personal affairs of her child, whether he ate, whether he is dressed warmly. Naruto hesitated and blushed a little. The image of Hinata immediately popped into his head, the moments when she was there, the moments when everyone turned away and she believed in him, that incident with Gaara and how he helped her recover, he remembered all her words and realized how dear she was to him. Yes, he smiled, well, like a girl, we love each other, but we each do it in secret, when it's all over, I promise to confess it to her. Kushina laughed, they talked for a long time, then she left with a smile on her face and the blonde just glowed with happiness, he realized that he had something to live for. Those who gave their lives entrusted everything to him, everyone believed in him in the end. Naruto, Kurama spoke. Now I will share my chakra, use it correctly, I will not be able to be nearby now, this trick will most likely knock me out, so now please give all the advice to Gyuki, I will be gone for some time. So everything is on you, and remember, we will die together if anything happens, and I do not want to die. The fox smiled as if for the last time, and Naruto's soul felt somehow sad. By the way, your appearance will change a little. Don't be scared. And having formed the seal of concentration with one paw, he clenched the other into a fist and extended it to the blonde. Naruto opened his eyes when the enemies were already controlling the 10-tailed beast and only Gyuki was trying to counter it. An ace up your sleeve. Naruto opened his eyes. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of various shinobi. The sky was not visible from the smoke rising from the fire techniques, but Uzumaki knew that it was bright and there was not a single cloud there. Yuki tried to counter the Jubi's attacks, but even the sizes were very different. Naruto was surprised. He thought a minute had passed. A little more, but more than an hour had passed. Only the cage and the resurrected were standing on their feet. The 10-tailed beast towered over the battlefield. It roared menacingly and every now and then spikes flew out of its tails that struck everything that moved. Naruto was horrified. Sasuke was on one knee in a pool of his own blood, his left arm missing. And the blood was no longer flowing. Uchiha was one of the last to hold on. Karen lay leaning against the stones. Her body was covered in bruises, her clothes were torn. She used the chains to the maximum and only withstood the load because she was an Uzumaki. Tsunade stood next to the wreckage and it was clear that she was taking her last breaths. Naruto was looking for only one chakra source the most. Hinata's hearth. But he didn't feel it anywhere. He looked for it with his eyes, tried to catch even a thin thread of chakra, but he couldn't. A few seconds later he saw her body in a pile of others. Apparently it was a powerful technique. It killed everyone. Hinata's hair was singed in places, her clothes were partially burned. Something inside Naruto broke again but he remained on his feet and he looked up at his opponents. There were only 3 of them, but it was a terrifying power. At that moment they began to absorb the 10-tailed and new powers. New opportunities opened up in Uzumaki. The picture changed a lot and Naruto understood in a second what he needed to do. No one expected that he woke up at this moment, when the fate of the world had already been decided and only 3 people were able to destroy the entire Shinobi Alliance and were now preparing to implement the final stage of their plan. Sakura screamed as Uzumaki abruptly removed her hand and rose to his feet. I will create a new world on the ruins of the old, Madara. He shouted. I will put my name above the names of the cage, above your name and Hashirama's name. I will make everyone unite to honor the hero who stopped this war. The world will not be the same. I will kill you, and the descendants united to protect the world will thank me. In my honor they will stop all wars, but I need to kill those who stand in my way, all 3 of them. I don't see any point in reaching an agreement. It's easier to erase you from history. Naruto walked slowly. Passing by Sakura he smiled at her with his signature smile and showed her a thumb. She realized that her friend was now more serious than ever. She believed in his victory. It could not be otherwise. The lightning that was launched from the 10-tailed reflected on his protector, but Naruto did not even flinch at the moment of impact. He took a step and found himself a few meters from the place where the discharge flew. What are you squeaking about, boy? Everyone you wanted to protect is dead. You have no reason to fight. Surrender and accept your fate. It's stupid to give up when you have aces in your hands. That's what you said, Nagato. Uzumaki smiled. Even Madara felt a little uneasy from the smile. This animalistic grin. The blonde extended his right hand away from himself and with his left he folded a concentration seal with 2 fingers. In his right hand appeared a girl with bright blue hair and in a cloak with red clouds. Nagato jerked forward because in the blonde's hands was his best friend. She disappeared some time ago but no one knew what she sealed in the Jinchuriki technique. Nagato didn't understand what was happening. He started to worry and his absorption was interrupted. As soon as the smoke from the technique cleared, Uzumaki unclenched his hand and Konan stood up on her feet. Not yet understanding what had happened, there were mountains of corpses all around, and before she understood everything Naruto turned 360 degrees on his right leg and at the moment when the turn was completed, scarlet drops flew onto his right side, the ruby color painted the clothes and part of the face of the blonde who was smiling, and the dead Konan sank to her knees. Nagato was in a stupor, a scream stuck in his throat. He just knelt down and looked at the corpse of his beloved, to whom he never confessed but who always knew about his feelings. Naruto took advantage of this and knelt down on one knee in front of the Rinnegan. He couldn't do anything, and Madara and Obito were stunned by the aura that was now rivaling the 10-tailed one. They didn't understand what was wrong with this boy, and where such power came from. You are low, Nagato, you are the 3 nightmares of this generation and you have deprived me of everything, but I am still standing. You could not survive her death and trying to show me despair. You yourself succumb to it, die a pitiful creature and everyone will forget you. With these words, Naruto hit Nagato in the temple with a kunai, probably cutting off the red-haired man's contact with life. Your turn, gentlemen. Uzumaki turned to the Uchiha and shook the blood and the remains of the brain from the kunai. In his other hand a katana of unknown origin appeared and the Jubi completely froze under the steps of Uzumaki, who was now at the peak of his powers. Obito. Naruto's eyes were almost closed as he walked towards Obito. He walked based on his feelings, smell, and sensations. Madara stood before him, smiling pleasantly. Madness was also burning in his eyes. He was absorbing the chakra of the Jubi every second and was full of strength. Oh, so the baby had something else, interesting. Let's dance, just wait a second. Yeah, Uzumaki replied, I'll be killing your six right now. Obito, hold him for a little while, I'll finish for all of us. Obito Uchiha, who stood and looked at the blonde, tore the adapter from his chest, through which he controlled the ten-tailed, and smiled. Yes, Madara-san, make our world a better place. And the funnel swirled in the air to pull Uzumaki into Kamui. A dark world spread out before Naruto's eyes, huge black cubes, there were many of them, the entire space was littered with them as far as he could see. Sorry, I didn't clean up the last time I was here, said Obito. On one of the cubes Naruto saw something. The body of a man with ash-colored hair, the military vest was torn and in the chest there was a huge hole. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, so you left your friend here as a last reminder, so you go and dig up Rin's grave, though the decayed bones won't be as pleasant as Kakashi's body, but they will be a reminder of who you were and who you couldn't become. Obito Uchiha Obito himself did not understand why, but the words about Rin made him furious and he jumped up and rushed at Uzumaki. He blocked the attack with a kunai very easily and playfully went behind Uchiha's back, delivering a cut blow to his back. A scarlet stripe painted Uchiha's blue robe, but he clenched his teeth, turned and counterattacked. The cut flesh began to heal, light steam came from it. So you want a new world, you want everything new. But it won't be peace at all, Obito, it will be an illusion, and in the world, too, Rin will be underground like your entire clan, like everyone you loved, and no matter how much genjutsu you cast, it won't make the fallen rise again. It was you who should have protected your love, but you chose to hide. Hide under the bench and silently harbor anger and resentment. Obito, it was you who should have stood between her and Kakashi at that moment. Hatake always blamed himself, but he didn't know that you were alive. He broke his fate and started his morning with curses at himself. He even tried to follow in his father's dark footsteps, and even at that moment you whined under the bench and pitied yourself. Naruto was just defending himself and saying these words. He didn't attack Uchiha, he needed to break him morally, humiliate him and turn him around. The blonde understood that without Obito, getting out of Kamui would not be easy, and there was so little time. Uchiha attacked more and more actively until he caught Naruto hesitating. Uzumaki was distracted for a split second, which Obito immediately took advantage of. The kunai strike hit the ribs but went right through. With a pop, Naruto disappeared and Obito plunged into the white haze left by the cloning technique. You know, I've always loved cloning technology. Naruto's voice came from the side. Obito turned and saw Uzumaki next to Kakashi's body. He stood and silently looked at the teacher. Obito understood that now in Naruto's head there were moments of the past, Uchiha in the fight with Kakashi, and he himself saw the memories. He rushed at Uzumaki again, but he easily dodged and with a blow to the stomach sent the Uchiha flying to the nearest cube. Don't interrupt, Obito. I've always loved this technique, even when I was in a circle of friends. I was alone, I lost everything at birth. All that was left was the legacy of my father and the fox, which I also lost. This technique often replaced everyone for me. I was alone with myself, and when I realized that I did not need this technique, you appeared and destroyed everything that was dear to me. But unlike me, Obito, you had everything from the start, a village, friends, a girlfriend, a best friend for whom you gave your life. Naruto made quotation marks with his fingers, but you fucked it all up, asshole. You even blamed my father, but if you had returned home right away, Rin would have been alive, Kakashi, your teacher and my mother, who loved you like her own nephew, so that you would understand, Uchiha, it was you who killed them all. But the most offensive thing is that the blood of Rin, the one you loved, is on your hands, and no amount of Tsukuyomi or tons of someone else's blood will wash it away. Madara is the clan's terror. Shisui is the clan's genius. Itachi is the clan's killer, and you, Obito, are the Uchiha clan's disgrace. Naruto jumped up and approached Obito at divine speed. The first blow landed in the face, followed by another and another, then a powerful blow to the stomach, and at the moment when Obito had already folded in half, Naruto jumped up and, grabbing the Uchiha's head, hit him with all his might against his knee. The Uchiha flew up, blood gushed from his mouth and nose. The beating did not end. Naruto managed to catch him by the leg and hit him with all his might against the floor. Cracks spread under Obito's body and Uzumaki threw him up and broke a couple of cubes with his body with a kick. The Uchiha flew at great speed towards the cube on the walls of which Naruto was already standing. He caught the limp body of the Uchiha, who was barely breathing, and looking at him said, "Come on, Obito, before you die. Look into my eyes, show me your pain, I will compare it with mine." Uchiha smiled and opened his eyes. Naruto didn't know what was in his head, maybe he realized everything, maybe he corrected himself, or maybe not, but the blonde whispered Koto Amatsukami. Obito's eyelids snapped shut and his body went limp. The strongest genjutsu, the legacy of Shisui Uchiha, and even though Obito had a second eye, he couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. The power was on Naruto's side and he rewrote Obito's fate and coughed up blood and flew down from the cube. The story of Madara. Naruto poured his chakra into Obito and he was able to open his eyes a little. Naruto ordered him to open the portal and after everything started to explode in Kamui above his dimension, but he didn't hear it anymore. The portal closed, absorbing its two users in countless explosions. The whole world lay in ruins and on the battlefield stood Madara. At his feet lay the charred body of Guy and he himself laughed wildly. Sick bastard. Ahahahaha, I almost died. You almost did it, Konoha beast. But almost doesn't count for a god. His appearance changed, his skin became completely white, as did his hair, only his eyes stood out with Rinnegan and Rinnesharingan burned on his forehead. I feel you have defeated Obito. You are here. You are my main enemy. The fox in you has gone into hibernation, your strength is running out and all your friends are dead. I am not Nagato or Obito, I cannot be broken, so I am waiting for your actions. Naruto jumped up. It was painful for him and even more difficult to resist such an opponent. He did not know what to do, he was confused and a little afraid. The fate of the whole world was in his hands. The lives of millions of people whom he could not let down. Madara extended his hand and Naruto stopped, simply obeying and stood a few meters away. Boy, I have been through more than one war, I have seen death and life, and I have died myself. In every move you make I see fatigue, I see pain and your sorrow. I don't want to fight you. In this state I'll just kill you and no one will even see it, it will be the most boring fight of today. I'm offering you a deal. Let me tell you about my motives and you can relax in the meantime. You need to catch your breath, right now I have the power of a god, the power of a biju, I am omnipotent at the moment. I ate the fruit of chakra and am equal in power to the sage of the six paths, and you are a tired teenager. My humanism is a rare thing, so take advantage of it. Madara waved his hand and sat in the lotus position, he was calm and self-possessed, light movements, not the slightest bit superfluous. The world brought us only pain and despair, it seemed the sky was crying for our fallen brothers, the clans waged an eternal war, but of course the Uchiha and Senju could give a head start to any confrontation. I don't remember how old I was when I picked up a kunai, but I killed my first enemy at 5, I awakened the Sharingan with 2 Tomoe at 6, when I saw the death of my older brother. Madara sat and told, it seemed he was tired for these few days, he was carefree and defenseless, as it seemed at first glance. As soon as Naruto tried to attack, the Uchiha rose to his feet like a hurricane and pinned Uzumaki to the ground with one hand. It was done so easily that Naruto didn't even have time to take a breath before his chest was crushed by a weight, he couldn't throw it off, his breathing became faster, he took uneven sharp breaths that didn't saturate his brain, fear captured his consciousness, despair dug its enemy's palm into his neck. Don't interrupt, Naruto. He was killed by a man from the Senju clan, they entered our territory and committed massacre trying to break our spirit, my brother covered my mother with himself and I received power. Then there was meeting Hashirama and endless training, you know, the ideas of this naive boy squeezed all the bloodlust out of me. Madara sat down again and relaxed. Naruto created a clone and sat a few meters away from the most dangerous man in the history of the world and began to meditate. We became friends, probably even more, kindred spirits, and his ideas gradually became ours. One day, both sides found out about our friendship and at the moment of our meeting, our fathers and brothers set up an ambush. They attacked suddenly and when my father was ready to kill Hashirama I stood in his way. Covered my friend but enemy of the clan. Went against the will of my father. But at that moment Tabarama killed my brother Izuna and a wave of hatred washed over me, forcing me to awaken the Manjaku, my whole world collapsed with the fall of my brother's body. The battle was over, the Senju retreated and we went home taking Izuna's body. Later I transplanted his eyes into myself and awakened the eternal Manjaku. I learned about this in the secret hideout of the Uchiha as well as about the Rinnegan and the Sage of the Six Paths. At 16, I replaced my father as head of the clan and everything went on as usual. On my 17th birthday, there was a knock at the clan gate. There stood a guy with long hair, his clothes had the Senju clan crest on them, and he was all alone. Our guards attacked him but he did not attack back, he simply dodged. A dozen people whose hands were accustomed to the blood of enemies could not defeat one. By the time they got tired, I was already notified and watched what was happening from a distance of several meters. When I got tired, I interrupted this fuss. Hashirama, what do you want at the gates of my house? The days of our friendship have passed and between us there is only enmity until the end of days. I said with a heavy heart. Madara, maybe that's enough. We were friends, our desires coincide. I entered into negotiations with some clans, I want to unite them in one village. And I need an ally, not one over whom I will stand, but one who will stand next to me and in moments when I am wrong, he would have enough courage to correct me. Together with Senju. That's even funny. Do you really want that, Hashirama? And what about your brother, Tabarama? He hates us, doesn't he? Hatred towards the Uchihas for the death of his loved ones does not prevent him from respecting you for your strength and courage. Big words, Senju, but they still won't convince me. What else do you need to agree on a truce? Your life or your brother's life? We stood near the entrance to the quarter and half of the Uchiha were watching us, they were amused by the fact that Hashirama Senju was looking to us for support. At that moment, I thought I saw fear in his eyes. But it only seemed that way. After a second of thought, he took a step forward. Okay, Madara, I'm ready to die and leave Tabarama in his place, but on the condition that you help him in his development. He was ready to give his life for his goals and for his brother at that very moment. He was ready to do anything to make his dream come true. And I accepted his sacrifice. Of course I didn't let him kill me. The memories of that day flowed like a river in my head and I felt good about it. I haven't felt like that in a long time. I finally got my friend back and we started to build a plan. We united the clans and began to rule hand in hand. Hashirama ruled the village, everyone loved him, he was the first Hokage. Tabarama communicated more with the new arrivals and guests from other villages. He was strict and unwavering, at some point we even became a little closer, although I did not forget Izuna's death, but I understood that it was just that time. I became the shadow of the village. If we had a conflict with other villages, I would come to them and destroy their dreams and hopes. If someone wanted to attack us, the Uchiha would rise up and show the enemy their place at the door. At night, I would appear in the homes of our enemies and destroy their families. I chose this path myself, where I walked hand in hand with death, killing and intimidating, but every action I took was for the sake of Konohi. I loved her so much, I was so imbued with the dream that my mind began to gradually become cloudy. On the intimidation mission, I could increasingly simply cut out the family of the one who was plotting against the village. I would go alone to the leaders of other villages and demonstrate my superiority through brute force. I defended the village like a distraught mother defending her wounded child. Even many Uchihas began to turn away from me and I went crazy. I started seeing traitors where there weren't any, where there couldn't be any. And of course, remembering old wounds, I considered the main traitors to be Senju, and we once again met in battle with Hashirama. Naruto's clone sat and listened to every word of the legend. It was really interesting. For some reason Danzo with his measures immediately came to Naruto's mind and Uzumaki understood whose will was transmitted to him. To be a shadow and not allow even the slightest manifestation of aggression from enemies. Uzumaki himself plunged into the subconscious, where it was quiet. Only the fox's snoring reminded him that he was alive. The room began to change, the cage and the fox suddenly disappeared. Naruto did not have time to understand how in that same instant the floor dried up, there was no trace of water left in the room, which had become many times smaller, was filled with yellow light. So bright that the blonde could not resist and covered his eyes with his hand. When he opened it, an old man was hovering opposite him, holding his staff, half a meter above the floor. Hagoromo. Read the afterword. Naruto Uzumaki. We finally meet. I am Hagoromo Utsutsuki, but in your world I am better known as the Sage of the Six Paths. It so happened that you are the reincarnation of my son. The spirit of Ashura was reborn in you. Naruto stood there in complete bewilderment. He wanted to wake up Kurama and then some old man was telling him legends. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? What's wrong with Kurama? Hanaroma snapped his fingers and Naruto fell silent. You are young, Naruto. You should learn the history of the world and the formation of shinobi. In every generation there are people in whom the spirit and will are reborn, my sons. The pride of Indra and the tenacity of Asura. They are always competing and feuding, each one wants to become more important, such as the fate of twins with great power. But this time, in your generation, the system failed. This time the reincarnations were able to become friends. Hagoromo put the staff to Naruto's forehead and a kaleidoscope of images from the past began to spin in the second's head, the history of the world and the emergence of shinobi, the birth of chakra and the rise of the goddess. When everything ended and stopped, Naruto understood what had happened and what would happen next. He understood that now Black Zetsu could appear and call his mother. And then, for sure, the era of shinobi would come to an end. Madara himself did not understand what a huge hornet's nest he had stirred up. It's cool that I know everything now, but what should I do? How can I help the world? Old man, I'll probably die, and it's not death that scares me, but the fact that I won't be able to save everyone. I only wanted to kill one person and now the whole world lies in ruins. You can do it, Naruto. You are strong and I will make you even stronger. I said that I had 2 sons, and the second one was also reborn. Exactly, the old man. Where is he? How can I find him? Naruto perked up. If he combined his forces, he would definitely be able to defeat Madara. But didn't you understand it yourself? Naruto's expression changed. Indra is the progenitor of the Uchiha clan. His reincarnation is Sasuke. The blonde's voice became quieter. Yes, but Uchiha is dead and now you are alone. I cannot resurrect the dead. It is not in my power. But I can give you all the power of my sons, Naruto. You will become the sole ruler and it will help you. You will rise to the level with me, and the knowledge and skills that you have received over all this time, the experience of battles which unfortunately was not easy to obtain in my time, they will certainly make you even stronger. It will be difficult for you to fight with your mother. Her level of strength is still a mystery even to me, but you will definitely be able to do it. Hey, old man Hagoromo, what about the fox? I can't win without him and I promised him something. The sage smiled. He had made the right choice after all and folded the seals. Naruto felt a surge of strength and the old man began to disappear. All the powers of the 2 Utsutsuki were transferred to one Uzumaki. He became stronger, new abilities appeared, 2 Rinegans were burning in his eyes, which spread over 2 Sharingans. All the experience and knowledge of Indra and Ashura was passed on to the young Uzumaki. Naruto took a sharp breath and there was a pop. The clone disappeared and a new piece of information fell upon the blonde. His appearance changed. The skin became white, a horn appeared on the forehead on the right side and the clothes became longer and the same, white color, on the neck a necklace of 9 tomoe glowed. Behind the back hovered 6 Gudo-damas and in the hands was a white staff, a gift from Hagoromo. Madara's spirits perked up. He saw his opponent. Boy, you can still surprise me, you just became stronger, I'm impressed. Madara burst into loud laughter. Finally a worthy opponent. My body has already stopped hurting after the 8 gates and I am ready to fight you. Naruto waved his staff in the air and stepped away from the Uchiha. Madara, listen, I am impressed by your life, it is really interesting but you have to listen and believe me, Zetsu is a traitor. I met Hagoromo Utsutsuki and saw the history of the whole world, black is the will of the goddess Kagaya and this whole plan to revive her and return her former power. If you did as Zetsu said, considering him an ally then for him you were all guns. If you continue this war and do not free people from Genjutsu he will win, he will revive mother and your plan will go to hell. Madara tensed up. With such strength, his opponent would not lie, but Uchiha was not used to retreating and, having summoned the shadows of Limbo, which Naruto had seen by the way, he sent them to find and neutralize Zetsu, who was hiding somewhere again. I may believe in your words, child, but now let's fight, I want to feel the taste of battle again, come what may. With a wild, psychotic laugh, the Uchiha jumped up and a flash of white lightning shot towards Naruto. Why are you standing there like a moron? Attack now. A voice rang out in his head that Naruto had already missed. Uzumaki smiled and rushed towards his opponent, thinking over his battle plan as he went. It all depended on him. Commentary on Hagoromo for those who have read up to this point. First of all, thank you very much. It's hard for me to write FF right now, because I'm in a pretty difficult position. I am now sitting at home without work. Because of this I have relaxed and become lazy in places. We are all human, and in the last few weeks my life has been a complete mess. Huge financial difficulties because of this change in mood and unwillingness to work on texts. I'm not saying that this is the end of the plot. On the contrary, this is the very beginning. There is another plot in the process and 2 more plots in the plans, new ideas, and you definitely haven't read anything like this. Now a request. If suddenly you can help me with a ruble I will be very grateful. Kiwi wallet in the profile description. You can also order poems on any topic via private messages. Thank you all for your attention. Almost the end. 2 white lightning bolts collided in the middle of the destroyed world. If there was something that would collapse from the shock wave, it would definitely collapse. A moment and Naruto retreated. It was difficult to fight while under great tension, feeling the incredible weight of responsibility that lies on the shoulders, and not having mastered the new strength. In turn, Madara did not want to retreat. The fact that Naruto parried his blow provoked the ardor of the strongest Uchiha. We need to get him to use the eye technique, We need to find out what abilities his Rinnegan has. In addition, he senses and sees my limbo shadows, which complicates the fight. Thoughts of this kind were swarming in the red-eyed man's head. Naruto attacked sluggishly, attacking and retreating. He didn't look serious. He needed time to get used to the new eyes. Although he knew the techniques from previous users, he had no experience in using them. Time passed. The battle continued. They attacked each other in small ways, studying and planning. Naruto has mastered the eye techniques. Madara realized this by the way Uzumaki used the Diva Path while delivering another blow and pushed the Uchiha away from himself. Then he approached the enemy at great speed and delivered a dozen blows, ending the series with a knee strike into which he poured a considerable amount of chakra. The blow was strong, but after flying for 10 meters, bouncing off the ground like a stone off the surface of the water, Uchiha managed to straighten out and get to his feet. A second later, Madara took off and Naruto, at great speed, folded a series of seals and poured a huge amount of chakra into the technique. Element of fire. Ring-shaped shield. Everything around burst into flames. Huge pillars of fire rose into the sky, covering Uzumaki from all sides. Flames blazed, blocking the enemy's path, while the new sage of the six paths stood and pondered, "Don't you see how beautiful the world is without people?" With a scream, Uchiha flew through the fire barrier. Overtaking his own words, he hovered a meter above the ground and the hems of his robe smoldered from the enormous heat of the flame. "Isn't it wonderful? I will restore flora and fauna, and without people everything will be fine. The last war will end with your death, boy. The world will come to peace and balance. You still don't understand." Naruto roared. He was infuriated by such an attitude of the enemy, and now having mastered all the abilities he was ready for a mortal fight in which he was not going to lose. "The only one who will die today is you. You died long ago and should have become forgotten dust, but this war taught me a lot. I began to understand human pain and will not allow this to happen again. In order for there to be no more war, there must be no more people. How can you not understand this?" Naruto intercepted the truth orb and transformed it into a staff. Shadow cloning. And two more of the same, white-skinned Uzumaki came out of the haze against the strongest Uchiha. "The old man believed in me, Madara. He told me everything. I told you, if you win, Zetsu will come for you sooner or later, but he will destroy you and revive his mother. She will destroy our world. How can you not understand this?" Having shouted this, the blonde rushed at the enemy. The clones lagged behind a little and farmed a huge rasengan in their hands, but it was not the usual blue color, but bright yellow, and the rotations were faster than those of ordinary equipment. The enemy's hands touched again. A shock wave, dust, pieces of earth. They froze in place for a second and Naruto jumped back and kicked Madara in the chest, but before he could move away, the Uchiha grabbed the foot and pulled it towards himself, releasing his opponent. The blow to the chest was so strong that Naruto's breath caught. He flew in the direction of the clones, knocking down small columns that stuck out of the ground, but he intercepted the pull and stuck it into the ground, thereby being able to stop. Madara did not even think of stopping. He was advancing, flying up to Uzumaki, who had just risen to his feet. Uchiha grabbed him by the shoulders and suddenly delivered a crushing blow with his head to the bridge of his nose. Blood spurted from Naruto's nose and he winced. Although he had become almost a god, this blow reminded him that he was still a man. Uchiha clasped his hands on the back of his opponent's head, and while the clones were approaching, he jumped up and hit his knee in the place where it had flown from his head before. Uzumaki's concentration disappeared and the clones disappeared. The golden rasengan dissipated in the air. With a powerful jerk, Madara threw Naruto up and, turning on one leg, sent the second one up. The art of the hermit. Shadow thunder. Lightning flew from the Uchiha's fingers to the Uzumaki. They intertwined and overtook the target. Naruto's body seemed to be pierced by thousands of needles. He roared in pain but was still able to withstand it and landed on his feet. Hermit's art. Wrath of the gods. An electric screech and again huge lightning bolts rushed at the guy who was trying to catch his breath. Fortunately he had enough speed now to dodge even such fast attacks. This angered Uchiha. Naruto threw a couple of kunai at him hoping to distract the enemy, but it was not to be. Madara was determined to kill. Art of the sage. Eater of flesh of all elements. From underground and from the sky appeared huge snakes consisting of 5 elements, attacking in all directions. Naruto was trapped from all sides. The first pain burned the body. It was the snake of the wind. Clothes were torn to shreds and thrown around in a whirlwind. A wind as sharp as a blade cut the flesh. Immediately after, fire followed. It enveloped the body and burned it. Regeneration barely had time as 2 dense techniques from both sides hit the center. Water and earth, like 2 massive walls, squeezed the demigod, trying to crush him. The 2 elements broke his bones. The lightning snake finished everything off. Touching the water, it tore the earth and everything that was nearby. The enemy fell to his knees, his hair was singed, his clothes almost burned, his body was covered in burns. At the epicenter of the explosion, Madara was kneeling and breathing heavily. How did you manage to do that? Uchiha was shocked. He clearly saw that the first snake had reached Uzumaki and did not understand what happened next. Naruto stood in the place where Uchiha himself had stood a second earlier and smiled through the pain. This is the end, Madara. Comment on almost the end. For those who have read up to this point. First of all, thank you very much. It's hard for me to write FF right now, because I'm in a pretty difficult position. I am now sitting at home without work. Because of this I have relaxed and become lazy in places. We are all human, and in the last few weeks my life has been a complete mess. Huge financial difficulties because of this change in mood and unwillingness to work on texts. I'm not saying that this is the end of the plot. On the contrary, this is the very beginning. There is another plot in the process and 2 more plots in the plans, new ideas, and you definitely haven't read anything like this. Now a request. If suddenly you can help me with a ruble, I will be very grateful. Kiwi wallet in the profile description. You can also order poems on any topic via private messages. Thank you all for your attention. The final blow. Naruto, with a sharp movement of his hand, once again turned one of the truth-seeking spheres into a pole with a pointed end, twirled it in his hand and squeezed it tighter. This is the end, Madara Uchiha. He tore off like lightning. Madara barely understood what had happened, but he understood the old instincts, experience, feelings and emotions of the enemy well and was ready. He stood and clutched the spear that Uzumaki wanted to impale him on. Naruto, you know that I have no less power than a god but many times more experience. Uchiha's wounds began to soar and heal. Madara had amazing regeneration, even Hashirama's cells were no longer needed. He renewed his body at the cellular level. This will be difficult, flashed through Naruto's mind. He was scared, Madara thought to himself. At that moment, the real Uchiha was replaced by the shadow of limbo that held Black Zetsu, and Naruto leaned forward. He didn't even understand what happened, but at that moment limbo went to recharge and Zetsu was pinned to the ground. Uzumaki made a flat surface from the edge of the pin and immobilized Zetsu. Now I'll finish you off, Uchiha, and I won't break a sweat. So. Naruto didn't have time to finish. Madara's blow knocked a wheeze out of his chest and made him cough, clots of blood flying onto the ash-strewn ground. Naruto was lifted off the ground. Shadow clone technique. He croaked. A clone appeared behind the freely flying Uzumaki, and Naruto rested his feet on it. He slowed down the original and dispersed. The ribs were clearly broken. The organs were damaged in places. But regeneration saved. Puppy, don't compare us, I'm much stronger. I've survived the 8 inner gates. What can you put even a little bit close to them? Don't be arrogant, young man, I'm not a simple person. Either open me completely and fight for the last time, or die at least with your head up. Naruto roared. He saw the difference in strength but he couldn't accept it. You're just a human, I've seen your blood, it's time to remind you that you have it too. Naruto flew up. Bright red eyes appeared on top of the Rinnegan and started spinning, and a Manjaku appeared on top of the god's eyes. The aura that came out of Naruto's body struck Madara. It was dense, Uchiha's movements slowed down, the aura could be touched by hand, get stuck in it, and Naruto was hovering, when suddenly a metallic clang was heard in the middle of the dead world. At this time in Naruto's subconscious, Kurama opened his eyes. Baby, you've reached a new level. So why the hell are you calling me baby, Shaggy? Because for me you will always be that little Naruto who accepted me as a friend, smiled and lived dreaming of revenge but changing goals and defining people. I missed you, Kuruma. You were silent for so long, so I started to worry. Oolo's Uzumaki trembled. He understood that since the fox appeared, there was nothing to be afraid of. He remembered how Kurama accepted him, how he accepted the fox, training and funny moments during training, how the fox taught him. He felt calm, his friend, the last of the living was again near, and Naruto was not alone again. I was talking to my father, Naru. And now I'm with you, so let's destroy Madara and go rest, this war has kind of worn me out. Do you think we can do it, Tailed One? He's not our opponent, so unleash your power Naruto, break him, you have chains. This is our last war, Fox. You're spot on, Naruto. Kurama said and gave his chakra to his friend. The air was torn apart by the sound of metal ringing. There were many chains, they appeared from Naruto's back burning his body, they were burning, they were terrible, even Madara was horrified, the power of the chains shocked him. And they all grew, fiery red, with the fox's chakra and the cursed mark, all the chakra that was in the body, hidden and sealed, burst out in the form of chains at the ends of which were sharp peaks. Naruto looked like an octopus but with a huge number of tentacles. There were dozens of them. Isn't that enough for you, Madara? Then get something else. Naruto raised his hands up and used a colossal amount of chakra divine retribution. Uzumaki whispered. And it started to rain. Stone. Small stones the size of a fist. Naruto pulled them in and guided them. He was distracted for a second, but in order to not give Madara a moment to attack, the chains came into play. They sought to kill, to pierce through the enemy's body. Madara dodged as best he could, and Naruto's eyes turned redder, and at that very moment a green Susanoo skeleton appeared over the battlefield. It was not a full warrior but a partial one, half a body and a second-degree head. Inside Naruto was making seals. Fire element. Dragon's breath. A huge amount of fire flew out of Susanoo's mouth. And the stone rain caught fire. Madara dodged the chains and used Rinnegan techniques to protect himself from the fiery rain. At some point, the chains collided with Madara's impenetrable Susanoo defense. He didn't waste time on trifles and immediately summoned the full form. Even burning stones at high speed could not penetrate such protection, the chains generally scratched the shell. Naruto smiled as he stood in defense. He summoned his truth-seeking balls and turned them into spears. 6 sharp spears capable of absorbing power and immobilizing a 1,000-year-old creature. The first spear flew. It broke through the defense but Madara was able to catch it and throw it back, to which Uzumaki grinned and appeared in Madara's place, Amino Tajikara. He replaced him with himself in his Susanoo which immediately dissipated. Uchiha did not have time to turn around and Naruto was already behind Uchiha and pierced his body with a spear. At the same moment, 5 more such spears pierced his body. Everything was disrupted. It was a clear victory. Naruto stood behind him and passed wind chakra through his hand. You are so focused on my strongest technique that you forgot that I am the son of Yellow Lightning. You know who it is, you caught him. I have mastered the second technique that my father improved to perfection. Each spear has my chakra. I learned to use the Thunder God technique without seals. Everything my chakra touches is in my power. The hand went right through. Limbo's shadow was on recharge and Madara couldn't do anything. His body crumbled into dust, the wind scattered his remains. Zetsu was dead by that point. Naruto stood alone in the middle of a ruined world. He didn't know what to do, he was just tired. Your move, Naruto, Kurama said. Oh, don't get too worked up, Shaggy. You told me yourself, you need to rest at least a little. Then we'll see what we'll do. Final. Hero. So what next? Kurama's voice made Naruto flinch. What do you mean? The technology was asleep, people will wake up soon, the world will come to its senses. And you, what are you going to do, Naruto? I confessed to Hinata, meeting friends. The voice trembled. Uzumaki remembered how the old man said that Sasuke was dead. He remembered that everyone was dead, he did not feel their chakra. Here and there were familiar foci, but there were few of them. Uzumaki fell silent. Kurama did not rush with an answer. He already knew what decision his Jinchuriki would make. He understood Naruto too well over the years, he knew his thinking too well. Naruto closed his eyes and went down into his subconscious. Listen, Kurama, you will support me in any situation, right? I don't like your tone. The fox said and wrinkled his nose. Like it or not, be patient, my beauty. Uzumaki grinned. So will you support me? Well, in any case, I will be on your side. Then a few more cases and we'll finish with the cruelty. Agreed. Yeah. The fox muttered and turned away. It was too hard for him, he knew what these changes meant. After 2 hours everything was ready. Naruto stood on the scorched earth and looked at the sky. I want to see the sun. It seems like it hasn't been in my life for so long, it seems like I haven't seen it at all. I am your sunshine, Naru. The fox responded. You're my pain in the ass, flea eater. If not, I will kill you, Uzumaki. Oh, how serious, but don't bother yourself. Naruto looked around again. The corpses, the survivors began to emerge from the illusion, the echo of war began to spread over the field, here and there people began to feel pain again, groans and cries rose into the air again, but they all looked around and tried to understand something. 8 Biju towered over the battlefield, they were looking at one guy, whom no one could really recognize, gray, disheveled hair, pale skin, in the eyes the already familiar Rinnegan. Naruto started to make seals, quickly, there were a lot of them, he started to breathe heavily, his movements started to slow down. Hey, Naruto, what are you thinking? Kurama began to rage, his tails flapping and burning with a bright red flame. Naruto, don't be a bully, don't do crazy things, everything will return to normal. And why do I need these circles, Kurama? For me, these are circles of hell, to be Hokage, but for whom? Who should I take care of, Kurama? No, then I don't want to be Hokage, I will become a hero like my father, so Kurama, I will build a new world. Naruto finished the seals, people were already looking at him intently. Having made the last seal, he hit the ground with his palm and the seals spread out from his hand, forming a huge circle. Extraction of the Biju, Uzumaki said, and the roar of a huge fox was heard over the field. Its aura spread for kilometers, making people tremble, and the already exhausted Uzumaki walked straight to the body of the girl with dark blue hair and fell to his knees. Kurama, forgive me for the last act of my play, but this is what it was all leading up to. 9 chains flew out of Naruto's body and wrapped around the tailed beasts' bodies. He began to absorb their chakra. No one understood what was happening. The Zeri didn't even immediately wake up, but they didn't throw off the chains. A minute later, Uzumaki finished and made 2 seals. Ram snake. And he said, the external path. The technique of samsara of heavenly life. His hair turned white and razor sharp as if it had been electrocuted. Naruto lifted his head up and closed his eyes. A second later, everything was over for Uzumaki and the King of Hell appeared on the battlefield. The green chakra spreading to the sides meant that he had released all the souls of those who died in this war. Naruto. Hinata opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. At that very moment Neji appeared next to her and hugged her. Her face rested against her older brother's chest. She didn't have time to see the Uzumaki's corpse that was lying nearby. He's a hero, Hinata. He's become what he always said he would be. He kept his word again. Said the girl sitting next to him, whose hair had already stopped being pink due to the ash and dust. 2 weeks later, the first post-war cage meeting was held in the land of snow. From Konoha came Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy and Sasuke. We'll return the 8th tail to the village. Such power shouldn't be under surveillance. Hei was furious. He didn't agree with other villages, but surprisingly no one supported him. Everyone just sat silently watching as the 4th Raikage spit in the face of the Uchiha who told him that the 4th was forbidden to seal the Biju and was generally told that they would live freely. Mr. 4, be more restrained. There are ladies among us. Jiraiya intervened. Jiraiya, do you need to remind me whose student, in alliance with the Uchiha, started the war? Maybe I'd better remind you who single-handedly stopped the war and brought everyone back to life. Including you. Guy responded, raising his tone. Kakashi was surprised by his friend's behavior. Who the hell are you? This is the first time I've seen this shinobi and he's already opening his mouth against me. Puppy, I won't tolerate this kind of attitude. The Raikage activated his lightning mode. His cloak began to flutter, an electric crackle was heard, and his hair took on the form of spikes. In response, Guy raised one finger and instantly opened 6 of the 8 inner gates. This is not my limit, Raikage, ask your subordinate, he saw my last fight with Madara. We can continue but I don't see the point. Tsunade placed her hand on the green beast's shoulder and his aura subsided. I think Hei understood everything, it's not worth the extra sacrifices. At that moment, the Raikage began to take off, or rather, to hover a few centimeters above the floor and gasp for breath. In the confusion, no one noticed how the young Kazekage raised his hand and clenched his fist. Dear leader of the village hidden in the cloud, we are moving towards peace here, even the Tsuchikage says it's time. And you are the same. Biju are not dangerous if you don't attack them, they won't cause harm, and whoever gets hurt gets what they deserve. No point in getting involved. I am a former Jinchuriki myself and I know what it is like to part with such power, but for the sake of peace, in the name of the memory of our friend, the world hero Naruto Uzumaki, we must forget about everything that happened in the past. This war connected us with the strongest ties, we realize that we are not all that different. So let's honor the memory and not forget what disagreements can lead to. I am against war, and I think many will support me because the 5 strongest villages must come to a common agreement and you must not stand out, otherwise I will arrange elections for a new Raikage in the cloud in a matter of seconds. No one interrupted Peshani while he was speaking, everyone sat listening intently. The sand loosened and the Raikage rose to his feet. He was silent. There was nothing to say, really. Sasuke, what do you say? I don't believe Naruto didn't leave you a message. It was the Tsuchikage. Onoki sat proudly under his flag. Lord Onoki, what Naruto left me concerns only me. But there are a few words that he passed on for everyone. Sasuke took a package out of his pouch and opened it. First, he began to read. Mr. Raikage, you will forgive me that I will not talk to you in the future. I would like to tell you a lot about the feelings of the Biju and Jinchuriki, so that you would be imbued and forgive them. I learned a lot about the creation of the world by moving to a new level. Their history is no better than human, but you can just talk to your brother, be as good despite the fact that one of the demons, as you call them, sits in him. And I, in turn, will talk to the Biju, and if they want, they themselves will return to the villages. Mrs. May, I'm sorry I died. I think we would look good together, just for a few nights, but definitely good. May blushed and closed her eyes. Jiraiya and Kakashi broke into the smiles of famous perverts. A grain of sand. Sasuke continued, and Gaara raised his head, smiling slightly. You must forgive me that we never had a drink together. You will always remain my friend, Gaara. I'm sorry that you won't see me become Hokage before you. And Grandpa Onoki, talk to Jiraiya, he's the same old man as you, he probably has some back ointment lying around in his bag, he's kind, he'll share. And also, for everyone. Save this world, your lives, the lives of your loved ones that I returned, this is a ransom, consider that you owe me, and your duty is a clear, bright sky and bright sun. I have forgotten what it looks like during these days of war, do not let your children forget. Save this world, Sasuke. I trust it to you. Uchiha whispered and put the piece of paper in his pouch. He lowered his head. Tears flowed and Uchiha tried to hide them. I'll save it. He whispered under his breath, but no one heard it. Unoki raised his hand. I think we have all drawn conclusions. War is stupidity that can only be allowed against a common enemy. We should not repeat the mistakes of the past, and as a sign of this, the village of Kamya, the village of which I was the leader for more than 60 years, is ready to provide any possible assistance, and this is not in debt but as a sign of truce. By the way, this is Kuretsuchi, and from now on she is the new Tsuchikage of the stone. So everyone is now on her side. Everyone was surprised by this turn of events. Conversations began to take a peaceful course. It was decided to create a detachment of special shinobi from different villages who would keep order. By unanimous decision, Uchiha Sasuke was appointed leader of the detachment. This is how his life's adventures began. Thus ended the story of the greatest shinobi. The hero of the war who united the entire world into one. Commentary on Final Hero. Here is the finale. Thanks to everyone who stayed with me until the last line, wrote on social networks and supported me. Now I can say that I have done a really great job. At first it seemed easy and simple. Well, like, what's the big deal? Take characters you didn't create, give them a slightly different story and a different ending. Well, it's just a couple of trifles. Well, no, it was very difficult. I really sweated over each chapter and put a part of myself into it, and at the same time I was working on another FF. And also, there will be a detailed fight between Kakashi and Obito in Kamui, as well as several chapters from the life of Sasuke and his squad. But that's later. Comments and likes are welcome. Donate in description. Kakashi and Obito. Commentary on Kakashi and Obito. Dear readers, this is a separate part, there will be several, in which I will tell about the fight between Obito Uchiha and Hatake Kakashi, a fight that is more than just a fight. I hope for your activity, likes and comments. If you stare into this emptiness for a long time, you could understand that it is not so empty there. The entire space around the two shinobi was filled with huge cubes. Everything consisted of them, space itself, dimension itself. No matter which way you looked, you would see the same thing. Kamui's dimension, enhanced eye technique, personal Mangekyo Sharingan technique. The darkness was thick, but if you looked closely, you could feel that presence. Sparks of electricity, crackling sounds and a specific smell spread throughout the room. A man with ash blonde hair stood opposite a dark-haired guy with burns on the left side of his face. And what is this all about, Kakashi? You do understand that the world needs a reboot, right? People are tired of themselves, we don't do it for nothing. Do you think I enjoyed destroying shinobi that I don't even know, and there was no war? Do you think I felt good about it? The blow hit Obito in the solar plexus, making him cough. Kakashi stood and held him by the neck. Those who don't want to do something, don't do it. All your stories about peace, about you being a martyr, are nonsense, Obito. Rin wouldn't approve of such sacrifices even if it was all because of her. Don't tell me about Rin, you have her blood on your hands. Obito broke free and counterattacked. The friends' fight began with taijutsu. The Uchiha's body was made stronger by the transplantation of cells from the first Hokage and Zetsu. Rin's blood is on my hands, you say. Kakashi roared in anger and released chakra that slowed the Uchiha's movement. He saw his student doing this and then punched his old friend in the face. Kakashi retreated. He wanted to talk first, to find out who Obito was to him now, still an old friend or still an enemy. I didn't kill Rin. Although I lived my whole life with this thought, I didn't kill. She used my raikiri as a weapon and inflicted a wound on herself. It doesn't matter. Obito was angry. The old wounds in his heart began to hurt with renewed vigor. In a moment, he was already running holding a kunai in his hands. He delivered a few chopping blows and retreated, attacked again but Hatake was already ready. The conversation didn't work out. Obito didn't exchange blows. They both had Sharingans, both were experienced in fighting and Uchiha made the first move. He stepped back and threw a smoke bomb at his feet, and the room was suddenly filled with white, opaque smoke. Hatake held his breath just in case. Why don't you stop and talk, Obito? It must be so, Kakashi. And call me Toby. I don't know any Toby. But I remember my old friend, Obito. He pulled me back from the brink of death, he gave his life and dream for his friends. He died and that day he became a hero to me. But now you are alive and I don't understand why. Why didn't you come home? Did you think no one was waiting for you? You thought we didn't need you. You thought Rin committed suicide because she became a Jinchuriki. And didn't you think that she didn't see the point in life without you? Obito froze after these words. Perhaps they even touched him. Suddenly the scars on his body began to hurt. Uchiha did not understand what was happening. He felt uncomfortable after Hatake's words and in order not to think about it he chose the only thing that seemed right to him. He started a fight to the death with his former best friend.